Greetings, 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 and salutations. It's another Saturday. It's Rebel time, and of course, the Rebel will be joining us in a little while. Isat will be joining in later on shortly. He'll be jumping on shortly. I drew the short straw today, so I get to start things off. Welcome everybody. How y'all doing? How was your week? Um, we in store for quite another interesting day today. Greetings, Missy Bram Bram. Big ups to you. Sweet Pea, Elaine, OT, Queen. Greetings, Your Highness. Sharon Clark. Greetings. Debbie. I said that already. Cynthia. I kind of sound like Rebel right, you know. I said that already. Cynthia B. Donna Whitaker. Greetings. D. Marie. CD. Great goodies. Seriously, great goodies. Boy, see if this was my broadcast, what a field day I would have with some of you. RJ Blessings, Carla. Um, as usual, I'm over here multitasking. And as always, multitasking is so much fun. The Rebel will be here shortly. Like I said earlier. Lorraine. Yeah, like I said, multitasking, operating several devices at once. I guess that's the nature of the beast, right? Megawatt, I'm right here. I'm right here. Forever young. When I grow up, I want to be as young as you. Forever. Sharon Robinson, greetings to you. Somebody said no sound. No sound from me? Unheard of. Wait, let me stop now. Claudette Reed, good evening. Dart Elliott, good evening. I so want to get updated, a live update on what is going on in Jamaica. And looking forward to the discussion around what is going on in Jamaica right now. Local elections, general elections coming up. Pauline Robinson, good evening. BCA, much love to you. Janice Keane, good evening. Egla, hello. Devon Murphy, much love. Creative minds. Oh, you love me wanted, love me wanted. You, Robinson, Janet Hammond, much love, much love. Pat, Miriam Miller, Prime Care, blessings to you. We're going to start charging Ratty late fees and donate it to the OJLDF. You know what? That's right. And y'all remind me to make a statement as it relates to the super chat. People been asking about the super chat. I need to address that in a moment. Right. So creative mind, that is the question on everybody's lips. When I say everybody, I mean yours and mine. Who win? I want to know who win. Thank you, Christine. Thank you very much. I getting some compliments on my shirt, the color on my shirt. But it has a nice little text on it too. It says, "From knowledge sprouts power," and it's important, I believe, that we all recognize that. Trelawney, much love. Rowena, good evening, good afternoon to you, good after morning. Let me see here. Yeah, press up the like button, scan this QR code right. Let me position my hand right here. Yeah, scan this QR code right here. Go ahead, scan it, and drop your $1. Like I said, it's if everybody that comes on to this broadcast every week, when they come on to this broadcast, remember that, oh, I can make a difference. I can contribute financially to making a real difference, to questions being asked, to demanding answers, to holding people accountable for their actions. And you know what? Um, the color of my shirt have nothing. Isat would probably not agree, but the color of my shirt have nothing to do with me being here right now. Absolutely, positively nothing. And if I were in Jamaica right now, I'm not telling any lies. Two colors that you would not catch me wearing on a regular is red and green. I cannot be bothered with people being political minded and policy dunce. And I say that without reservation, because the moment we start moving away from policies and focusing on party lines, then we lose. When I say we lose, I mean we all lose. Everybody. Doesn't really matter which side of the fence you stand on, which party you go. Everybody loses, because what needs to be done for the people of Jamaica gets lost in the mix. And then you can get bought out with a 6-piece from KFC and a good time, a party, pretty much. Party and some grub. Only 29% of the population voted, because the other, let's do some quick maths. 100 minus 29 is 71. Yeah, last time I did maths. So the other 71% is overseas.
No.
10% of the people in Jamaica that voted. I want to know. Roman Bomb. Listen, it's just rum. It's just rum, because them can't get the other part. If they give up the other part, then it's even more problems, because now you're going to hear that people have outside children and demanding. Yeah. I need to speak louder so those in Portland can hear me. But you know what? Somebody said people in Jamaica too licky. Rowena. All right. So yes, Marva. Illiteracy. But you see what my shirt say? From knowledge sprouts power. And this works two ways. The people that hold the key to disseminating the information, the knowledge, recognize that from knowledge sprouts power. So you take away the knowledge and you leave the people powerless, and effectively create some sheeple. And that is what politics in Jamaica has been running off ever since I know it. And I don't know why it is that we have difficulty moving past this. I sound like a broken record. I feel like one too, because I keep saying this. Why is it that people that need to hear this are not hearing it? I don't know. Maybe because
not hearing it?
I have left the country for so long. I don't know. But this has been happening way before I left the country, because I wouldn't have had this mindset had I not experienced it. I didn't come here and start thinking like this. Prime Care says, put your money where your thumbs and fingers and mouths are.
What's up, Carla? Serena.
I said, free up your mic, because context matters.
Oh, you're not hearing me?
No, I'm not. Oh, probably because I muted that thing. Talk again.
Yeah, you're not hearing me now?
Oh, yeah. It's my fault.
You're not having this big conversation with you and you're ignoring me. I tell you, see? You Portland people. Anytime when you see people with me all have on the green for make sure we get recognized. Anytime you know people like Orange, you ignore them and treat them bad. It has to stop. Blessings, Norman. Big up yourself. Anne-Marie. Janet, I see you. Rowena Williams and Karen Powell. Ratty soon come. I know you're not happy to see me, but Ratty will be here soon.
He'll be joining shortly.
But I must say this though.
Yeah.
In the Jamaican context, the math is not mathing. So
not at all.
You just have to appreciate that. It's not a you thing. It's a Jamaican thing.
But I may not be living in the country right now, but I am still Jamaican.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I'm saying. It's not a you thing. Just recognize that that's a part of being a Jamaican.
So that kind of identify where the 71% is right now. Where I just lost it.
I saw it. She says the other 71% don't get no pay, no box food. Some in hospital, some in the funeral home resting, and others in the diaspora. They're like, but no, I don't think that's what. Andre, big up yourself. Imagine that Rattigan show. What go on? Yeah, but that should not be the response about the 71%. The 71% really is just unbothered, uninterested, and unmotivated. There is a discussion now in terms of nationally, rather than depending on the political parties to bring out the vote, and that would be the loyal partisan type of divide. Is to wake up the voting mass, let them know that you have a right to vote, even if you don't have a voter's ID, as long as the census was taken and you're on the voters list, the power of your vote and being able to exercise it. Because the reality is, when you're looking at, there's going to be what is called a magisterial recount that's coming up soon in relation to the KSAMC or whatever, Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Council.
But what difference will that make, though? Because it's not going to make a difference. I think they're hell bent on trying to hide something.
No. I think we're not even going to talk about the hiding part yet. We're saying that had people exercise their rights to vote rather than thinking their vote won't make a difference. This is a time
of course,
where
the lady won by 32 votes. That's a clear win.
Well, you probably the diaspora can tell you a lot about Florida. Because right
you
now,
and your Florida
I'm just saying, wherever Al Gore is, him can't understand. Votes and balance was coming out of people's back pockets, out of them ears. Every minute somebody say, I got one. You had interns running up and down with ballots that were supposedly spoiled and whatever. And when it comes to a magisterial recount, you'd be surprised when you hear that ballots that they say were spoiled is not spoiled and it can be accepted and stuff like that. So how to eradicate that type of nail biting suspense. The country was under. If one thing is sure, Valiant song should be #1 on iTunes right now.
Which one?
Not a mad. We are mad out. No, we're not mad.
The new one him do about the politics.
Don's Check. No. That song was weak. The Don's Check song. That is the song of it right now. The whole country is feeling Don's.
It's not you alone. I just walked on the road and everybody asking me who won the election, because every night the Prime Minister come out with a press conference. He come up with a press conference last night.
Oh, there was one last night?
Yeah, he did a press conference last night. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh no. I hope him don't have one tonight, because Rattigan have a show tonight. Well,
he did a press conference last night.
Yeah, tell us all, Andre, because I am curious. So if people in Jamaica don't know who win the local government election, how people are far not gonna know?
Well, supposed to know. When they don't have a vote, when they don't matter.
I think it's based on interpretation.
Well, interpret it for me, because it's lost in translation for me.
Very soon to take over the 7th.
And Andre, I play
Carlton, why you must expect better than from me? I'm not a politician. Why you need to expect better from me?
The local government election.
He declares himself the winner of the local government election.
I can declare myself the winner of the local government election.
Local government election.
Right now.
But Mark Golden said, "Ooh, me, we, no, sure." I don't know the rest of the song, but he did that. Ooh, we, me.
Yeah,
no,
I think though that I've said it to Isat, and I said to my program yesterday, and I've been saying it since week, that the electoral office of Jamaica has really made it difficult to understand the whole local government elections, because they're failing to acknowledge that Portmore has a municipality, and even though the councillors in Portmore sit in the St. Catherine municipality, it's two separate municipalities. Isn't it so, council? Because you have the Portmore municipality and you have St. Catherine municipality. So he has failed to acknowledge, one, that
who has failed?
Two separate municipalities.
Who failed?
The EOJ, Glasspool Brown.
I don't agree with you. Let me tell you why. EOJ has actually put out. No, let me tell you why I say I don't agree. They have actually put out, and it's a matter of how people interpret information when it's put out, because the press release from the EOJ makes it clear that when it comes to municipalities, it's 7-7, and there's a majority tie break. The majority breaks the tie.
That's not the interpretation. That's not the interpretation.
What I'm saying is somebody's saying it's not clear what the information is there. It's a matter of interpretation, but the information is there.
That's how you interpret it. I thought if you go on the road and speak to the common and ordinary man, them interpreting it as though JLP win 7, PNP win 5, 1 tie and 1 recognized. That's how them interpret it.
Who is interpreting it like that though? Labor
the ordinary Jamaican.
No, so this is what I'm saying. That is what that's what platforms are for, and that's why media has to be very responsible. And that's why I said the Martin, and that's why I spoke about the Valiant song, the Don't Check. Because it's a play on words, but here's what you have to understand. No matter what anybody says, this is it. No matter if the PNP thinks they win, no matter if the JLP thinks they win, here are the variables. There are 14 municipalities. Are we correct in saying that? JLP has 13. Is 14. If you want, you have to use. Let me tell you why you have to use 14. You have to. Who said 13?
EOJ. But they have not. If you look at their press release, they have not acknowledged Portmore as the 14th municipality.
I still don't read it like that. I realize that they did recognize that it's 7-7, They recognize the parishes, understand that Kingston and St. Andrews is combined as one. You can't use those variables to make to use interpretation. There are not 14. There are 14 parishes. Kingston and St. Andrews tied as one. That's why they call it the prize. If you say it like that, and the PNP wins Kingston and St. Andrew, and they also won Portmore, this would be a completely different conversation. Anyhow, the Labour Rights had won Portmore. So people just have to the writing is on the wall. And regardless, what you take away from the local government election is the shift in the narrative and the momentum that the People's National Party has picked up. You cannot deny the Labour Rights lost 5,000 votes. Think of losing $5,000 versus the People's National Party, who picked up 46,863 votes. 47,000 votes. I would rather find $47,000 rather than lose $5,000 in this economic reality. Another thing is, with all the time, in all elections, the only time the majority vote doesn't count is when you lose the key and relevant places. For instance, if the Labour Party had won 8 and the PNP had one less. But when it's flat 7-7 and you're controlling 7 municipalities, or you have 7 mayors each, it's a level playing field in terms of how the country will have to be, how the country is operating. So people have to look at that, and then you make the determination. I think if anybody's going to ask who won, I think Jamaica won. I think that the people has put the political electorate or the political class in a very, 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 very humbling position, and they have now recognized that they are truly the servants, and they will be set aside and cast out if they don't do what they're supposed to do. So when it comes to the running of the local government, a councillor knows that if him slip, him slide. So the winners is the Jamaican people, and this should motivate other Jamaicans to go out.
What do you mean by the councillor no say if him slip, him slide? What do you mean by that? They're not going to have no election no time soon.
No, man. You know, I'm saying if no, because we can wait them out for 5 years. What do you mean they're not going to have it anytime soon? Why you make that assumption? The next
it took us almost 8 years for a local government election to be called in the country, you know.
Yeah, and that's because as usual, the Jamaica Labour Party is known to breach constitutional rights. They know how to dance around constitutionality, and they know to extend it. We may not have a general election if there is a war in Haiti, or if there's a war on the ground, or something comes up. We know that. But if we deal with the constitutionality of it, it will come around. And so people ought to know, people ought to be on their toes. So I'm going to say that the people are the ones that won. And it's, if you are the PNP, you must feel good. And if you are the Labour Rights, your eyes are open, because you can't take anything for granted. And so the narrative, whether it come from which media house want to make it look like there is no, that the parties are neck and neck and whatever. The math don't lie. See L Dog there, JLP 7, PMP 5 plus K SMAC and Portmore equals 7. 7 for 7. No matter how you do it.
So we can call it a tie then.
If you could call it a tie, except that when there's a tie in any political contest, the majority votes breaks that tie.
Okay.
That's all. I don't make the rules. That's what it says, but it depends on how you look at it. I think that for a government that was so heavily criticized as the Jamaica Labour Party, for them to still come out with 7 is an anomaly. That says something. So the country is divided in such a way right now that it is the 70%. The 70% or 71%, 70% point something percent, who has to wake up and do their part and decide. Generally, because I do not believe respectfully that 70% of Jamaica is not living in poverty. I don't believe that. So if you like to be poor, continue and vote some more for the message that's sent from the current government. Or if you want a change and you want a possible an opportunity to change your personal circumstances, you have to vote on the government. It's simple enough. But when it's all over, just don't. I'm not sharing my KFC with nobody that don't vote properly. It's simple.
So how you vote properly? That's a question. How you vote properly? By voting out the
When
JLP?
going into the general elections,
Mm-hmm.
you vote PNP. What do you mean? I don't understand. What kind of question is that? It's rhetorical.
I'm just asking where would you put so Kevin, when will Kevin join the discussion about coming home to vote?
I was in that discussion from last week. Right?
Your mic don't sound right.
Yeah,
Check
it come back now. Come back. Yeah. But I doing multitasking, gentlemen. Sorry. Yeah, Andre. So yeah, so when I join the conversation about coming home to vote,
You're not coming to spend 6 months in Jamaica and take up your census and get on the voters list.
but so I have to be in Jamaica for 6 months in order to do it.
You see the formula for broke pocketness.
That's how it
What?
go?
But you have to spend some time in the country to verify your you have to get
So I come
to verify. Mm-hmm.
I come a week before election and I leave the week after. So that not count.
Unless you have your voter's ID already. You have the
Well,
voter's ID?
I don't. So tell me, how that all go now?
I would tell you a little secret, but don't tell nobody. I think the
All right,
JPs.
start.
I think the JPs can help you out.
Ah.
Don't say I
How
said.
they can help you though, Isat? Give us the remedy.
I'm not a JP. Go talk to your local JP. They can confirm your proof of address for the last 6 months.
Isat.
So
Thank God.
so if I know a JP, then I could end up living there for the last 6 months.
Yes, them out there, one out there, I tell people say I feed money. I'm good, they can sign it for you. I don't know.
Which one? The one in Olaba?
I don't know where. Kevin, where are you from, Kevin? In Jamaica, when you're in Jamaica.
I left Jamaica living
No,
in Jamaica.
no, shh. Remember, you want to vote. Where you
Oh.
from?
Olaba.
Where?
Olaba, you're good. You go. Now have JP.
All right, you're going to set it up for you.
I have JP out there, Kevin, that will sign your document for you. Anyway, let me behave myself.
I said the better.
But
the
I
better.
think though that in truth and in fact, this local government election has really put us in a spot. And I am worried for the outcome of the general elections because parties can claim that they have won and it creates this level of uncertainty in the country, and it's not good for the economy, it's not good for governance, it's not good for the future, because nobody is taking a concession to say they have lost. Both political parties are telling the country they have won.
So everybody wins.
Yes. And to me, that is a grave concern, because if this is a precedent that has been set, when we come to the general election, and if the numbers are this close, it's going to be the same argument again. And the EOJ needs to break down the whole thing properly, because the JLP can't say them a winner, Mark Golding can't say him win. There needs to be a winner and there needs to be a loser. I've never seen an election in Jamaica where you have a tie. Have you ever seen it, Isat?
I've never heard of it. I've never.
There is no tie. You see, that's why we can't go into the business
There's
of
a tie
trying
out.
to, where we can't be in the business of trying to create false narratives. There is no tie.
It's a tie out.
There is somebody who there is a party with the majority vote, and the majority votes break that tie. That's the rule. That's the electoral rule. That's
Okay.
the end of that's the end of the matter. 7 for 7, majority vote tips the scale. So if you want to feel good, you want to feel good, you can say what you want to say. And it's important, because it's all in the messages. If their base feels good about that, then continue with it. If the PNP base feel good about that, continue with it. But with the people who can do math and the importance of critical thinking is to assess the situation. What is most unfortunate is that before the election, the the government was saying that the PNP and the opposition was a dull, mute, nothing, not going over there, a dead party. There was one one was saying they will never see power again. The other one says I am the boss in Manchester Central and I'm the campaign manager for Manchester South. And lo and behold, they don't win one seat down there. These things are important to know, that you can say anything when pushing the narratives, but how it translates and what people know is that we're now having different conversations. The People's National Party is united. They have a no-nonsense leader. Evidence of that was statements were made and he removed a candidate because he's signaling to the people that I am not going to tolerate any form of representation that would represent views that would bring embarrassment to Jamaica on the world stage or Jamaica at large, and bringing back morals and integrity and all of that within the political arena. On the other side, people.
But the language Isat that the EOJ used has made it clear that the JLP won. The EOJ has declared the JLP the winner. That's my problem.
But hold on.
Because where's the confusion if the EOJ says they're the winner?
Because the interpretation of the country
No. You are interpreting that because the EOJ never said that. Go ahead, Kevin. Because you're confusing.
Well, of course, that's what they said. They said the JLP won 7. The PNP won 5. There was a tie.
Parish. That is a fact. That is facts. The EOJ only put facts in his press release, and I'm going to defend him because the integrity remains intact at the EOJ, and I'll go as far as saying that is why those who don't like it want to go down to the magistrate's court, because they cannot in good conscience. I read a tweet from the education minister, but I'm going to behave myself because people in there say, Isat, don't make Andre draw you out. But if you read that tweet, the heights of dishonesty, once again ad hominem, saying that the People's National Party is being dishonest because the JLP win. If you have to tweet that you win, it means the EOJ never said it. Otherwise, they would be saying, why are you saying it? Because the EOJ said it. The EOJ puts factual information in a press release. Who can deny that the Jamaica Labour Party didn't win 7 parishes clearly? Who? No one. Who can deny that the PNP has 5? No one can deny that. That's a fact.
Then their argument is going to be then, why is the PNP taking count for the KCC and the municipality of Portmore?
Because they are municipalities and it is a local government election. When you win,
but they're not. The EOJ has not declared 7-7.
What do you mean they haven't?
Wait, hold on.
They accounted for the parishes and they made it clear that the PNP won the mayorship in Portmore and that they won, that they have Kingston and St. Andrew. I don't get it. What more do you want the EOJ to say?
It's the most confusing thing that has happened in the country.
No,
right.
Because this is why context matters. If you read a document and the document has factual information, you don't think with your brain and not with your heart and not with colors. Just read the information and accept it for what it is.
So
okay, I will rest it for now because you still nasty. If you read you have the document in front of you. Read it.
Hold on.
We have time. Go ahead,
Kevin. Hold on there. All the most dangerous part of the call. So come back to this. JLP win 7 parish, PNP win 5.
Yes.
How many seats in all that?
I don't get that.
12.
12.
Because, wait. So Roger put in the chat here.
Yes.
PNP win 115 seats, JLP win 113 seats. What Roger talking about?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Divisions. Well, you see, yesterday I tried to explain. Don't let me start in a Kevin Conn. I got shut off my mic because you see, what you have to do is find addition when you add up the divisions and versus the subtractions of the divisions on the other side, which is the Jamaica Labour Party, and you use the parallel lines, and then you accept at the perpendicular at the 19-degree angle, and then you get the indices and you subtract, multiply, and then you do the division. After that, you get to realize that the reality is this: the local government election.
That's
is
why
not
we are doing so bad in this
14
country
parties
with
thing.
arithmetics and mathematics.
Me do
Because
what?
the leadership and EU, that's why we're doing so poorly in this country with mathematics and failing so bad at arithmetic, and our numeracy levels are so low. Because if we have 13 or 14 municipalities and the EOJ can basically define 12 and don't identify the next two, is problem.
No, the EOJ had corrected their statement, So that's you are having the days the weekday blues, because Monday Mark win, Monday night when a press conference come out, Andrew win, Tuesday Andrew win, Wednesday Mark win, Thursday Mark win, Thursday night Andrew win, then Friday the EOJ say, listen, what's all the confusion? It's 7-7, but nobody reads the back page of information. So as information is updated, people are still arguing over it. But here's what you have to understand: for the math to math, you have to add up. Another thing that people understand, what people must appreciate, why you cannot go by parishes, is because there are 14 parishes and Kingston and St. Andrew are joined together. So if you're going to do it by parish and somebody win Kingston and St. Andrew, wouldn't you have to say they won too? But it doesn't work like that. It goes by municipalities. Then where is the municipalities? Milo 772 makes it clear. 7 municipalities. There is no issue. So this is why context matters, because you have to be a critical thinker in times like these. So people can't become. There are people
In
right
times,
now.
in times like these,
there are 50-year-old people saying they're 7. There are men saying they're women. There are women they're saying they're man. There are people who identify trees and puppies. If everybody wants to identify as a winner, are we still a win?
You know what this called for? I'd want the mayor of Portland to interpret it for. I'd want the mayor of Portland to interpret this win and who has won. Because I believe he would break it down to us and make us understand. But if
let's make something clear. I understand.
My bone of contention is the average Jamaican man does not understand, because the complexity of the argument make two sides say them win. Nobody wants to accept defeat, and it makes the situation difficult. And if we have this precedent set, it simply means that the EOJ can come back to us at a general election and call it like this. Because this precedent that the EOJ has set has made it difficult. And you know what, Secretary, that it is difficult.
I reject that.
It them ask the people them something there.
I reject that. There is no confusion.
Everybody believes.
In fact, listen,
you don't see it as confusion.
It's not confusion. It's not. People don't have cloaks over their eyes, See, somebody said, Mikey Bless said, Isat, so who really win? The People's National Party won. And I'm going to tell you this. We have had races. And if Rattigan could have gotten Merlin Atti on this platform right now, Uno would understand. One time she run down the track, and one of the runner them, I don't know if it's Gail Divas, but them nailed it long so, and she win by the nail. Both of them had the exact time and they look at the machine and they said, see there, the girl nail was over it. Another one push out her big mouth and win. And sometimes them just go like this and dip over and them win. When there's a tie, there always is a mechanism that breaks the tie. And when you have 7 and 7 and majority vote, the tie is broken. That's the end of the matter. See somebody flex a torso, but that is it. So people, and anybody says otherwise is simply dunce. Anybody that wants to say,
so you said 7-7, but the EOJ not say 7-7. The EOJ
no, they
say
have
7-5.
said that. You go and find the updated press release. The EOJ has said that. Let me go.
Show us that the one yesterday morning, which is my last press. Let me go up on them side. Because me can't take bangarang in the day. I never come over here for this bangarang. I come over here for
God.
See there. The final ballot count in the electoral divisions for the local government elections was completed on Thursday. That indicates that all ballots for the mayoral election. Hear what I'm saying? With the ballots counted, the results indicate that the JLP have won the majority of the 7 parishes, while the PNP has won 5. See them say the JLP has won majority.
Continue, of the parishes, of the 7 parishes, of the parishes. Yeah.
Kingston and St. Andrew ended with a tie, with the PNP and JLP winning 20 seats each. The PNP win the majority of the division.
Yes.
And the position of mayor of the municipality of Portmore. All right. What do you interpret from that?
What do you mean?
So, well, here we go again. So the parishes, JLP win. But the municipalities, the PNP win.
Thank you.
This particular election was for the municipalities.
Thank you.
And
Kevin, that's how you interpret it?
That's what it was. You just read it.
But
it's not. It's not even open to interpretation.
Hold on. Make we take it down again. One more time. One more again. Watch it. JLP win the parish 7-5. However, this election was about the municipalities, which the PNP won. Are we in agreement here? Based on the information you just provided.
We are.
Andre. Andre.
Based on are you in agreement with that? Based on what you read to us.
So the general election, which is to be coming
next year,
to be announced, to be determined, to be something. That now will give us the big win. As it is right now, we're looking at municipalities. So we're talking about local government, as is the local government elections.
Right.
But the EOG has not identified them as municipalities. They have just identified them as parishes.
Hold on, Andre.
He's assessing what you read, Andre. Why are you confused?
Isat, 1 second. We're still holding the most dangerous part of the call. Hold on.
Council, you can't take it down a notch, or you just come for me so strong this evening.
Mr. Rattigan, get your nephew, you know. My dark theme by your show, you know.
All right, so
council, don't be like that. Don't be like that. And it is not nephew, it's father. You are the nephew. Get it right.
Oh, your right. Jacket. Let me just not tell you. My mother,
no funny.
My father.
But let's break it down to its simplest state. Parish wise, JLP win. Municipalities wise, PNP win. This was an election about the municipalities.
Correct.
So at this point, okay, so JLP won the majority of the parishes. The municipalities is what count. It's like the House and the Senate. So
Correct.
we're dealing with the municipalities and PNP win. That's all I want to know. Who win this
How
local
Mr.
government
Rattigan
election?
interpret it. I would want to hear how Mr. Rattigan interpret it.
Wow, Andre is dissatisfied with that.
Oh,
with that.
wait. 1 second. 1 second. Do you believe your eyes, Andre?
What you said?
Do you believe your eyes?
But when I
Because
must believe my eyes.
I am trusting your eyes right now because I am not looking at the information. You are. So my ears are trusting your eyes. And you told me that PNP win the municipalities. So PNP win the local government election.
But the EOJ's lecturing never said that. The writings from the EOJ. It is down to how you interpret. I am saying
it's not
it
a
is
matter
the
of
duty of the
interpretation.
EOJ. It's the
They have
duty of
performed
the
their
EOJ
duty.
to determine
No.
and to state categorically who has won. Not to leave it to my interpretation or Isat interpretation. It's not law school where we have judge and jury.
So, all right.
What
So-
last school have to do with this?
Oh,
No,
Lord.
but Mr. Rattigan, what I am saying is, they needed, what I am saying is, the EOJ, based on their statement, has still not declared a winner. And it is not good for us. It's not good for democracy.
Based on your
And if
interpretation,
this is
Andre,
the precedent that they have set, I am concerned about the future of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. That's my argument.
I understand your concerns.
Because it's
However,
one full week we have had this level of confusion where a man I interpret and a next man I interpret and a man come with the facts and make the facts known and spell it out to the ordinary Jamaican. That is not what is happening.
Andre, you're waiting for a declaration, and that declaration is going to support the information that was previously released. The information that was released says, yes, these people win them parishes. However, this election was not about the parishes, it was about the municipalities. And based on a number of municipalities and who won those numbers, the PNP win. That's the information that they put out. That's the information I heard. You read, my ears trusting your lips that was translated by your eyes. And so that is what we're going with. Until they come out and say something else, then cool. Now, if it's the declaration you're waiting for you to be comfortable, cool. We're okay with that. What I am saying is, based on the information that you just put out, I am satisfied that the PNP has won. Not that I'm a PNP supporter, I'm a JLP supporter. Give me some issues. I'm going to deal with that. So I can support a vote on a policy. I don't care who bring the policy. I just want to know that the people of Jamaica are being served the way that they deserve to be served. We can't have people up down and afraid for go out a road and then pick them afraid for go school and all them things they are going just so that some politicians can live big and send them pick them go to school or foreign. I don't care about that. I want to know that the people of Jamaica are taken care of. And as my none of my sisters are there on the broadcast. So my brothers living in the country right now, I am concerned for you guys. And if this is the kind of bickering and confusion that is going to keep politics going in Jamaica, then no is where you need to have a concern. If you're waiting for a declaration when information was put out, here's the information, boom, these people win that, but this is not about that, it's about this, and this is how it's done. If they've given you extra information, it's like multiple choice, you get extra information to confuse you. You don't need extra information, filter that out. Put that one side. Look for the meat. The meat is, at the end of the day, here it is. Municipal elections, these are the results of the municipal elections. Done. General elections coming up, let's address that. Done. No need for confusion. No need to raise issues that are not there right now. Concerns, yes. issues. If you're gonna raise one, give me some solutions to them. Don't just leave it up there in a vacuum. And then we'll move on from there.
Kevin, you sound too bright. Cause right now,
Turn it down,
EOJ just need for right Panabula. PNP have 7 and JLP have 7. Jamaica name it, and we move on. That's all that needs to happen. They're gonna go to the magisterial count. We're gonna do all of that, and we're gonna be doing this because it's unnecessary conversations. PNP has won majority of the divisions. You can't big them that. When you read the document, that's why I said critical thinking is important and context matters. PNP, the JLP was victorious by majority in 7 parishes. That's fine. But even it's so when you say that there was a tie in Kingston and St. Andrew, how do you break the tie? By majority vote. And the EOJ told you there was a tiebreaker, and then that's it, which means that there was not a majority win in that particular parish. But who won those? And it is the People's National Party with the majority votes that breaks the ties in those places. They have the divisions, they have the mayoral whatever in Portmore, and that's that 7 and 7 and the popular vote. But we are all winners. So we must go for it now and make sure that this is not the result of the general elections. It's simple.
Before I hand over things to the boss, let me say this. When there's confusion like this, we don't have clear winners, but we have clear losers. And the people of Jamaica end up being the clear losers. Even if they don't know it, if they're waiting for a declaration of it, it will never come. So they won't know that they're losers. And that is what I agree to rest on where that is concerned. Next thing, for those who were asking about super chat, the super chat thing is not going to work for this platform. So whereas it is convenient for some people, here's a convenience for you. You see this like a QR code, right? So if it's not working for you to scan it and go to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, ojldf.org, so you can make your donation, just go straight to the website and make your donation. Everybody that's on right now can go there and just donate $1. If everybody that is on here right now, what's the numbers right now? Rebel, what's the number right now that you see? How much?
2192.
All right. So if all 2,100 people right now go on ojldf.org and put $1, you just contributed $2,100 for this week to go towards the work that the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is putting in. Super chat thing not working for this platform. Why? One of the reasons being YouTube takes 30% of it. We are not in the business of giving YouTube 30% of what is coming in so that we can do work. And I say we, I mean collective. So that the work can be done in Jamaica to make Jamaica a better place. So those wanting a super chat just for the convenience of it, get uncomfortable a little bit. And when you're uncomfortable, that means things can happen. Because once you're comfortable, you're complacent, nothing gets done. So get uncomfortable, visit the website, find a way to make your $1 donation, make a change, contribute to making a difference. And with that, I bid you all farewell. I am going to drift back to the background because, you know, drifting are the thing. So I go drift.
Why come on this platform thief in Ampina dance? Ratty must let them stop trouble, you know.
Never know. All right, Kevin, we'll catch up. Right,
Blessings, Kevin.
All right, folks, look. I apologize for being late. I had some... Wait, where is that gone? Oh, I had some minor kind of emergency, and actually it's still going on right now, but I'm here. Let me welcome Andre Stevens to the program. Yes, sir. Welcome all of you listeners. I'm sure Kevin big up all on already. I still have some more people I'd like to big up. And Kevin was just talking about Super Chat and the work that we have to do. And he's absolutely correct. Because just before coming on, I got some news about some of our favorite politicians. Some interesting things. But we will release that information to you in due course, as they say. Again, welcome to Reed Smith Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And for those of you watching for the first time, I'm Will Rattigan, the host. At nighttime, I transform into the rebel at midnight, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Now, I used to be good at begging, but apparently I haven't been focusing on it lately. So I'm going to have to get back in that mode because we have a lot of projects in the works and we're going to need your donations to make them come to reality. And there will be more to follow. Of course, like, share, and subscribe. Issues. One of our devoted listeners explained the process to me regarding how to obtain information from the Halfway Tree Parish Court on the former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple Philibert and the former Senator Leslie Campbell, their case. Stay tuned. I'll follow those instructions this week. PIOJ, that's interesting. I'm still waiting for PIOJ to give me the information regarding donor funds, technical assistance, and loans. And they're still insisting that they need to print it on a quote unquote special paper. Now, my brethren and in my watch, big up yourself, brother. He went down there. He actually spoke to them. He went in person. They said, no, you can't pay. We need to put it on special paper. Then we'll tell you when you can come and pick it up. They told him to call back in 2 days. He called back. They said, we still don't have the special paper. He's been calling them. He actually went a few days ago, and they said, we still don't have the special paper, but we're going to send some of the stuff by email to Mr. Rattigan. And then when we get the special paper, so he's betwixt and between himself. But in any event, we have nothing but time. So we're going to wait and we're going to get that information because we need to know where all these funds went, because we don't believe that they went to the places where they were earmarked to go. Stay tuned for that. Tonight at midnight, and Andre, this is for you as well. If you're up, please tune into Reggae Global Radio. And as we say, relax with the rebel.
So what's it going to specially tonight?
Tonight is request night. So I will play 2 hours of requests. Isat big on the chart because almost for the last 2-3 weeks, people are requesting I'm play and tune them. Whatever genre, don't care. It's for the people. We have about 12 to 14,000 people listening every Saturday night, and in the chat they ask for, for me to play their requests, and we've been at, but I've been playing mostly my songs that I like. But tonight we're going to play 2 hours of your requests. Now I have some requests already because I've been compiling them over the past several weeks. But feel free if you want to put your requests in now or later on tonight. We have plenty of time. So join me tonight. And again, as we say, relax with the rebel as I play your selections. Shout out, big up Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Russell and the family from South Africa, Ma P, Ma Jean, Desmond, Paul, Michelle, Mrs. Nelson, Mr. Baxter, big up yourself and Angela. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, Kier Monroe and James, can't forget that, man. The Firehouse crew, B&B crew from Queens, the Waterhouse Vibes crew, the Rollington crew, Stacey General, the Dirty 30. All of you watching us from the privacy of your home.
The Partner Draw crew.
Partner Draw crew, big up on yourself.
The Context Matters crew.
Of course. You know what I'm saying? Rasclem, big up yourself, the man who start this thing here in the diaspora. Big up yourself. Linkage Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV, Wayne TV, Dalton and the Taxi Crew, Gandhi Road, Tony, Bunny Jump, Cora and the Princess. My four blood sisters. Now big up on yourself. Jenny, get well soon. Merlin, Dorrit. And by the way, people, Dorrit ran in the recent elections and she came in third with little to no resources in Manchester. So big up yourself.
She ran as
Dorrit.
an independent candidate. She come last.
Yeah. Yeah?
She come
third.
last.
She come third. Third. Around here. She came in third. And she had little more resources. Just remember that. And big up all the supporters, the well-wishers, and the advisors. Big up everybody. Of course, don't forget to tune in tomorrow at 3 o'clock to Waterhouse Vibes on YouTube. Of course, Andre has his regularly scheduled program. Tomorrow night at 7, we have Wayne Lonesome. You can't miss it because we know exactly what we're going to talk about, and it will be quite interesting. And of course, don't forget to check out Isat Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters. Big up all of the Context Matters people them. And it will be on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7. Tune into that. The radio station, I want to read out the disclaimer. The opinions you hear today regarding the presentations will be that of the individual presenters only and is not endorsed or promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. No, family, this past Monday, we had an election in Jamaica. And by all accounts, the counting of votes was chaotic and a travesty of the process. Complaints are lodged about the Electoral Commission and the media, and the complaints seem to be justified. Today, we're going to focus on the results and what they mean for the political parties, the voters, and the future of Jamaica. We will continue our discussion regarding the right of the diaspora to vote in Jamaican elections. Touchy subject, but that's why we're here. We want to enlighten people. We want to educate people so that you can make an informed decision about what you're going to do. We also will talk about the validity of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and other pertinent topics. Now, I joined the conversation late, but I heard Isat and Andre and Kevin talking about the results and how do you interpret the results. And people are asking, hey, what's my view on it? Frankly speaking, I only care about the people. I don't care about who win or who lose. I just want to make sure that whoever is elected, that they're going to take care of the people and that the people voted. They voted their conscience. They didn't vote because of money. And we will get to that because there's a law that most of you, I'm going to go through it. Most of you have never heard of it, a Jamaican law. But we're going to go through it. But let me just read something to you here. And it's the vision statement of the Electoral Commission. And here's what it says. It says, to become, this is their vision, to become a leading world-class election management body. Leading world-class election management body by optimizing and directing available resources to achieve greater transparency, credibility, integrity, and professionalism in election management and administration. Also, to vigorously promote the principles of fairness, accountability, and good governance, and to ensure that elections are conducted in accordance with the law, thereby giving effect to the will of the people. A whole heap of things there, which we won't do today. But suffice it to say that the vision statement, if that's the vision statement, the Electoral Commission is blind. Blind.
They're not blind.
Well, tell me why they're not blind.
They have the tenets in which they want to reach, but they're just grossly incompetent.
Well, that's why I said they're blind, because I was reading the vision statement. And I'm saying if this is their vision statement, they're blind, because it talks about all of these things that sound nice, they sound wonderful, and they sound pertinent, and they sound relevant. And they sound like they're coming from a democratic country with ideals and principles and laws and the Constitution to protect and provide and serve the people of the country. But then when you read this, you realize that it's just a bunch of well, it's not a bunch of nonsense, but their actions since Monday. They require a lot to be desired right now. So we'll just leave it at that until we have some young people coming on. We'll hear from them, what their feelings are about this election and what does it portend for the future. No, I was planning to do a presentation today, and I've been planning to do it for weeks. Isat must have tired of me and said, entitled "The Prime Minister, Corruption and Integrity Commission." Beautiful topic, and the research has been done. But here's what happened. There have been some recent developments just this week that require scrutiny. And as a result, I cannot do it today because there's a person that I have to contact to do it with. So bear with me. So next week I plan to do it. I also plan to have Roland. And I know Roland, listen to me and your family from the UK. I'm going to have you next week prepared to come on the program as my guest to talk about a fraudulent land matter that has resulted in the loss of family property, and also talk about your quest to get justice from the government of Jamaica and your quest spans what? The Ministry of Justice to Integrity Commission and including, I think you went to the Privy Council at one point. So Roland, I need you to come on next week because people won't believe this story. They have to hear it from you. Oh, Megawatts, I make promise like the promise. No, Megawatt. But you know what, Megawatt, I have the material in it right here, but something came up this week that is going to make it more interesting. So it doesn't make sense for me to go now and then get the person because there's somebody who has some breaking news. Doesn't make sense for me to do it now and go back and get them next week and come back. But I have the material here. Oh, by the way, we could play this thing, huh?
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Yes, we always have to start with that, and at some point we play it throughout the program. I've often said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. And that came from the mouth of the Minister of Information, Robert Nesta Morgan. I also want to play you this.
This week he was silent.
It was silent.
Yeah, man.
I wonder why.
We talk about Isat.
You see that one Jamaica legal defense fund,
But
it's Andre, the dirty 30 people, you see.
Let me play this.
I was talking about locally. He made a statement that as long as he's MP, Romain Morris will never be able to become a councillor. And Romain Morris defied the odds and is still a councillor. And nobody has heard from him since then. He has been very silent.
Well, there's reason for them not to have heard from him before that and since. But Isat will go into that. But let me just play this because some people have been talking to me and they've been saying, be careful when you come out and you talk against the government and all of this stuff. Let me just play this clip.
Declare that you are going to fight against corruption, even if you are the president. Corruption is such an enterprise that there will be no shortage of individuals who want to liquidate you and to eliminate you altogether, because corruption is a big industry. People pay school fees, people enjoy good life on the basis of corruption. So that those who have declared themselves to be in the forefront against corruption, like President Magufuli and your own President Buhari, must know that they are on the line of fire and they can be eliminated anytime.
Okay. Can be eliminated anytime for trying to fight corruption. Now, people have spoken to me about my security and so on and so forth. Now, I'll play you this video, very short video, from Julius Malema. I don't always agree with some of the things that he said, but this, I agree with him 100%.
Life is difficult, but you must soldier on. Don't give up. If you are a coward, you don't belong here. But if you fight, even when things are difficult, you keep on fighting. This is your home. welcome to the home of black people who never give up, who keep on soldiering on. Even when it is difficult, we keep on soldiering on. One day we shall arrive because we know we have a future, and that future is what we make of it now. No one is going to destroy us because we have an appointment with that future. A very important appointment with the future. And you are not going to stop me into making it into that appointment with the future.
That's my feeling. They're not going to stop me. And so I'm moving forward. Don't have side mirrors. Don't have a rear view mirror. Just a windshield. Because I'm doing this not for me. I'm doing this for the people. And I'm standing on the shoulders of great people. People who died, suffered, so that I could have the chance to speak to you today about these issues. Now, inquiring minds are asking about the welfare of Minister of Information, Robert Morgan, because he's been awfully quiet. I've also been asked about the legal situation between us. And on the advice of learned counsel, I will make no statement except to say I will defer the matter to learned counsel. And at this point, I will yield the floor to learned counsel.
So I don't try cases in the media. Save up to say that whether you don't even have to be a politician, you know, we have a lot of irresponsible people on the social space. And I don't know for what. I don't know if it's because this chopping thing has become a very, very negative thing in the Jamaican space. But when you're a choppy line and you do things, you find yourself in places you're not supposed to be. When you have your good office, and then next thing you know, you're saying things you're not supposed to say. Defamation is a serious thing that takes place on the internet. And there are times when you cannot let it go by. And there are also times that when you get the opportunity to apologize, it must be genuine, and people must respect the position that they hold. And I was very saddened that with all the work that you do, even though you are a part of the Dirty 30, which is it's so bad for Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? They're responsible for all that is bad in Jamaica. But to say that he did overstep his bounds, and based on that, you were constrained, and by your instruction, we would have filed suit against him. So he now has a matter in the court for putting out misinformation. The irony is that the Minister of Information has put out misinformation against you and has defamed your character, and that will be a matter for the court to determine. And I assure you, you have standing, yeah. The Privy Council, the Privy Council has also settled that if Tavares was here, Jeffrey would have said what the Vavavoms and the Vuvavis would have to say when they do have standing. Well, the Privy Council, our final court, they have said, yeah, standing is a must. So don't worry about standing. You have a case, and the one Jamaica Legal Defense Fund will certainly be laughing at the end of it. And we don't need to speak any further on that. Just watch the ride. And when it comes to litigation, don't watch the media either. They like to use words like bid and throw out and dashway because their vocabulary is very limited for sensationalism purposes. But with litigation, especially coming from this platform, litigation not done until it reach Privy Council. So all who have the opportunities to get it right, whether the first time or the second time, ought to do so. It's not a threat. It's just to say that we deal with the law, not emotions. All right?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I see Jeff in the chat room. Vumba V. All right. Now, protest update. We are in the planning stages of setting up a presentation for a couple colleges up in New York. We want to speak to the students, make them aware of what's going on, and prepare them for the May 10th rally at the corner of 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. So we're in contact with the police. We don't see any problems there. We're going to get our permit. And the other things, the logistics stuff of it, that part of it, we're taking care of that. In fact, the presentation to the students will be about the effects of corruption and incompetence on the Jamaican education system. So that's going to be quite interesting. I see we have with students them here. Some of them, I see Akeelim Ishmael is here. I'll bring them on. Hold on one second, guys. Let me just get to a few more things here. The travel advisory is still in place, by the way, and is having concerning effects on the tourism industry. And as you're aware, Ambassador Marks placed some of the blame on the Dirty 30. I'm wondering, what will she say on and after May 10th? Family, make sure you come out on May 10th in New York and be a part of history. This will be the first time in the history of Jamaica that a diaspora group has protested against the Jamaican government in New York. And as mentioned, the protest will take place at the corner of 2nd Avenue and East 42nd Street in Manhattan from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So if you have to call your boss and take the day off from May 10th, you need to do it now. Don't wait till the week off. If you need to make some travel arrangements, you need to do it now. Whatever you need to do, you need to. Oh, somebody said the dirty 1,000. Well, that would be great. And the good thing is that the building is on the corner, so the protest can actually wrap around the corner. It's not just in front of it's not the entrance. Actually, the entrance is on 2nd Avenue. The address is on 42nd Street, but it's right on the corner, so we have plenty of room. Yeah, Durban is here too. All right. Just let me just finish this little piece. It kind of bother me, you know, so I need to get it out. Some members of the diaspora, while acknowledging the issues we're complaining about, they have condemned the protests. Yet, when asked about their plans to address the same issues, they're speechless. They need to realize that there is no one group that speaks for the 200 plus diaspora groups in the US. I think it's 235 groups in the US. And no one group speaks for the entire number of groups here. We speak for our corner of the diaspora. If they're saying that we don't speak for them, that's fine. We can live with that. That's okay. We speak for our corner. And our corner is in support of the marginalized people in Jamaica. We could care less about invitations to cocktail parties and snuggling up to government officials and business titans. If I, Wilfred Samuel Rattigan, if I don't go to another cocktail party, I'll be fine, because I've attended many of them in places like the UK, the US, Canada, Hungary, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Oman, Yemen, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Thailand, South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Zambia, Germany, Singapore, and The Hague. I've been to cocktail parties in all of those places and many more places. So if I don't go to another one, no bother me. So it's not going to take a lot more. It's going to take a lot more than cocktail parties or cozying up to government officials to impress me. And one of the reasons why I make it abundantly clear in terms of the places I've been and the parties is because of what they're behind me. Somebody come from right behind me, huh? We don't have no business in other places than when we just don't mention. Yet, we make it there. Right? And we make it. And so I stand here declaring to you people in Jamaica that you have my support. Come what may. And I'm going to fight like crazy, like I've never fought before. And believe me, put up some serious fight. The people who know my history, including the Minister of Information, them know my history. Them sister, me knocking teeth, me kick out teeth, me fight until there's no more fight. And then when there's no more fight, that's it. But as long as there's breath, you know what I mean, me I go fight. So all of the diaspora, that the other people will run up their mouth and things like that. That's fine. That's okay. You know, them can stay over there and criticize because they don't have any solutions. So to those who are concerned, if you're going to criticize, be prepared to submit a better idea than the one that I'm proposing and the dirty 30. Be prepared to provide ideas. I used to tell when I was a supervisor in the FBI, when I was the assistant special agent in charge, I used to tell the people below me that, listen, my idea is to come up, my job is to come up with ideas. And when I come up with ideas, if you don't like them, feel free, criticize me. But you better make sure you have one for propose, because you cannot criticize me and don't have an idea. And I make that statement clear from the outset. I never had an issue with them. I never had an issue, because whenever they criticize, they always come up with ideas. And I tell you what, a lot of times they come up with better ideas than the one I proposed. But you see, you have to get people into the idea that, you know, do your research, discuss the issue, and when you get ready to criticize, make sure you have a plan. The dirty 30, we are willing and open to ideas, but we will not be deterred by the hypocrites and those wedded to the idea that the government of Jamaica and the ambassador are immune to criticism. We will continue to criticize because we want the best out of them so that Jamaica can prosper. Remember that word, prosper. I think it's Andre who coined that prosperity thing for them. But
Rattigan, leave me alone, man.
But that is what we want. And the whole purpose of criticizing is to have people make a course correction and do what's right for the people of Jamaica. And when they fail to do that, then you protest, right? For all of those who would criticize, if you're unaware of the issues, listen, ask questions, be or become educated, develop an alternative to what you're hearing, and then condemn and propose. But to just condemn and run, go hide, no. Even if you condemn and stand your ground, we're not paying attention to you. So that's that. The foreign ministry has not answered my 11 outstanding questions that are focused on the legality and the administration of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Now, here's some news. It appears that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is being investigated by the U.S. government.
What?
I got that word this week. I hope that the investigation is completed without any adverse consequences. I hope so. However, I believe that if there's an investigation, and like I said, I'm hearing this because the government is actually talking to people and people are talking to other people. So I believe that if there is an investigation, people will talk about people and the fallout is going to be interesting. So, having said that, let me bring on this panel of young people who them are going to run the country. Let me see. We have Akilim, we have Ishmael. Ishmael, show your face, brother. And we have Dervin. All right, Akilim, welcome. Dervin, see you there? Yeah.
Greetings, sir.
Yes, good evening.
Greetings, brother Akilim.
We're at Ishmael there. But anyway, here's what happened.
We out here, man. We out here without fear.
Yes, brother Ishmael. Live and living color.
Good. Now here's what happened. You have a distinguished panel, I know.
You see, you Ishmael, I should have brought the ice and tell Jamaica, oh.
We don't want one big Isat shirt.
Oh boy.
Go ahead, Andre. You're about to say something.
Oh, me, sir?
No, Andre.
Oh.
No, I was saying that Ishmael is the biggest bandul and bandbagging that I know.
That's on personal, man. That's on personal.
So can't come here, Andre, man.
No,
so
man.
Andre, remember my father, you know, just cool.
No, man. No, man, I'm not going to burst the bubble, man. I'm not going to burst the bubble. I'll leave you to time.
All right. Here's what happened now. We just had an election, and Dervin, you and Ishmael, Akilim's first time. Welcome again, Akilim. But Ishmael and Dervin, you guys have been here to talk about the role of young people in charting the course, future of Jamaica, and that or don't exist. So you know the drill. Now we just had a this past Monday, and people are still fighting about who won, who lost. Durbin, let me start with you. Is that important? Who won or who lost? Or you just look at the tabulation and just say, okay, that the PNP has made great strides over since the last election to now, and particularly over the last year, because they were declared to be a dead party about 2 years ago. So give us your impression on that.
All right. From my analysis and looking at everything, technically PNP won. Mark Golding has won, in the sense that many persons never view Mr. Mark Golding as viable to go against the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Andrew Holness, who has lost considerable political points and favorability from the populace, due to the fact that so many things happened under his watch as the chief servant of this country. The illicit six is yet to be known. The whole SSL matter is still up in the air, right? The big corruption which was busted open by Madam Auditor General of the 3 ministries, which includes the office of the Prime Minister. Never in the history of this country did we have the office of the Prime Minister being accused of funds that cannot be accounted for. We only knew about both the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education. And everybody who knows the government structure knows that Ministry of Education is the laughing stock of government, because it has been a feeding tree for many over the years.
What do you mean by a feeding tree? That sounds so interesting. Expound.
Feeding tree in terms of
Royal Reid and him family.
That is a classic example. Yeah, that is a classic example, right? Monies that are being unaccounted for.
Royal Reid helper.
All right, Mr. Stevens.
Kim Lawrence. Otney Lawrence.
Oh, yeah. Miss Kim Brown Lawrence. I think that she won Brownstone Division and not sure for the local government election.
But we are going to hit a lot of them the Ministry of Education feed. Who never get contract, get this and that and reality. And I don't think the Ministry of Education has been audited properly.
No, it is not.
Because
it is not. Trust me. I some things that I've been hearing from certain people, but I will not say it here. But
I can't say it. I'm afraid of them. I may have big attorney for the
It's not a matter of being afraid, you know. You see, and Mr. Isat.
Isat ready to defend.
Mr. Isat and Mr. Rattigan knows very well that I have a law background, so I know that in order for me to come out and say certain things, I will have to have the proofs to stand up in court. I cannot go by hearsay, but we only can go by the little information that we've been getting from certain sources, especially Madam Auditor General, who has revealed to the country that a lot of money has been lost, and the Royal Reid matter, etc. Hence, it is just indicative that this country, under the present leadership, leaves a lot to be desired. And it doesn't matter you want to say, the EOJ says, yes, numerically, the JLP won. Right. But remember, there was a tie in the most powerful municipality in Jamaica, which is a highly prized municipality, which is a KSMC, right? And even though there was a deadlock between both, the popular vote won, which indicates that the leader of opposition has won, but also the people has sent a stern rebuke towards the government, repudiated the government to say what you're doing is wrong, and it has given the government a literal wake-up call. As a matter of fact, I believe the electorate has given the government a serious warning. If they don't pull up them socks, general election, you're going down. That is what I have interpreted from it, right?
Hold on.
Yeah.
1 second. Let me just bring in Ishmael. Hold the point. No, I don't want you to lose it.
Right.
Are you want to finish it? You're close to finishing?
You can go. I hope I don't forget it though.
All right. Ishmael, your
Yeah.
turn.
Honestly, I prefer Akilim to go first.
All right, Akilim.
You never said this man easy. He love Golasi.
Veterans preference. Yeah, in my veteran upon the program, so he can dictate to somebody coming after. Akilim, you're up, sir.
Oh God.
Okay. So I share the same sentiment to Dervin in regards to what this election means for the country and moving forward into the next general election, and the changes that have happened from previous election to present. It shows the sentiment of the people towards the government. It also shows even the fact that the numbers have increased, because the last 2 elections we had a low voter turnout, very low. This is also could be considered a low voter turnout because it's not even 50% of the population, but it's 29% of our population. It's much larger than the last one, which indicate that persons are.
Oh, Jesus, Akilim gone.
Akilim, we have a problem with microphone.
Your microphone, brother.
It's not, yeah.
My mic, are you hearing me better now?
Loud and clear.
All right, great. What was my train of thought? Apologies.
No, you're talking
I was just.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so with the message that it gets across with the 29%, with the 29% of our population that now came out and vote, showing the People's National Party gaining a whole of 40,000 voters on its side. That's basically spinning the whole political field on its axis, saying that, hey, you went into the office with a large support. Remember, he clean sweep the place the last election. Mm-hmm. Low voter turnout general election, he clean sweep it. And now we're seeing that these various areas, even at the local level, at the division level, they're all turning their back on you and moving into the other side against you, indicate that the current government the people feel like on an intimate level, to which the division level is, government has failed them, and as such they're turning their back on him. It also gives touch to more perspective in regards it gives you more think what will happen general election and what would the youth do on general election, because a lot of us are just becoming 18, and what would the vote turnout be at that time? If it increased now, I can expect an increase in general election, and it may not be in favor of the government. It might be in the favor of the opposition. Mm-hmm. Who win this election doesn't really matter. It looks at the information you get from it. The information you get from it, that is what's important. How many seats, how many divisions that were conquered by the People's National Party, how many flipped from to conquer this much, how many flipped from the Jamaican Labour Party to the People's National Party, how many, and knowing that the Prime Minister went out and campaigned like a national election, just like the opposition, went out like it was a general election. He went out even a division to which he was in at 2:00 the night. He lost that division. So those matters are really things to take in consideration, even though they're seeing him and he's out there shaking hands with them. Normally the leader of the country tends to have a lot of capital. when they go out to public, the people always they just want the fact that they saw him, they'll support him or her who's the leader of whatever country. That tends to happen a lot. But the fact that he was out there till late and still didn't win that seat indicate that, hey, your president didn't change the opinion of the people.
All right. Yeah, Keelan,
Of their country. Or your
yeah, we're having some
I
mic
rest my
problems.
case.
This segment is brought to you by Starlink. Get your Starlink today.
And the next section will be brought to you by KFC. Ishmael, your take.
Yeah. So the good thing is that I'm surrounded with so much brilliant minds, and that we can read, we can read into things. And as Isat always say, context matters. Also, good evening, everybody. Good evening to the almost 3,000 devices, because I'm sure it's more than that watching. It is very important that we understand the first takeaway from this particular local government election. And that takeaway is, in 2020, we made the worst mistake as a people in allowing this current government to have a majority. And in them having a majority in parliament, it means that they could tinker, change, implement whatever it is that they want to. And it's unfortunate that we're reaping the fruits of that now. And I say that, in the context of what happened earlier this week. Let me preface that by saying about 3 weeks or a little under 3 weeks before the election was announced, there was a massive debate around the political ombudsman's office. And regardless of what the opposition did, and I need people to understand this, it don't matter what the opposition did, it would have been law, because it's just 14 of them. They don't have 2/3 majority. Having said that, this particular election obviously brought into question the individualism and the ego of our current government, because having a particular, I wish, Rattigan, you could, pull up the Roper Act that speaks to the functions of the EOJ. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not a lawyer, Isat guide me. The primary function of EOJ is to ensure that an election is run smoothly and you have a government or you have a local authority at the end of the polls, right? While that has been, it brings into question, the process in relation to finding those particular, to coming into those goals. And it's an issue, because while we, Jamaicans are very competitive and you need a winner and a loser, it is an indictment upon the office of the EOJ to not have declared somebody. And I will never blame any political party for that, because the role of the EOJ is to ensure that it is clear who won and who lost. You can never have 6 people sitting on, 5 bright minds and just a regular youth, talking about who won or who lost or whatever, who drink milk or who a thief, whatever the case is. And it shows the trajectory of our leadership in this country, one, and it shows that regardless of what you want to think, it leaves the question in your head is of is the EOJ being tampered with? Because if the director of the EOJ, you know, today's the 3rd, more than a week, more than 7 days after the election, you know, not being able to declare a winner and using ambiguous, you know, rhetoric. It's very troubling. It's very troubling. Because as far as we know, we learned that 1 + 1 = 2. And if you're going to use Pythagoras theorem and tell me that 1 + 1 can also equal 11, it's very. I am very confused. I am very confused. Okay. So I think it's an indictment upon the office of the EOJ. It's also an indictment upon the government of the day, because it shows, unfortunately, that every office they touch, there is an issue with after they have even touched it.
Okay. All right. Well, let me segue to Dervin and have him finish up the point that he was originally making. Dervin.
Yes, sir. I was saying it was a stern rebuke towards the Prime Minister for the administration of the country's affairs of this nation. And it's a wake-up call, and he needs to look at the current state of affairs in his party, because in the next few months that we have before we are constitutionally due for a general election, he may be unelectable, and there could be the high possibility that a coup may start in the party itself. A coup.
Well, when you say he's unelectable, are you speaking about him in his personal capacity, or are you speaking about his government? Or actually, it's our government.
No, it's both. Both. Remember, you know, the JLP campaigned on him.
Okay.
Right. So they were counting on him, the person, because they know he has created the last election, the bro god image. That is how he won by a landslide. But due to now what has happened, what has transpired, he has lost a lot of political points, a lot of political capital. Even though the local government elections, I could see the ads that they were still using him to campaign on him to try and win the local government election. And it has starkly shown that he is at risk of being unelectable due to the various crises. And especially remember, you know, another hubris that is hanging over his head, his declaration, his statutory declaration.
Right.
The opposition leader declared his statutory declaration, so everybody knows where his money and his business and the amount of money that he's making, whatever, millions, billions, I don't care.
But to defend the Prime Minister, it's easy to put in a declaration when you're broke and not the money. Sometimes when I'm counting money, it's very difficult for me to put it all in one place and declare it at the same time. So his declaration is going to take some time because he's the richest man in the Caribbean. So have some respect for the Prime Minister. And I want this panel starting to feel.
Yo, I want to Isat in them about defending Prime Minister, you know.
Associated with the dirty. Have some respect for the Prime Minister.
Yeah, man, defending Prime Minister, man. Defend the Prime Minister, man.
Yeah, I said it. But you can't beat me.
Because Andre is a popular commentator. He has the his finger on the pulse of what's going on. He's attended some of the campaign events, and so I'd like to hear from him about his take on especially in light of what all three of you just said. If he agrees with you, or if he thinks that there's something else that you guys are missing. Andre.
In relation to Dervin, you said that based on what has happened, it would make it seem as though the Prime Minister is unelectable. I would say to you that, and I think Isat said it earlier in the program, to know that you really captured 7 local parish councils and you're unfavorable, it means that Jamaicans still believe in the Prime Minister. I'm still appalled that he's still disfavorable and he still remains the most popular leader in this time because the polls suggest it. But my concern is that knowing him and having worked for him for years, you're going to see a side of Andrew Holness for the next 12 to 16 months that you have never seen before. Because his political mantra is a ugly win is a better than a pretty loss. And they will do everything in their powers to win the next election. They're not going to be the nice guy and we're going to sit down, and they're going to launch an attack on Mark Golding that we have never seen before. They're going to launch an attack on the People's National Party. And what I'm worried about is, Mr. Rattigan, they're just coming out of midterm. A lot of projects have been incomplete. With the projects to be completed now, and they have had that base of 280,000 people voting for them, I believe with how politically smart the Prime Minister can be, his messaging over the next 12 months will slowly be focused on the undecided voter. The JLP over the years has always done better at communicating to the undecided voter. They have always found attractive ways to reach out and appeal to the undecided voter. The People's National Party over the years has always consolidated its base. The base of the People's National Party is now alive. But for a general election, my concern is, will the People's National Party be able, Mr. Rattigan, to reach out to the undecided voter, to reach out to that voter, to connect with them, not on a message, because time come cannot be the message for general election. Ishmael gave us a Operation Save Jamaica,
Operation Rescue Jamaica.
Rescue Jamaica. But my point is, there needs to be a message coming from the PNP. Not a message about time come. Time come is just euphoric. We need something more than that. We need something more than that. We need to talk about bread and butter. We need to talk about development. We need to talk about international affairs. We need to talk about improving the education, improving healthcare, improving the road infrastructure. There are so many things that need to be spoken about. So Operation Rescue Jamaica, to me, would be a good thing where the PNP needs to now carry their message across Jamaica. And I don't want to hear about a manifesto in general elections 2 weeks before an election, Mr. Rattigan. You would agree? I believe the People's Manifesto needs to be carried around the island and a consultation happen with the people. You can carry highlights of the manifesto 2 weeks of the things you will add to it. But I believe the discussion needs to be had right now, presently, about how we're going to fix Jamaica. There are 2,000 odd plus roads that needs to be fixed. The issue about water distribution and water coming across the island is a big thing that needs to talk about. Because imagine we are the first country in the Western Hemisphere to talk about light being in Black River. But at the same time, a lot of people still without electricity. So things of this sort needs to be on the forefront of the discussions that to be had. The local government elections has passed. I'm looking forward to some serious audits of the municipalities, because when you did audit Manchester, them say almost 500 million did disappear under PNP administration in Manchester. I want to know what it's like in the various municipalities across Jamaica, Mr. Rattigan, because they have been unaudited for the past 7-8 years. And can you imagine of how many misappropriation of funds we're talking about? And in case the KCC for me needs to be audited, particularly for the building permits that have been approved. We need to know further about those building permits that have been approved. It's not anything normal, and I'm not going to be one of those bloggers that sit down and we want to know about the building permits in the KCC for the past 8 years.
Can you see that go to
Because
magisterial recount?
so
So
many
any building permits you want to know about, we have to wait until the court rule pass. And you see that go magisterial recount with everything
well,
that
mayor will still have to be sworn in.
I think it's important.
A mayor will still have to be.
Well,
the audits are important.
But one thing though, Andrew,
the audits. This is my final thing to say though, because I have to leave here for 5 o'clock. I have to go rush to do some things on the road. But the audits are important, Mr. Rattigan. It can't be that people just run out of municipality and we don't know how the funds have been spent. And you know what I want to see again? You remember one time, Ishmael, I don't remember, we normally have mayors who have town hall meetings. We have not had a town hall meeting of our mayors.
And I notice this is not this isn't something that this government not really uses, and I can't understand why. It was always something that would have happened, but we don't know why. A long time I don't see one. Long time.
Maybe there's a fear that you may have some upstanding citizens who will challenge them.
You remember the last time? Remember the last time we had one like that, and the Prime Minister allegedly, you know.
You're talking about the young man who was asking about the needs, and he said he will not.
And as far as what is the meaning of an elected official? Because as far as I'm concerned, you're a servant of the people and not a ruler.
Right, before we answer,
somebody with experience, please explain that to me. Because I feel like I'm being governed by a ruler and not a servant with my own money.
Before we answer that, Ishmael, I'd like to make a quick comment about what Andre said about the what the PNP needs to do and what the JLP, is going to do. I'm constantly reminded that this prime minister is wounded and he has a lot of baggage. So for him to carry that message, them said this old phrase that the monkey climbs, the more he's exposed, and he's very well exposed right now. So I think I don't think it's gonna be one of those cases he's gonna launch, and from the other side, nobody's gonna retaliate. I think they're gonna go after him. I mean, but even without them going after him, we in the diaspora, we're going after him, and we're going after him for this, for the way that he's conducted his role as prime minister of the country, for the many promises, for the many unfulfilled promises, for his statutory declarations. Those are the things we're going to go after him, and we're going to continue to go after him for that, because these are things that you have to investigate these things, and you must come to a conclusion. You cannot have a prime minister where it's 3 years now. It's the end of this month. His statutory declaration for 2023 will be due, and yet still we don't hear anything about 2022 and 2021, except that we saw, and I'll talk more about it next week, where the Integrity Commission, they're still asking for questions, and what we need to find out is where exactly is his statutory declaration. Because it could be at the complaint section, or it could be with investigative section. We don't know. Or it could also be with the corruption prosecutor, or with the commission. We don't know. Right? Or with the DPP. We don't know. Or with the parliament. Because
the
remember,
it's up in the air. I call them matters like those are all up in the air. We call them up in the air and waiting for a response.
Exactly. But since Andre has to go, I want to give him the floor, because he said he has to leave at 5. So I want to give him, if he wants to take the next 5 minutes and explain what's going on, what the plan should be, then that's fine. The floor is yours, sir.
But just one point before you start.
Well, as I said,
Prime Minister doesn't make promises, he makes commitments. So you just need to get off the Prime Minister. No, get off his back. Go ahead.
Hold on. No.
Context matters. Context matters.
But here's the thing.
First 100 days, if it doesn't happen, doesn't mean he's still not committed. It's any 100 days on the first time of every month.
Let me ask you this. When did the promises change to commitments? When? Because they weren't always commitments.
After the 100 days, it changed commitment. You're not listening to Isat, man.
There's a system.
Nah, listen, man.
Massive. You have to just do it. We build legacy.
You never follow the story.
Andre, the floor is yours, sir.
You know, as I said before, Jamaicans want more. We want more for our country and we need more for our leaders. And what we're getting is not enough. I think the sensational politics has really moved away. Nobody don't really want that politics anymore, apart from those who running up and down on the campaign trail. But I want a message for the future. I don't know about you, Mr. Rattigan, but we champion the call for a better Jamaica every day. But we want a message for the future. We want a message that will resonate. I am tired to see so many young people who are unattached and dispossessed on the road. I'm concerned about the way our education system has been operating for the 30, 40 plus years. I think the education system of Jamaica needs to be revolutionized because the jobs of the 21st century is not what is being taught in our schools. It's not just about STEM, it's about a new diversion and diversification of the education system. We need some consultants and we need some people who are revolutionary in the education system. I am very concerned about garbage disposal in our country and how we manage waste. There's a lot of money that can come from waste management, but I don't believe that waste management is being handled properly. The country's dirty, stink and nasty. If you go down to the market right now, it has rained today. Can you imagine how filthy the markets are? And the women down there under poor sanitary conditions, they don't have anywhere that they can go to use a bathroom like Alice, and then probably have to go somewhere else and go set the thing in somewhere that is not sanitary. So these are things, Mr. Rattigan. It's so many things that we have to address and discuss on this platform. That is so much. But the issue of accountability and transparency is a big one. We want to know, I don't know about you, but I believe in the first 100 or 200 days as mayor of Kingston, we want to know about the permits. We want to know if they're being complied with, because I don't believe that it's only one person that has built apartments outside of the schism that they must build. Remember the one with Mark Barnett? If Mark Barnett has done it, I believe others are doing it or have done it. So I believe that building permits need to be looked at adequately. I would ask for an independent commission of inquiry into the office of the mayors across Jamaica, not just the KSAC, PNP case, municipality, GLP municipality, because I believe that the people's money is important, and the people's money for a very long time have been abused, and misused. Like, for instance, Dennis Meadows said recently that the amount of checks that were coming out of the Trelawney Parish Council in the last local government election, 1.6 million 400,000, it's just checking out. What are the purposes of all of those funds coming out of parish council? That is something that we must talk about, you know. How parish councils across Jamaica were blatantly checking out monies across Jamaica for electoral purposes. And people don't have roads, people don't have water, people don't have proper garbage disposal. But monies were taken out of parish councils to just win elections. These are things that we need to look at. And I wish I had some more time to spend on the amount of nepotism happening in our parish councils. Because if in 2019 you could have identified almost 500 million in Manchester Parish Council that is unaccounted for. Can you imagine right across Jamaica? Can you imagine what has happened in Portland when you have a mayor that can't check? Can you imagine what has happened in St. Anne because there were some problems in St. Anne why the mayor had to resign? Can you imagine what has happened in Montego Bay? Can you imagine what has happened in Westmoreland and Hanover? So these are things that we need to address. And I'm going to send a draft today to the POCJ. The POCJ can come out only for Mr. Meadows. The POCJ needs to set a standard, the Isat Buchanan standard for what is right and what should be selective way of coming out on matters and civil rights groups in this country. And I am calling for all of those who speak up, not just because of the Dennis Meadows thing, but or the Warmington thing. They need to set up precedents of acceptable standards of governance in this country. Those are my few words for this evening. And I'll join back next 2 weeks as I make my contribution once more.
Thank you so much.
Andre, as you're speaking, I think the world, I think the country itself has realized the need for accountability and the need to. I think Mark himself has also recognized same. But before going to Mark, I think the country itself has recognized the need for a change. That's why the time comes slogan was so fitting at the moment. And it's clearly time come because 40,000 Jamaicans switch over to the People's National Party for the local government election, increase their numbers in regards to the amount of voters towards the party. So in and of itself, the Jamaican people have recognized that there are some inconsistency, inaccuracy, and accountability that is over the Jamaican Labour Party side, the current administration, and has now put their focus into a party that they believe will provide them with some accountability, some understanding of what's going on. An example where Mara comments made or activity that are some scrutiny that they may be under or being investigated. Remove them as what we think any good leader would do once your party is under any criminal investigation. Remember, their teams under any criminal investigation, they're supposed to be serving in public interest. Yes, Ismail. Once you're an elected official, you serve at the interest of the people, not yourself, not your conscience, not yourself and not other private groups' conscience, but at the interest of the people that put you in power. Never can get mad for versions of that. But anyway, with that said, the people are clearly coming up and making their voice heard. I'm just waiting for the next general election for that same voice to be heard. I'm expecting an increase in number because at this point, more people will accept that local government is really for local issues, not national issues. But the general election is where the full force comes out, where you start to criticize the government itself for its incompetency and all the good and bad that he has done, and then you may cast your vote based on those opinions. I've also accepted so far that there's no such thing in this local government election and the last general election. This local government election has taught me that there's no such thing as a safe seat. There's no safe division. There is no die-hearted position at this point. The country is changing. This is what the country is showing signs of change, are considered to be safe seats, are being flipped, are being changed as elections go by. So I'm saying the country has become wiser. So we're looking for the accountability standard will become a thing. Will become, I think, probably not immediately, but will become as we gradually grow. The people of the country, our 3 million population, will start to accept the fact, to start to come to realization that they have the power. We are the power. The person who we elect are our representative. They don't have the power. They are our representative. They speak our voices and make decision in our best interests, which would deem the best interest of the country.
All right, Akilim, thanks. Let me stop you right there. Just say, a dear friend of mine just sent me something and he wanted me to read it. It's Jamaicans don't want more. Jamaicans deserve better. This current government is out of touch with the reality of the people. I think it's accurate. Let me take the time just to welcome Sashana. Thank you for joining us. It's your first time here. Yeah, we regard you as a sister, but just feel comfortable with our brothers here, all right? We've been talking about the perception of young people.
I have to leave now. So it was a pleasure being here, and we'll catch up again, Jamaica.
All right, take care. Be well, Andre. All right. Yeah. So we were just talking about how do young people view this election, this past election? Is it a referendum on the government? And going forward, what would you like to see in terms of a future for Jamaica?
Okay. Thank you for having me, first of all, and I definitely appreciate being here. Well, as a young person, myself being in the space, I am a university student, so I'm usually in the space of younger persons and people on social media, and I look out and see like what they're talking about. And for this election that just went by, I can say one of the major emotions that stand out for young people is confusion, because the different departments, the different systems that are supposed to be in place to make sure that all the ballots are counted, everybody is like all the councillors are in place in less than 2 days. Like that was very confusing, and a lot of people, I saw one meme that said congratulations to JLP and the PNP for winning the elections. So they're like both parties, it's very confusing, and I feel like that's one of the things that stand out from this local election. But in general, I feel like young people's attitude towards politics has been, it's a more of a distasteful one, and that's not new, but still the attitude towards politics shows that young people are not, they don't really care much about what's going on. And when you ask them, like I asked a question to one of my fellow classmates, I was like, why is it that you say you don't want to vote? They're like, I don't see anybody who's, going to serve me. I'm like, I understand, but isn't it your right to vote? Like, are you registered? Are you a registered person to vote? And they're like, yes, but both, it's lesser of two evils, and they don't really care to state an opinion. Their opinion won't matter, and things like that. So I can say like that there's a small section of young people who are passionate about it. I know people who are in the different branches of the youth parliament, and they're very passionate about getting the word out there to ask people, to tell people that voting, it's better to vote than not to vote. That's one of them. The whole voters apathy and the voters turnout is a different conversation, because people in general are straying away from voting. But I feel like as regards to this election, as I said before, the main thing that stands out is confusion amongst young people. They don't know what's going on. A decent amount don't understand what's going on, but there's a lot more young people that are actually engaging and interested in what's going on in the government. Yes, the local government too, but in the government and in politics on a whole. So I feel like understanding where to navigate the space, like what to do and how we can help as young people, that's one of the things that definitely should be educated or basically told to young people, like how can we help, how can we assist in these spheres, in these situations.
Let me ask you this, Shoshana, before I open it up to the panel. If young people are not attracted to the politics of the day, so they're not voting, and then voting takes place, and they say, "Oh, we're confused about what's going on."
Mhm.
What does this mean going for the future? Does it mean that they say, "Look, we're going to participate now," or will this further turn them off to say, "Well, see, I mean, they can't even tell us who won, who lost, so we just not really care because it's no better hearing, no better barrel." Or will they say, "You know what? I'm next time around, I'm going to vote to try and see if I can make a difference, and we can have some clarity and some certainty about what's going on."
Shiloh, no. Shiloh, are you hungry?
I feel like it's more so the first point that you made about saying that you see they don't even have their own things under control. Like I said, I try to like being a person that's actually interested in what's going on and I want to know what's going on. Like I remember putting a poll like on my Instagram and I'm like, um the Gleaner had released something about the number of for voters turnout, the percentage of voters turnout, and I was like, this shows that only 20-something% of Jamaica is engaged in or like they actually care about who is in place to represent them. And somebody responded, they were like, yeah, I'm not going to get my finger all blue for either party. I'm like, right, why do you say that, basically? I'm not sure if you're speaking. I was saying, why do you say that? And their comment was, as you said in the first point, is that they can't even give us a straight answer as to which party won the elections. They can't give us a straight answer as to which councillors are representing us because you have in certain divisions where one councillor came out on top by say 300 votes and then they recount and then all of a sudden that councillor lost like 200 votes and they're like, what happened to the votes? Like, are they not counting properly? Are they trying to rig the elections? Like, so many questions. And they're like, and then their answer usually coming out is like, see, this is why I don't vote in elections.
Yeah, but I'm going to open it up to now, but let me just make a quick comment that it's important for young people to realize that not voting is not the answer. You know, and you've heard politicians say that if you didn't vote, then you have no talk, because if you didn't decide, right, you didn't pick a position, and therefore whatever happens to you, you can't complain because you didn't try to make a difference. And so that's one of the things we're trying to do, at least on several platforms, including this one, which is to educate the young people, to let them know that they can't be turned off by just what they're seeing with the politics, because they are part of the process, constitutionally and otherwise. You're part of the process, and if you shirk your responsibility, then it's almost as if you have no right to come back later on and complain. Because when somebody says, "Well, did you vote? Did you try to make a difference?" and you said, "No, I didn't vote," then where do we go from there? Isat, floor is yours.
I'm listening to Sashana, and I just want to pick up from the point where all the things that I think that the opposition needs to do, and not recognizing that it's a simple thing, When we vote, somebody had said here earlier, and I didn't have the opportunity to respond, and they asked me why the middle class didn't vote. You see those little banners and balloons that they try to fit people in. They no longer exist. There is no middle class. That's a harsh reality. So when you're in school and Sashana says, I'm at the university because she's showing off. She's like, oh, you people who don't go to university because in the pocket broke and then they can't be up here. We don't need to vote because we're worried that we're eating cup soup and trying to survive. We're not gonna give up our cup soup to go vote for you people, especially if I'm at UWI and I have to go to Westmoreland. Not gonna happen. You're not gonna get my vote. These are things. This is in line with whether or not you're a university student and you're at Harvard. Why should I take a plane home to come vote for some lean boot person down in, I don't want to say the wrong place, I don't want to hear me say the people that in St. Mary lean. I'm not saying, but
Easy for call, brother.
yeah, but you get what I'm saying. It's just the dynamics of it, to just do something so simple and exercise your constitutional rights. That's something we should look about change. But here's the reality now. It's not rocket science, you know. We've been seeing it since the first time Andrew Holness win, where he's putting his face and putting out his hand and said, "These are my candidates." He's the one that everybody's voting for. And his popularity has changed. People has lost confidence. And the reality is this. The PNP does not need to put out a manifesto. The PNP does not need to overcompensate. They just need to continue to be consistent, because the people are not blind. You have two options. Option one, if you like to be poor, just vote some more for the labor rights. It's not wrong. You don't have to argue with me, you know, if you like poverty, if you like to stress out and see the KFC and have to spend $10 for a slice of bread, and you just like a basic life where you suffer, vote the labor rights. If you want to change and you want your kids to be educated and you want them to be lawyers and chat enough like Isat, then you have to make a change. We are all uncomfortable with the independent persons because they have no manifesto. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know if when them win, they're going to beat Labour Right or PNP, because that's how government works. So until there's a formidable new party, your only option is the People's National Party. And
there is a new party.
Huh?
There is a new party. There is a new party.
We're not going to go there. I don't recognize it. I'm not going to speak on it.
No, man, we have to recognize the apathy. The party of apathy.
I have no sympathy or compathy for none of that right now. We don't have time to play games. That's the point. So if you like poverty and apathy and empathy and broke life, just go that side. If you want the country to improve and march along, Mark is your guy and the People's National Party. I can't say all the candidates are there, but I can tell you if them slip. So I'm saying you, that's your option now, and we know that we are concerned about an integrity meter, a corruption check. We're marching along to the Singapore concept and those ideas. We need people who will sign the moral code of conducts and believe in integrity and unquestionable characters like JPs. Not the ones like Warmington, who's a JP, and yeah, not that, but we want
the process of Kingston, thank God.
I'm just putting that out, but because of that, it's your choice, you know, and that's what we're talking about, public education. Because when I hear Sashana, she's not wrong. How do you motivate me to exercise one of the most important rights, like the right to life, which is the right to vote? How do you motivate me? It's simple. If you want to be broke, you want to get a nice degree, master's degree, and still broke, because they tell us we need to be educated, but we are educated, but they're sending us to call centers. Not happening. If you want an opportunity for your family, and not just the 3-4 people that you see in this thing about handing out one cocoa keys to persons. Oh, I got a house that looks like a security post at these big apartment buildings that were not approved by KSCC and big apartments, 138. You know, you get what I'm saying. If you want more out of life, and it's there. And I heard Andre say about the Isat standards, there's more to the standards, because we also have small minority pockets that we cannot leave behind. We're talking about the homeless. We're talking about the convicted. We're talking about the youth who is at risk. Talented people who are misguided by older people. Like people running up and down on truck backs who can't vote and dying on both sides.
Don't forget to foot chop off and them something there too.
Respectable woman that's supposed to close her legs and they're going to vex with me. She lose it on truck back. And I must get sympathy and empathy. And to say, yes, so when me lose me hip, me still a vote green. That we need to get away from that. I'm sounding mean right now, but I want people to wake up and understand that we have to liberate ourselves mentally. Otherwise, we stop. What we're replacing, is the concept of the animal farm. People who are not qualified, people who are not serving the interests of the people. And suddenly elections and governance is for the people who are governing and not for the people. When you see what the roads look like, and you're having such a cat fight over the local government about the municipalities, that it doesn't matter who wins. What matters is the service. So it means the message. Some people heard the messages, but some people didn't. Because the locality is bad. When you think about garbage collections right across and all of that, it's bad. So the Jamaica should be embarrassed that the government, who is not doing what they're supposed to do, maintain 7 parishes. But then Sashana says, oh, we're not voting because we just can't bother. They're not speaking our language. They can't speak your language. There's no opportunity. And then there's an aspect of it where nobody spoke about it's untenable that the last elections was so long ago. 2016, that's all. We are 2 years short of 10 years. It says to me that an 18-year-old who would have not exercised his right when he was 18 almost had to wait till he was 28, even though it's 26, but I'm giving the 10-year marker because it's a decade. He had to wait an entire generation to exercise his right, and he still doesn't understand politics. So when we're in a system where 20 years is 2 decades, and you're supposed to have 4 opportunities to make decisions for the future of the country, and that's not being translated or interpreted to the people, we have a problem. But without speaking over and over, I will say this: if you like to be poor, and you like lean boot, and you see people buy KFC and you can't buy it, you see, and a gun you for take up, your trigger finger supposed to be purple, and you're supposed to be voting out people and making them very scared not to disenfranchise you and not to have your interests at heart. And that's it. So nice for the manifestors, and big up Mark for saying, "Oh, me, what? Watch out!" It's a frenzy, and he has to laugh because the reality is he just has to be himself and nothing else. The other people who is behind him, the same rule applies. The party is united, and it's a matter for the people being poor or getting it right. It's not a bad choice, and I'll leave it at.
And it's funny how you word it like that, because Hosea 4 verse 6 starts with this, and the first sentence says, "My people perish for a lack of knowledge." And the truth is, everybody that says me nah vote because they don't know. And it goes on to say that they reject knowledge. The same Bible verse, Hosea 4 verse 6, that they reject knowledge. And the truth is, 79% of our country are rejecting the knowledge of how to understand how politics work. And regardless of how important and how patriotic I might sound, how important and patriotic will Isat, Dervin, or even Sashana and Akilim might speak to people in relation to how we should exercise our franchise. The truth is, they are still rejecting the knowledge, and that is and they don't want to admit to themselves that they can learn, because nothing is wrong with you learning at a particular age. As Damien always said, you never learn, you never born a walk, you learn for walk. Or you never born a talk, you learn for talk. Nothing wrong to learn at the age of 40 the importance of casting a ballot.
Ishmael, let me hold on. Let me interrupt you a second there.
Yes, sir.
Making allowances for people who are dead, people who have traveled outside the country and they're not voting. Some of the people that you're saying that they don't know, they lack knowledge, they were voters at one point. So the question is, what turned them off? And we're not talking about youngsters, no. We're talking about, people with some age on them. What turned those people off? For example, the middle class. We're being told that fewer and fewer of them are actually voting. So apart, putting young people aside, for the middle class now, people who voted already, right? If I take your point where you say, well, they're not voting because they don't know, well, at one point they knew. They used to vote. So why is it that they're not voting now?
Poverty. And I'm going to answer that strong and right.
So they went from the middle class.
And that's where I start. When people say, oh, the middle class is
poverty now, because a man can take so much and know more.
No, man.
So,
Ishmael.
Yeah, man.
Ishmael.
Yeah, a man can take so much. It's not that him don't know,
No,
but,
Ishmael.
all right, put it this way. So as young as I am a father. And if it is that I need to make a decision in relation to my country versus my child, now I go choose my country. I go choose my pitney. I go choose my youth. And in choosing my youth, I'm not realizing that I have to find a balance, because I have to ensure that my child will grow up in the same country that I grew up in. But me not think about that. Me I think about the fact say, era. Me not no money now, and me need to go hustle one 10,000 so me can buy some things to me youth. Again, forgetting that is just for a week or that is just for 2 days.
But Ishmael, you just agreed with me. Poverty.
Yeah, but then.
No, listen. That's why we encourage people to be critical thinkers, because you're gonna have to make tough decisions that it may not seem right now, but it's for the future. So
all right. Let me give you an example. Right now, I am in a tough fight professionally because of my, political beliefs. And because of that, I'm not financially, stable. And I don't mind that now, but it is affecting my life a particular way. However, I know that eventually, things will change. Not because of the party that I vote for, but because of the ideologies that I subscribe to. And I say that to say, not everybody will make the same stand decision that I make. No, for them I go run go foreign and say them done with voting, and no for them I go decide to era. Me need some food, and me need to build a house, or me need to buy a car, and that is exactly what is happening now.
Well, the dirty 30 is there for you. If you have to run, the dirty 30 is there for you. They never let you down.
So that is the reality. I just want to say this. I agree with you in Isat, but to an extent.
Let me develop the point.
The extent is I don't necessarily want to vote because me have to make sure me eat something tonight. And in me eating something tonight, that is why the girl in the bite of the week say she have her fish fry keep, and if she get 3 bag of chicken, she have vote for the 3 bag of chicken, and she get 4, she have vote for the 4 bag of chicken. Because she hungry.
That is
because she hungry.
Back to Isaac's opinion of says the poverty is what causes it.
But I'm saying it's multi-layered. So while it is poverty, while it is in fact poverty, it's not just because of poverty.
No, man, Ishmael, just hear me sometime now. Open your mind. Hear this. You just spoke a while ago and you added to poverty political victimization, and something tells you in your mind that that is okay. Your ability to be a human being in your country is being affected, and you said me a hold it. You just said a while ago, me a hold it, me G, because better must come. That's why we have the Paul Bogles and the Sam Sharps and the nannies. That's why we have them. And if we never had them, we would still be slaves holding it. And so we cannot now come to an animal farm situation and just hold it. So you made a lot of statements that you're not hearing yourself because you say, yeah, me don't want to be like the diaspora and runway for better. Knowing that anytime people want to cripple you, they come at your money. So when the middle class was doing okay and they're 67%, check it yourself. When the middle class was working, the voter turnout is 67%. The middle class was when your independence, when your financial independence is taken away from you, like they did in December. They tried to take away my financial independence because they think I chat too much. I'm not connected to anything. But the dirty 30 said, don't worry, Isat, KFC and money for days. Them can't stop you. If you don't have that, if you don't have support, you are compromised. That's what independence is about. So, man, I just want to feel, look.
No, man, I yield. It's true, Yata. It's
no,
true.
I want you to understand that.
I yield.
So, you said the same thing that Sashana said. Akil said it. Dervin said it. We're all saying the same thing. Jamaica needs to get out of poverty, because I can tell you this. I have people that work for me. And some facial expressions is a beautiful thing, because sometimes you tell them stuff and them say, let me tell you something, Rasta boy. You see, if you never did pay me, and see if me did have my money, you think you could have sent me out. It's a beautiful thing. So I learned not to disrespect my workers or abuse them. But I know a lot of the times we have to be politically correct, because our finances and the source of our finance, we have to keep it. What politics do a lot of times is to make people dependent. So when you see the people, I'm not even going to disrespect them and call them shower rangers and disrespect the comrades and call them where I want to call them or whatever. I'm saying to you, when you see the die-hearted ones, that it is their personal existence is dependent on the outcome of the election. Because you see parish council mash up now. You see all the people in where can't even read and write and have big posts in a parish council where I'm going to lose them work tomorrow. I've been around long enough, at 45 years old, I know people who used to come rent from my family. And if election call and them lose tomorrow, them rent can't pay. Them rent done. Them are going to be homeless. People in houses and rent being paid and all the benefits. That's why them talked. Them on Twitter. Right now, them on Twitter, them want to say, Ishmael, you chat too much. Because you're speaking the truth. But speak your truth if you want better for your country. That's why Marcus Garvey had no place in politics. And he probably should have been the prime minister. But I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, let me just throw this out, right? Say that you have a shrinking middle class, it's poverty, and that's why we are where we are. No, if that middle class has been shrinking, let's say 2016 and 2020, and we heard in December of 2022 at the JLP conference where the Prime Minister said that one of the aims of the JLP is to move people from the poor class to the middle class, move people from poverty to prosperity. Now, if that hasn't happened, and if the class is shrinking, why is it that the people who are suffering, the people who have moved from the middle class, they haven't gone up, they've gone down? Why is it that those people are not voting against him then?
But Mr. Rattigan, there's a reason why. Many of them have options going abroad. That's
what I'm saying. Putting aside the people who have traveled and the people who have died, right? The ones who are still in Jamaica, I'm talking about.
They are very apathetic. They don't see no way out, right? Because they believe that both sides are the same thing. That is what is making a lot of persons not wanting to vote. There's a level, Jamaicans need to understand, and the goodly folks in the diaspora needs to understand, that there is a high level of despondency amongst the people of this country. Because they are seeing, one, the justice system not for them, and big up to you, Mr. Buchanan, because you have shown on the world stage that the justice system was corrupt as it relates to Vice Cartel. I'm not a fan of his music. I have never been a fan of his music, but I believe in human rights and justice. And Mr. Buchanan has embarrassed the DPP on the international stage. On how they
No, Mr. Durbin, I take no credit for anybody who embarrass themselves. But I just want to say this: the constitution right. People need to know that they have constitutional rights. The same constitutional rights that you speak of is the right to vote. So when see, I just spoke for like 20 minutes, and Mr. Rattigan still come back. I'm not listening. Him still talking about a non-existent middle class. You're either rich in Jamaica or you're broke and on money.
No.
As I talk to you, I am not in the rich class. Me poor. That's why me a ball out.
I will yield.
Like Gov't Magnum.
I will agree with the middle class. I will say that. Why is it that they're not voting? Because you said it's poverty.
I think, well, not just I think, I realize that history always repeats itself. And I can't help but think that the elections or the time between 1976 to 1985 is slowly repeating itself in our lifetime. I honestly believe that because we have so many social ills now in our country, and we have a government desperate to hold on to power, and we have a group of people, including Will and Isat, that are freedom fighters to their core, and more coming on stream. And we have a set of people that are feeling the brunt of it and deciding that they are going to make a change. I realize that history is actually repeating itself now. So what I think we have to do is to arm ourselves with the education of policies or, politics, if you may, and understand exactly what it is and which side we'll be on after 2027 or 2026. Our election occur.
2025. But I'm going to say this to you. Save it now. It's 23732 on the live clock. Mr. Rattigan show. Like you talk about history repeating itself. When Mark Golding becomes prime minister, you can count the same 18 years again. That's what is going to happen. Then there will be a middle class again, and then the country will be advancing, and then we'll have to ban our bellies every now and then, because that is what improving the lives of the people are. But when you're improving the lives, it won't be for this generation. I might not be around to see the Singapore, Jamaica, and we have to understand that. But that is why you vote. But to answer your question, Mr. Rattigan, they don't vote because they're out working. You know how embarrassing it is to know that you were middle class and then you voted Labour right and you're broke and on money. And all the broken in your pocketbook. I see them, and I laugh off of them. But if you try to broke and hungry, I just keep.
Well, look,
no, it's all right. I said what I said.
Sashana and Healing. Sashana, give us your views on what you've heard so far about the shrinking middle class, the voter apathy, how we get people back into the groove where they start being critical thinkers and analyze what's going on and vote for, the betterment of their families, their communities, and the country.
I feel like what they both said, Isat and Ishmael, they were saying some really good points, and I feel like it's a way. When you tie it together, you really see the bigger picture. Because when you say like the middle class isn't voting, they have their right in saying that it's poverty. Because like Isaac said, they're out working. They don't want to though we have our right to take our day off and go vote and stuff. Like one of the major things that one person said that really stood up to me is that the current opposition leader, Mark Golding, he never really had a chance to run against Andrew. Because remember when Andrew was running, or when Andrew won back then, when he won first, there was that whole thing going on in the PNP where they didn't know who was going to be the next leader. They were like, okay, we're going to take him out and we're going to put in somebody. But who? Who are they going to put as a new opposition leader? They didn't know. And like they said, he never really had his chance to run against Andrew. So this upcoming election, or the election that should be called next year, that's when he's going to have his chance to really show the people what he can do or what he has in store or what he wants to plan. Because even listening to when he speaks, and he talks about the things that he would want to put in place for Jamaica, there are certain things that stands out. Like he talks about the tourism sector. He talks about all the sectors, as a matter of fact. But he spoke something about, he was speaking about like the tourism sector, and he raised certain points where I was like, why is nobody else looking at this? Like it is actually an issue, and I don't see anybody else raising that issue or saying, we need to address this issue, or we need to address this, or we need to address that. Like there are a lot of things that he speaks about that we're like, okay, I am like, personally, I'm like, yeah, that's true. We actually, like, if we look at these small issues, then we can tie it together and see like a bigger picture coming out. So yes, I feel like one of the main things too why people are the middle class per se, as you say, it's shrinking. You say they're not really going up. It is said, and I'm not sure if you guys hear it often, but it is said that the People's National Party is for poor people, and the other party, the JLP, is for the upper class, because it's for the upper class.
That is true.
But that is what I feel as a young person. And they're saying that when
you tell me, I'll tell you. You tell.
Power, they pass a lot of laws, and they try to put in a lot of things in place to adhere or help the poorer people to actually sustain and actually build up. And we realized that once the JLP had came into power, it's like it just took a landslide. It just crashed. Like everything that you've been trying to build up so far, and I speak just based on what I see, like from all the people around me, like people who don't vote, people who do vote, and the diehards. So that is also one thing. As I said, you kind of have to tie everything together. So the fact that people are not progressing, that's one thing. As Isat said, them shame. Them don't want to go back to vote for the same party. So that lowers the voter turnout. So they're like, all right, actually I did vote back in 2016, but me not see nothing come forward. Plus the fact that we don't know who is, we don't know what Mark can really bring to the table. So I not really want to vote. There's a lot that I see. And one of the lack of education, as you said, Jamaicans, a lot of Jamaicans don't really know what they're voting for. They only know when election come, whether it's local or general election. They're like, okay, I'm voting for Andrew. Like I'm like, but local elections don't have anything to do with Andrew. But then you look at the pictures and you see him in the background of everybody's poster. So you're like, yeah, that's who I'm voting for. Like that's not what local. Okay, fine, that's not what it's about. But okay, sure. And that too, as I said, all of it just ties together. The lack of education, people not willing to say, all right, yes, I voted for this party, but it's not coming through for me, so I should go and vote for the other side. They don't want to be no bandwagonists. They don't want to say they're jumping sides, so they just don't go. Along with just what I said with people not knowing what the PNP is going to bring to the table this time. But with this election, it shows that the margin is really close, and a lot of people didn't expect that it's going to be that close, because they're like, the PNP not going with nothing, and Andrew did so much, and he, in his right, he did what he could with what he had, well, to other people. So it's just as I said, with all the points that you guys raised, it's about putting it together. It's not one single thing where people aren't voting anymore. it's not one small reason why the middle class is shrinking. It's multiple reasons, and when you tie them together, you can realize that yes, you know, there's something going on, and that's why people aren't coming out. And with the diehards, as I said before, like if certain persons are not voting, we leave it up to the diehards to vote for us. We leave it up to them to basically make the decisions for us. And you know, as I said, some people live their life, their existence is based on the outcome of the election. And if we are the persons who are not voting, you know, voters apathy, like if we don't go and vote and, you know, actually try to be involved in shaping our country and the future of Jamaica, then we leave it up to the person that are just red, orange and green, basically.
Let me before I bring in a feeling. Let me ask everybody this question. Is there a group in Jamaica, because you've cogently stated the points that all the other points they've made. Is there, so now we know what the issues are, right? Voter apathy. Is there a group, or are there groups in Jamaica looking at this and trying to explain to people that, listen, elections have consequences, and you guys are the future. So we're appealing to you. Is there any public service groups, any NGOs, any government?
Well, yeah, man, there are
groups, but
yeah, man, there are groups. That's why you have NIA. That's why you have JAMP. You know, they have their particular place. That's why, you know, we call them civil society groups. They have their place and their reasons. However, in relation to, you know, education around voting, there was in fact a curriculum around that. You know, I wasn't fortunate enough to experience that. That curriculum was a civics in schools program. I see the People's National Party trying to bring it back, and the JLP said it already exists. And I don't hear no student talking about it because them not hear them not learn it in a school. So I'm not sure who lying.
A minute version of it does exist in social study.
Say again?
A minute version of it does exist in social study when they talk about the governing structure of our country. That's what is there, but there's no detail as to the importance unless you read the
something we learn in our first year. We talk about the hierarchy and the four arms are
the hierarchy of the government and what department of the government does what. That's the most general gist that you get from social study. So an idea is there. That's something that needs to be built on. So civic is needed, not does, but is needed in our country, because more and more persons I'm hearing. Even when I went out with my candidate from my area, and we went out canvassing or we walked through the areas, some of the conversation I'm hearing, some of the where I'm picking up, most people didn't quite understand what it meant, what local government really means, versus what general election meant. And what does it? Why are they important? Why do they need to vote? They never really understood. I mean, and I got some people didn't feel connected enough to vote because some of us lived in considered to be gated communities. We're locked away. We don't have the regular issue. They don't feel the need to vote in local government. They don't have the regular issues, like they don't have road problem. We don't have garbage problem, and we don't have road garbage. We don't have water problem. Some of us has private water company, private garbage truck clean up every week, twice a week, and our road inside our community is perfectly fine, and going and leading out to the main road somewhat is fine. So they felt like this didn't matter to them at all. But oddly, they didn't realize that just thinking about that narrowly to yourself, you're blindsided at the larger picture of your nation. You're looking just at your comfortable background, not realizing that your decision not to vote and not to play a part in your franchise, you're actually disenfranchising somebody else in the country. You're actually taking away what could have been the benefits for electing an appropriate member to represent your community, persons who may not have had your comfort. You're depriving them of a good representative.
But
You
there's
know,
So
when
a
you
another
lot of
thing, but there's
mention
another thing, you
appealing
know,
is something I
that
like
which
to call
hold on there,
the
hold on
ashuda
there.
me complex. You know the ashuda me complex? Whenever something happened to you, and because it don't affect me, or if it happened to you and it's bad, I say ashuda me. You think I'm going to put a thump in my face? That's exactly what it is, and it's coming from a selfish background because it doesn't
Very
affect me.
selfish.
So
But
I
there's
don't
another
necessarily
thing
feel
that
it.
no one is looking at. Outside of the other groups, the human rights groups like Jamaicans for Justice should have been championing this thing, because a part of person's human right is a freedom of expression. It is enshrined in our constitution. It is enshrined in the UN Convention on Rights and Human Rights. So I am disappointed that the human rights groups weren't carrying out a massive campaign to rally people to vote, to go and vote, because it is their constitutional right, it is their human right. So I am disappointed in the human rights groups, and I will not take back my talk, because they have been very disappointing in there. Because let us look at
Yeah,
it.
but
The human
Dervin,
rights groups, the
in
human
Dervin,
rights
it,
groups
it's
form
like
a
you
part.
don't really can
Hold
blame
on.
them, you know.
The human
No,
rights
man.
groups form a part of civil
Dervin, remember that each
No, man.
of the organizations have their own have their own mechanism to which they fight under. Yes, it's your
Yeah,
right
man,
to
they have
vote.
their particular niche, so you can't really
They have
fight
their
them.
niche that they
Because
have
none of
to
them
they
can
have to
force a man
benefit.
to go vote.
So yes, it's your right to vote. They won't be able to go out and say voting, literally to educate people on voting is an EOJ and government matter. Electoral Commission of Jamaica
Yeah, man,
is supposed to educate the public on the rights to vote and provide them that it is safe to vote, because of these mechanisms put in place for fairness, so your vote won't be cheated and so on and so forth. These are things that these are why these entities are created, and the political ombudsman is supposed to ensure there's a level of fairness and balance within the system, and so on and so forth. Leaving
Ombudsman was shut down, was orchestrated and cut down by Mr. Everett Warmington, who is now sacked from the cabinet, and it's now subsumed under the ECJ.
under the ECJ. I mean, as I'm saying, these are why these entities should exist, and these are why these entities exist. I'm not saying that they're providing they're operating within the functionary that they should have. I'm saying they exist for these purposes. Their purpose is to educate the public on election. Their purpose is to ensure the country get fair and safe elections. That's what their purpose, and to declare a winner at the end of the day. That is their function. However, the reality is that may not be what they're doing right now. Some of them may not be the full face. Some may be a bit consumed to have been a bit bought out or along a line of a certain team. However, with that said, I'm not saying any is. I'm just saying they may seem that way based on this election when they declare one thing, change them out, declare something as the information is been feed to the news network. And still there's discrepancy with what them say the news networks, and we're all reading from the same pool.
All right,
And a discrepancy with the entire system. Hold
on, Ishmael. You see the office of the ombudsman, it should have been enshrined in the Constitution. It should be a creature of the Constitution, which would make it independent. Because the reason why the office of the ombudsman never worked the way how it should have worked, because it wasn't enshrined. And I believe it should have been enshrined in the Constitution. The office should be the creature of the Constitution, so no matter whoever, PNP, JLP, whatever P, whatever F, right, cannot sway or cannot interfere and give the necessary resources and the laws to back up the office of the ombudsman to sanction whichever person in the politics who is doing something which is untoward, which is unfair to the democratic process. So this, and I believe, and if anyone who represents the leader of the opposition or who has ears to the prime minister needs to think about that. It needs to be
again, Dervin.
Hold on, Ishmael, hold on. Make him finish.
It needs to be enshrined in the Constitution, and I believe folks in the diaspora, you have the power also please also raise your voices since the government is carrying out constitutional reform, should have that office enshrined in the constitution.
Remember, the office itself falls within a certain capacity in their vein. Remember, the office itself falls in the idea of the office. The ombudsman comes out of the we have three. The reality is that it should be one big umbrella, same protection that the DPP has, the PD has, that the public defender, the director of public prosecution, and the ombudsman should fall under one. Was under one umbrella originally. The ombudsman, if I'm not mistaken, when we got our constitution originally, Isaac, Mr. Buchanan. If I'm not mistaken, because England had an ombudsman.
The ombudsman was originally an interim act.
Right.
Yeah, man, it was originally interim act.
Contractor general, not a constitutional office.
Yeah, man. So personally, I think again, if we look at it, we have to be careful of all of these things in a vacuum, because while the political ombudsman's office is now a part of the EOJ, that is because it wasn't originally enshrined in the Constitution when it was originally formed. Now, again, the duty of any government of the day is to ensure that for future generations, these things are workable for us as people. Now, it's unfortunate that whenever these things come up, then we can say that the government of the day is not necessarily working for the people, and we've seen that, because if it walks like a duck, it can be a cow sort of thing. However, what we need to do now is hold our government structures accountable in relation to reestablishing these particular things, such as civics in schools. Because my parents used to tell me that when they were going to school, they were learning about civics, and they were learning about the different reasons why people should do this or should do that or should participate in the governance process. And that's not the case now. And I always draw back to when PJ Patterson, because I read about that a lot, when he came and he was trying to establish
the values and attitudes.
I don't remember what name.
The values and attitudes, man.
Yeah, man. Values and attitudes program. And the truth is, you're seeing the fruits of that again. No, we don't really have no value and no way how to properly behave ourselves in a working society. And all of these add up. So Derving, what I was trying to say to you, in the context of all of that, each particular civil society group have their particular function. The Jamaicans for Justice, just like Isat, a one-man justice system, walking sort of thing. That's what the Jamaicans for Justice does. And then you have the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, and then you have, National Integrity Action Forum, and then you have One Legal Society, One Legal Defense Society Foundation, and these things. So they have their particular functions in government. I don't know of any that is required to ensure that the people of Jamaica know their rights and know what it is that they need to do as it relates to voting, as it relates to political education. I don't know of any civil society groups, because
the JIS has the full responsibility for doing that.
The JIS responsibility is to publish government
activity
and stuff there.
No, I'm just saying it's a medium through which.
Yeah, it is a medium, but they're responsible. They are solely responsible for broadcasting,
and the government
projects and
government. Yes, the government.
If the government don't feel like civics in Jamaica is important at this point, the JIS won't do that.
Well, I want to tell you that I think the GIS disseminates that information, but that station's so boring and popped down. Nobody wants to stay long enough That witch. Uno young, uno must know when JS come on, it coming like Hill and Gully ride home. I just want to sleep.
But maybe because of, remember, Isat, Sir Isat, resources are moved to other stations to disseminate the government's views when it should have been pumped into the government's PR arm, which is JIS, to disseminate that. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I like state media. I like state media. State media did say Mark win, so I know what you're saying. I like it.
Listen, hold on a second, everybody. Hold on a second. Young people. It sounds so weird for me to say young people because I consider myself young, but be that as it may. Listen, the next segment we're going to have Michelle Tolonil. She's the Northeast representative of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Very possible that some of you could move to the United States in the near future, within the next year or two or whatever, and she's your representative in the diaspora. We're also planning to be joined by Michelle Bowen. She was here a few weeks ago. She's an attorney out in New York, and she has some views on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. So what I'd like to do is to invite all of you to stick around because we're going to need you to participate in the discussion. It has to do with voting, and some people have said that it's a touchy topic, and we should probably just, or I should probably just kind of like leave it alone. But you can't leave it alone if it's a touchy topic. You have to bring it out. You have to educate people about what the Constitution says, what the laws say about voting. And we're talking about people voting, people who live overseas, casting a vote in both elections. So Michelle is going to join us. She's also going to talk to us about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council because it's come under fire recently. And I'm in terms of full disclosure, I'm one of them who's been putting logs in the fire as well because I have some issues with the way it's structured and the way it functions. So let me bring her in, and I'm asking you please to stay if you can. If you cannot, I understand. But I think this is going to be an interesting discussion, and it's open to everyone. So I expect that you're going to participate as well. You can ask her questions about the GJDC. You can ask her questions about voting, anything having to do with the diaspora. But let me see if Michelle is available right now. Kevin, I drag with the thing from me. Hold on there. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. You're not a stranger here. You're always welcome. And we can't see you. Would you prefer
I know. I am trying to. I'm trying to start that point. Give me a quick second, and there we go.
All right, there you go. All right, everyone, that's Michelle Tolonil. She's my representative in the for the Northeast sector of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. That very vast area from Maine to Virginia, and I think it accounts for 1 million people, maybe more. So she's a very important person to have on the program, and we have lots of questions to ask Michelle. So, Michelle, do me a favor. For the young people here, they don't know what this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is. Can you just please explain to them? And Isat, do you know what the council is about?
Briefly.
Okay.
I yield to Michelle all the time.
All right. So, Michelle, could you please explain to them what this council is about and the structure and the composition and all of that?
Well, first I need to say good evening to you, Mr. Rattigan, and to all your guests and to your listening audience. Good evening, and thank you very much for the invite to come on to your lively, energetic, informational, controversial program. Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so the global first, I think we should start with how it all began, because before you had the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, that began in they changed the name, I should say, in 2019. They had the Jamaica Advisory Council, and then they added the global. And basically, the reason behind that is that we are trying to reach diasporas all over. Is there feedback? Can you hear me, Mr. Rattigan?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, it is making sure that we can connect with everybody in the world. Because one thing you know for sure is that we are everywhere. Jamaicans are everywhere. And we wanted to make sure we can invite everybody to have a voice. So the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council really is one of many mechanisms that the Ministry of Finance and Foreign Affairs try to engage with us as what is going on, what we can, how, if there's anything they can do, what we can do, anything we can do to collaborate and connect. So we are basically an advisor. We are not an arm of the government. So whatever I say, I'm not speaking for the Jamaican government. So let's be very clear about that. We try, one thing I must say from the meetings that have been on is that you can use what you have learned in Canada, the US, and England, and see if we can bring all those ideas and initiatives to Jamaica in order for us to make sure we are moving from developing to developed country. So that's basically what we are trying to achieve. So we are an advisory. So if there's something that's going on and you want me to pass on your information, I'd be more than happy to do that. Like, for example, yesterday I got a call. It was an immigration issue. And what I'll always do, I will listen to everybody. And then I reach out to the Honorary Consul, Chris Chaplin. And I said, are you available? And he said, yes. And I said, this is the situation. Somebody called. This is what they want to find out. And then I pass on the information. So because I am local and I am here in Philadelphia, that call came through to me. So it's not everything. I don't have the answers, but I am surrounded with individuals that may have the answers. The same thing can happen if somebody asks a questions or they have a concern. I can always reach out to CG Alcion Wilson, who is just always willing, no matter where she is, to answer my call. So if you learn nothing else, that we are just one of the many mechanisms that the government is using to engage with diasporas all over the world.
All right. Thanks for the introductory remarks regarding the councils, because there's a youth council as well. Several questions have come up recently about the role and the responsibility and the legality of this council or these councils. Recently, I sent a letter to the ambassador and to the minister, the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And I asked them, I think, 12 questions concerning everything I just talked about, administration, legality, and so on and so forth. And instead of answering me, they said, we're going to send you to the website, which I was very familiar with. I went to the website and it only answered one question. And I knew the answer to that question. And so I wrote them again and I said, listen, only one of the 12 questions was answered by the website. So I need you to give me answers for the remaining 11. And they said, Mr. Rattigan, we're going to direct your attention to the website. And so they sent me back to the website, which didn't make any sense. Now, I want to put something up on the screen and ask you. And this has to do with the administration of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We'll get to the legality of it, but let's talk about the administration. Look at this document from a place. And everything you just said is here. By the way, that's it. It's terms of reference, right? And you talk about it being, engagement tool and so on and so forth. And you made a very important point, which is the very last point, which is this one here, Roman numeral 5, where you say
yes, where you said that the GJDC is not, I repeat, not an arm of the government of Jamaica. Consequently, the views expressed by council members do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica. So it would appear that this organization is a diaspora organization. It's not an arm of the government. However, when you look right here, and this is when it first started, there are 28 members. And they said 14 will be elected, right? And then they get here and they said the remaining 13 members will be appointed from the diaspora by the minister with responsibility for diaspora affairs. So the diaspora is not electing or selecting the body representing the diaspora. And I think now they have 30 members and 16 of them are appointed by the government of Jamaica. Then we go, because it's a very small document, duties and responsibilities. Bear with me. Let me just find the, okay, here it is. The governance structure. Who runs the GJDC? And here it says, it's very clear, section 3. It says, the GJDC will be led and supported by 4 individuals. The chair will be who? The minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade responsible for diaspora affairs. Second person is a vice chair appointed from among the diaspora. So that's a diaspora member. Third one, the undersecretary for diaspora affairs, government official. And the fourth, the director of the diaspora affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Then you go a little bit further down and you get to this section where they're talking about, oh, here's it, it's right here. 14 members are elected by the diaspora communities. An additional 14 members, an additional 14 members are appointed by the minister. All right? So that's half. Now it's more than half because it's 30. Then it was 28. Now it's 30. Now let me just show you meetings, the code of conduct, and it talks about who has the power to remove people. Here it is. A GJDC member may resign at any time. No, here it is. Roman numeral 2. The chair, and the chair is the deputy minister, may terminate the appointment of a GJDC member if he or she. No, let me move this off and just ask you a couple of questions. Does that sit well with you?
But remember, they are talking about the appointed members, not the elected.
Yes, but the council is made up of 30 people, right? Representing who? The diaspora.
Right.
So how is it that they're going to appoint 16 of the 30? And we just sit here and we say, well, yeah, you know, and then it's chaired by a government official. The 3 of the 4 governing members are government officials. So how does that reflect in a way where we can say, well, this is our organization. This is a diaspora organization, because it would seem to me as if it's a government-led and a government-controlled organization. What says you?
I don't see it in that light, but I beg to ask a question. If not them, then who is going to be? Because the diaspora is always under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. This is nothing new. And the document you are looking at was from 2019 that was put in place by others, right? So that is nothing new. But my question is, if not them, then who is going to be running this? Every organization you can think of are always appointing people, and they are saying that, like, for example, I am elected, so they can't remove me because I'm elected. But for those that are appointed, like I'm not calling a name, but certain sector members are appointed, they can have them removed, and that is, for me, it's
Yeah, but
It's
but
it's not.
here's
Go
a
ahead.
critical. The critical thing is that they are the ones appointing people to the council that's representing us. And I'm saying,
Right.
no, we should be the one appointing people representing us. We should be the one saying, hey, you know what? We appointed you. You're not doing a good job. We're going to get rid of you. It's our organization. So here is the answer to the question you just posed. It should be a and by the way, when you say it's not new, it's new. 2019, this was done because the council itself was established in January 2020. All right. So this was done in support of the new body that they established in January of 2020.
Exactly, before
Right?
my time. That is correct.
Right.
Under the previous
So-
administration. Right.
No. It's this administration, 2020.
No. I am taking that document. That was
Oh, no,
always there.
Government. I'm talking about the government of Jamaica.
Say, you went in and out. Say that one more time. I'm so sorry.
We're talking about the GJDC. There's a miscommunication there. You're talking about the GJDC. I'm talking
Right.
about the government of Jamaica.
Okay.
You're
Sorry.
saying that you weren't a part of this. You came in after this, and I'm saying yes.
Right.
But the government established this in January of 2020. So this document I'm looking at is dated, I think, 2019, and it was done to support the organization that they brought into existence in
Correct.
January 2020. Right.
Correct.
So to answer your
Do you
question,
know who put that together? The terms of reference?
well, all I can do is let's just go back and look at the top of the document and see who. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. I don't see anything about diaspora. I'm sure there was diaspora engagement, but this document is coming out of where? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. That even solidifies my point even more, that it's not ours. Because if it's ours, it should say diaspora, right? But here's the thing. My argument is that the diaspora organization should be a stand-alone organization. It should have no government influence, interference whatsoever. It should be an organization established and run by the diaspora, and that they have a board of directors, and that those folks, they interface, they interact, they engage with the Jamaican government. You can't have an organization. You let other people staff it, right, with managing directors, run it, and then you say, no, but it's our organization. And then, by the way,
My apologies.
Why is it? No. Why is it if it's a diaspora organization? Why is it that they never have the diaspora conference in the diaspora?
What do you mean?
Why is it?
Why is it what? You're
Why is
going
it
in and out. I'm not hearing you.
If it's our organization, right? If the GJDC is our organization, why is it not held in Canada, the UK, the US? Why is it always held in Jamaica?
But what we have is what's called regional diaspora conference, because we have one coming up in April.
I know.
So you have the regional ones. So Canada will have theirs, UK will have theirs, and US will have theirs. But since we are all born in Jamaica and Jamaica is our home, it just makes sense that we all come back together and congregate in the land that we were born. It makes sense to me.
No, to me, it makes more sense since it's a diaspora organization that you have the biennial. You have that in the diaspora. So 1 year, you have it in the US. 2 years later, you have it in the UK. 2 years later, you have it in Canada. And then 2 years later, you can have it in Jamaica.
And there's nothing wrong with that. We can submit that and ask that. We can submit that. And that's not like we can ask. I mean, I don't know what the answer will be, but I can submit that to the other council and see what they think about having it there. Who is going to foot the bill for one thing? So that's also another.
See, if it's a standalone, it will be footed. That will be absorbed, that cost, by the organization itself. If it's a standalone, because we would be paying dues to it, depending on where you live. You'd be paying dues to it. Let me move on to another troubling point here. Oh, by the way, Ishmael, Sashana, Dervin, Akilim, you have any questions? Isat.
Yeah, I have a question, ma'am. Is this body registered in the jurisdiction of the United States?
No, it's not. It's considered a movement. It is not registered.
All right. If it is a movement, do you ever
For the best
go
part.
about fundraising activities as such to carry out your functions and also to assist with any activities that the government may want for the people of Jamaica?
No. Anything I am doing that I have done even before this was with organization that I've worked for. But as a Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, no. And nobody has ever asked me to fundraise for anything at all. If I decided I want to give to a school, which I have done over the years, give to my alum, that's all my raising funds to give to Holy Child where I came from. But no, never raised money on behalf of the government at all. I personally have not.
All right, so it's a movement, and you said, and the movement has persons appointed by the government, right? By the government ministers, right? I am sure that there's a law in the US that speaks on when you have a foreign power that is that has some hand in an organization, which may lead this movement into some choppy waters with the US authorities. I don't know if you're aware of that, ma'am. I'm just asking if you're aware of that.
Yes. The last time I spoke with Mr. Rattigan, he brought that to my attention. So yes.
And did you also get legal counsel to assist you in that matter?
To be honest with you, I'm not doing anything that I would not otherwise do before I became a Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. So no, I do not.
Okay. So what is the state of the, all right. Have you ever consulted legal counsel presently when this whole thing exploded, especially when Mr. Rattigan made some bombshell revelations on his show in previous times to assist you to navigate through what may potentially be a highly destructive episode?
So your question to me, Mr. Cochrane, is asking me if since Mr. Rattigan talk about FARA, if I have seek counsel? No, I have not.
It would be in your best interest to get legal counsel on the matter. That is my humble suggestion to you, ma'am, because I know that there's a law in the US that speaks on foreign powers. And remember, even though you're a movement, a foreign power, which is the representative, the emissary of that foreign power, would be the honorable minister or the junior minister, for that matter, who is the chairman of this. And it may not happen in your region, but there could be the possibility of the other regions getting donation funds. And if you get donation funds, it can be a tricky issue if you're not registered with the US. You could fall under FARA, FATCA, especially, which deals with possible money laundering, and you don't know, and I'm not imputing that there's any evidence of money laundering here. I'm just giving you the possibilities that may arise. And remember that the US dollar is a part of the United States national security architecture, and if there's any way of any disrepute to that aspect of Uncle Sam's national security architecture, you and your goodly friends would be in serious trouble and it will have some serious consequences on you guys. I'm not here to frighten you, ma'am.
I'm not frightened at all.
I'm just urging you to
I'm listening. I'm here to listen.
To please get legal advice on how to navigate this. The United States laws can be very tricky, you know.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me bring in Michelle Bowen to the panel. Now, Michelle has some very strong views about diaspora in general and the various organizations, because I believe that there are more than 250 different diaspora organizations existing within the United States. And the question is, who speaks for all 253, I believe? And we know it cannot be the GJDC, because the GJDC, and we just heard, I believe we just heard it last week, that a member said that it is an arm of the government, despite what the terms of reference say. But let me just bring in Michelle and just have her provide her perspective on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Michelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Rattigan, for inviting me again, Will. And I am happy to join this panel tonight. Well, I have more questions than I have. I do have opinions, but I have some questions maybe Ms. Tulloch could answer.
Before you ask the questions, one second, Michelle. Let me just acknowledge. Oh, he disappeared. Oh, there he is, Herb. Herb, welcome. Herb is still parts unknown, and yeah, he's joined us.
I can't get a response.
A little bit later than usual, but he's alive and well for all of those of you who are concerned about Herb's travel and his safety. He's fine. So Herb, I'll bring you in shortly, but let me have Michelle.
No problem. I'm like Dick Cheney. I'm in an underground bunker somewhere.
Is he still there? So I have been involved with, I guess, what has been called the Diaspora movement or organization for at least 12, 13 years. I'm still unclear as to what the relationship is between these people who have aligned themselves or are engaging with the government of Jamaica under this umbrella of the Global Diaspora Council. Now, when I joined or became involved, it had a different name, and I realized there have been some major changes maybe about 5 years ago or 4 years ago. So there's now a council. They're no longer representatives. The people on the council are called something else. But my basic question is, how do we engage, us in the diaspora, how do we engage with the government? Who's running this? Who's leading? What is our level of input? I have a lot of questions. So maybe the first one you can help me with, Michelle, is what is the nature of our relationship, us in the diaspora, with the government of Jamaica? I know what is on the internet, but in reality, how do we function with the government? How do we engage with them?
Well, I can tell you about what I have done for the last year regarding engagement. We have it basically talk about what are our interests here, what we are doing, what the whole idea, it is, to be honest with you, it is very, very broad, right? What is it that we can what is it that we are doing, or how is it that we can help one another regarding this whole being as an advisory to what's happening here? So we have, as you know, you said you have been doing this for the last 12, 13 years, so you know exactly about the Global Jamaica Diaspora. And what we are is one of the many mechanisms that the government uses just to engage. What is going on? Is there anything we can help you with? It's a very, very broad thing, but it shares to basically connect and to collaborate with all the diasporas within the Northeast, say for example for the Northeast, just to connect to see what's going on. Is there anything that we can help you with? As I alluded to them earlier, as there's somebody here in the US who wanted some immigration question, and my number came up, and what do? I find out what she wants, and then I immediately called Honorary Consul Chris Chaplin and said, you know what, deal with it. So for me, it is being that person in the middle that people can call. They want to know various information, passport information or anything. You can put them to the website. And so my role is just to filter whatever it is that you need to somebody that can assist you. I would
So when
see
you,
me, sorry.
So you're saying, thank you for your response, but are you telling me that I can call you when I have a problem here in New York?
You can if you want, and I'll connect you to who can help you based on your issue. I could tell you to call CG. So people have my number. So you can easily call the CG directly, or you can just call the embassy. Oh, I'm sorry.
The problem, if I have a problem in the United States, I call you and you help me to solve it? Or if I have a problem in Jamaica, do I call you and you help me to solve it?
No.
What's the
I'm talking regards, say for example, you need a passport issue
what
or anything like that.
Jamaican passport? Okay.
Yeah, right. And you need that. I can just tell you, okay, there is Honorary Counsel. He can help you get that stuff for that. So just to pass on information. That's all we're doing. That's all I'm doing.
Now,
I am your advice. Sorry.
I have to ask you this now. Everybody in the United States who is Jamaican knows about the Jamaican embassy, who know about the consulates. That's who we'd automatically go to. They wouldn't necessarily know your name. How would people get to you to get these services when the government has established these offices overseas? I mean, we've been here for decades.
You'll be so surprised. Because I'm telling you, yesterday I got a call for the same thing, and I just called Honorary Counsel. You are but people don't seem to know.
Okay.
And I will always tell people, register with the embassy so that you are aware of when they're having their informational, anything that you need to know. So yes, some people find it easier just to reach out to me than for them to call embassy, which I'm actually telling them, call your CG, call your Honorary Consul, call your ambassador.
Okay. Yep. So you have regular meetings, I suppose, with the Global Council? You have regular meetings?
I wouldn't. Regular is a relative term. I'll say we meet every quarter or so. Right now, we are planning to meet a little more often because the conference is coming up in June, so we want to be planning that. So yes, we were meeting a lot more often to talk about that.
And this is with just the U.S. representatives that you meet, or with everybody?
Everybody.
Who calls these meetings?
It's between the minister and the vice chair. They will set the date and let us know.
The minister, what's the minister's name?
Terry Long.
Okay.
And Shauna Chin. And Shauna Chin.
Agenda?
Huh?
Who sets
Shauna Chin.
Shauna Chin will set the agenda as well as him. They work together on the agenda.
Shauna Chin, she's in California?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when we have elections, I mean, I have never really figured out how these elections are run, but maybe you can help me. Do you know how people are nominated for these? Like, for example, your position, how were you nominated?
Well, it's a position that's available for every 3 years, and when the time up, it posts on the website, and you submit your information and said you would like to be the representative for your area, and you have people within your community registered and vote for whom they would like to sit on this council.
So it's a
Come on, second, Michelle.
I'm sorry.
Somebody, there is some background.
I can hear it too.
Okay, I think we're all muted now except
me.
And yeah. So you saw something published somewhere and you responded to it?
Yep.
So where was that published?
I think I saw it. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade website. I believe that's where I saw it.
Okay, so it was published by the government, and then you sent your response to the government that you want to be a candidate for this position.
Right.
Okay.
And then it's voted in by only U.S.
Okay.
Northeast.
So
Yeah.
after you sent your submission to the ministry, I guess somebody calls an election. And do you know who ran the election? Who do you send your ballots to, and who counts the ballots?
So it was done by what is her name? She lives in New York. I am blanking on her name right now. But yeah, I can't. I'm blanking on her name right now.
Dunkley, are you? She's in Pennsylvania.
No, Karen. No, not Karen Dunkley. She was the last Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, but I can't remember her name. And she sits on it. They count the ballots, but before my time is up, the name will come back to me. Okay. I think her name is. I can't remember her name, but she lives in New York.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she's part of that body. I don't know how many people, to be honest with you, is on that sit together and count the ballots and then determine who wins.
But you said the votes are electronic, right?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that these electronic votes are going to an individual in New York for tabulation?
No, not an individual. As I said, I am so sorry, but I wasn't even thinking that this question would be asked. If not, I'll do my research. It's been a year ago, so I don't even remember, honestly. But if you want, I can check for you and let you know at a later date exactly how the process worked.
But
I am
at least you know, though, that the voting took place on the ministry's database or their website or something. That's how you accessed.
That is correct. That I remember clearly. Right. Yes. Yes.
So I'm getting a little bit more of a clear understanding. I still am at a loss as to how the government of Jamaica became this involved at this integral level with our diaspora movement. Now, I heard you say earlier that it's not an organization, it's a movement, but that's not really, it's not even relevant. If you're an individual, if you're a movement, if you're a registered organization, it matters not. What the government of the United States is looking at is the role that you're playing. Now, this was my big contention when the Global Diaspora Council was being formed and some changes were made. I was told that the members of this council do not represent the diaspora. What is your understanding? Who do you represent? What is your role?
I'm not understanding what you mean when you said we do not represent the diaspora.
Meaning
that I am lost on.
Okay, this is it. So when I vote in an election, I'm voting for somebody to represent me. That's why I'm voting. I'm not voting for somebody to represent somebody else. So when people are voting in the diaspora, it is our understanding that these nominees are going to be, or whoever is voted in, will be representing our interests here in the diaspora to the government of Jamaica. But I was told that that's not the case. Who are you representing?
Okay. And I know exactly what you are talking about. And I yes, because I've heard that line of argument before. And in order, you know what, I must say they are still fleshing out what this really means. So Jamaica would like to engage the diaspora. And as I said, we are one of the many mechanisms. And so instead of having the 500,000 of us sitting talking directly to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, or working on a conference for us to gather and meet and exchange ideas and initiatives, or come up with new ways of tackling an issue, or using our experts from here to do that. Instead of having 500,000 people talking to them at the same time, you just have one person. So that is me that is going to say, okay, this is what our interest, this is what we want to talk about at a conference. So that is where the interest lie. But in a technically encoded, yeah, like I am not your representative like a politician, because I'm not a politician.
Okay.
But instead of
So,
having 500,000
I'm
of
sorry
us,
that I'm manipulating the mic. Sorry, but I have a couple more.
Miss, may I
so
ask a
instead of
question?
having, sorry, I think
May
somebody
I ask a
was.
question?
Oh yeah,
What you mean
sure.
you just fleshing out? What you just said you're just fleshing out. What you mean just fleshing out per se? Because it's kind of vague.
No, to be honest with you, the whole what I'm saying, fleshing out, I feel like every time a new body comes, we look at it trying to define what Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is. That's what I'm saying. So each time we come up with like, what exactly does this mean? What are we doing? So I'm saying, yes, they had the Jamaica Advisory Board first and they changed it. However, what is in the terms of reference, as I read, is that it's difficult to even make changes to whoever forms that terms of reference, because it needs 3/4 of us to agree just to change one issue.
But why?
Right?
But why are you still at the stage of just fleshing out the function of that organization? Because all of it should have been done before this organization came into force.
No, not necessarily true. Every organization, you keep on tweaking as you go along, and you add and you subtract,
No,
and this doesn't any
tweaking
power.
is different. Tweaking is different
All
from
right,
just
so
fleshing
I'm
out.
sorry, I used the wrong word. Sorry. As you go along, like with every organization, my apologies. I shouldn't say fleshing. I write tweaking as you go along to make sure it's representing what we are trying to do and achieve.
But then again, the question is, and I think Madam Bowen stated that he still has a problem with the Minister of Foreign Affairs chairing that body. And I could go further to say that there's a possibility that could give an impression of some
Ishmael,
form of
mute your mic, Mr.
influence.
I wanted to ask a question, but when Dervin is finished.
Some influence over that body. It would give that impression that he has some level of influence over that body. So wouldn't it be better if that organization elect their own people, and the minister is just the chairman? He's the chairman of the organization. It doesn't matter what stripe, whatever. And the minister just consult with the chairman, and if the chairman says no, boom, blam. But it's giving a very serious impression that with him being the chairman, he would have some undue influence over the membership. And that is not going to look good. And as what Miss Bowen stated, that it doesn't matter, because the US authorities are going to look into the functions of this movement or this organization. And as they would say, in company law, when you want to find out the operations of that entity, you remove the veil of incorporation. And once the veil of incorporation is moved, and it has been revealed that the Honorable State Minister is the chairman, did you know that the following laws would still come into place as it relates to a foreign body that would and that would also give rise to all the other things, all the other laws? And Mr. Rattigan, you can back me up if I'm mistaken. Miss Bowen, you can back me up or you can advise me further if I'm mistaken. Mr. Herb, you can also advise me if I'm mistaken, but I think that is what I have interpreted from the relevant laws and legislations. Am I mistaken?
No, you're not mistaken. And let me just say one quick thing, because we're on getting Sashana and Ishmael and Herb we have to finish with Michelle B.
Right.
I hope you don't mind me calling Michelle B
I
because
don't mind. I don't mind. My cousins call me that.
let me yeah, I'm listening to Michelle, my rep, right, talk, and I'm writing down what she's saying, and she's saying that you come to her if you have a problem, and then she refers you to something. So it appears as if she's searching for things, nothing for them.
Somebody's mic.
Oh, Ishmael, mute your mic. Yeah, and so myself, if that is the case, why do we have official representation then? Because that's public, it's published. And so why do we need to come to Michelle to say, look, I've got a passport issue, and then Michelle is going to say, okay, I'm going to send you to the CG. We already know that the CG and the embassy, they exist. So the question is, what is Michelle's role? But let me show you something. Let me put something up on the thing here, and maybe Michelle can answer this. No, Michelle, I sent these questions to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, right? Are the organizations, let me make it bigger so people can see, are the organizations, the councils registered? If they're registered, when were they registered and by whom? Now, we know that you said that they're not registered. So the question is number 3. If they're not registered, why aren't they registered? We don't know that. Maybe
exact same question I'm going to ask Rattigan. The exact same question.
Okay.
I was facilitating the same idea, Rattigan. I was about to ask the same thing.
All right. So see, we're on the same track then. And here's the question 4. If the councils are they considered a movement? And if they're considered a movement, please advise who classified them as such and when. And can you provide documentation evidencing the classification of the GJDYC and GJDC as a movement? Then number 6, look at number 6. It gives specific references to the terms of reference, and it says these things show significant government influence and control over the GJDC. And so I'm asking in question 6, please provide the basis for the statement that the GJDC is not an arm of the government when we can see significant government influence and control over the GJDC. Number 7, is it true that 3 of the 4 individuals who lead and support the organizations are Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade officials and not diaspora members? We know the answer to that because we've seen that. This one, did the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade facilitate legal advice? This is in line with what Durbin said to the councils, to the members who live in the USA regarding the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If this was done, were the members required to submit FARA information to the U.S. Department of Justice? And if the ministry did not facilitate legal counsel, what was the basis for this decision? Number 9, are the council appointments made by the minister with responsibility for diaspora affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, are those appointments akin to that of the honorary consuls, envoys, and diplomatic corps? And if not, please explain the difference, because they have some of the same functions. Number 11, it appears that 3 of the 4 individuals who lead and support the GJDC have diplomatic protection, that is diplomatic privilege, or how many members of have diplomatic privilege or immunity? And the last question is with the knowledge and consent of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Prime Minister, and or the Governor.
Just before the rep answers, I'm getting the sense, Rattigan and the rest of the panel. Good evening again, Michelle Tan. I'm getting the sense that these questions, as pertinent as they are, can't be answered by Michelle Tan.
Well, hold on a second.
That's the sense I'm getting, that while she is the representative, she is not in a position to answer any of these questions, and by virtue of that, we're putting her on the spot, asking her for information that she has.
Whose rep is she? I can ask I am in New York with my rep. I will
Hold on a
ask the
second.
questions I need to ask.
No, man, not you at all, Miss Boyd. Absolutely not you. I'm referring to referring to Rattigan's rep.
Mute a second. Let me just make the point, and then I'll bring you now. I'll bring Michelle. Now, if you look on the screen, this one, tell me, they provided to me. They said, this sentence, in this regard, I am advised that official government documents held by the ministry concerning the applicable questions on the councils in your application, you can find them on the ministry's website, which I'm very familiar with. I went to the website, and then the website, I got the terms of reference. So I wrote him back, and I said, I wrote him back, and I said to him, listen, you only answer, there's only one question that's answered. And look what the response him give me. Him say, the ministry is not in position of any other document beyond that to which we directed your attention. So now, Michelle, one or two things. Can you answer those questions? And if you can't answer those questions, can you be my act as my official representative and take it to them and say, listen, we have members of our constituency who are very concerned about these 12 questions, and they've only gotten an answer from the website that you directed them to for one question number 6, meaning how many, who leads and who directs the organization, and that's spelled out in the terms of reference. So the question is, do you want to take a stab at any of these questions?
No, I'd rather take them and I will present them to the rest of the body, and then we'll get back to you. I'd be more than happy. I wish you had submitted them before you brought me on today to let me know that that was your intention. Then I would have gotten all the information from you when you text me, because based on your text, I did not know that this was a line of questioning for tonight. But I'd be more than happy to take them from you, Rattigan, Mr. Rattigan, sorry, and I will get back to you and all of that. Please keep in mind, I have 9 minutes because I have another call at 7 o'clock, so I have to leave.
Let me just, one quick thing. I believe, check your email. I believe this was forwarded to you. That's number one.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't even, you know that I didn't even get your information for tonight. I had to call you. So
yeah,
I need to know which email address you have, because I don't think you have mine.
You have one on the one on the website.
Yeah, but I don't see, and it would say Rattigan, right? It would say from you. No, I don't have anything. You sent it today? When did you send it?
Sent it to the wrong email.
It was sent this morning.
I have nothing from you, Mr. Rattigan. Absolutely nothing.
Be that as it may, Michelle, Tolo, you have my mother's name. I think it's best, you have my mother's maiden name. I think it's best for you to take those questions, take the questions, because the truth is, from where I sit, you can't answer any of those questions. And I wouldn't want to attack somebody that knows anything.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Mr. Rattigan.
One quick second. Here's a problem, though. If this was sent to them, and
they not answer Rattigan, and you know that.
Hold on a second.
Calm down.
If this was sent to them and they send it to the website, why should I think that Michelle going to the questions now? They're going to say, oh, Michelle, you know what happened? If not, we have big problems.
You know what? We're not hearing you, Mr. Rattigan. Something is wrong with you. We're not hearing you at all.
Go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead. Michelle B. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying to you, Mr. Rattigan, I'm not hearing, but I think you're saying, I think you're saying if they are going to come back and say, I don't know, because I wasn't hearing you.
Can I just say something before you leave? I know you're leaving in 2 minutes. Yeah. Here's another one of my concerns. I have a lot. So you are communicating with them, but are we getting any communication back? Like if I have a question, just what Will is just saying, it's not a two-way communication. They're getting information from you about us, but we're not really getting any information the other way around to address our concerns. And if I vote for somebody, I didn't vote because I don't even understand what's going on. I think we just had a few hundred votes or something like that out of the 2 million people that we have here. So they're not really effective in what they're doing anyway, because they're not able to tap into the base. But if I have a concern and I raise that with you, and we all do as a group, We all have similar concerns about what's going on in Jamaica. Yes, how we can help, but also how can Jamaica treat us the way we need to be treated as citizens of that island who help in every way we can. When we go there, we're treated like second-class citizens. We don't get the business, the deals that the Chinese and the Indians and whoever are getting, tax-free incentives and all of that. We have no incentive from the government of Jamaica to come back home to live. We have no incentive to start businesses, but they continue to bleed us dry for our resources, our time, and we willingly do it because we love our country. So we want to know that if there's this diaspora council, that the conversation goes both ways. We don't just want to hear edicts from the government or announcements, or even worse, when the ambassador just put out there on social media blaming us for the travel advisory. We're being blamed for guns being sent to Jamaica. We didn't, I mean, I'm sure some of the criminals have been exported from Jamaica and are here now and are going back and forth. But that doesn't represent the majority of who we are here. So this Global Diaspora Council, if you're going to make any inroads or even have any impact, it has to be a two-way conversation, and we need representation. If the council members don't represent us, then it should be scrapped because you're representing a government, a foreign government. That's just the bottom line.
Okay, thank you. And you do know that the ambassador had what's called Let's Connect, so you can always reach out on that as well and ask your additional questions.
I am aware of
You
Let's
see,
Connect.
you see.
And I also have questions about that program because
If I may-
we are
if
not
I
her
may.
constituency. As an ambassador, her job is to interface with the government of the United States. She is a direct representative of the government of Jamaica to the government of the United States, not to me. She doesn't represent me, and I know it, and I'm not a part of her constituency. And I believe that that program has become like ambassador talking to her U.S. constituents, and it's not appropriate either. So there are lots of issues that we've been dealing with.
And if you have my information, actually you don't, because Mr. Rattigan has a wrong email. I don't know whose email he has.
Okay, we figured it
so
out.
I would say, but you have my name and number if you have a questions or a concern.
I don't, but you can give it to him.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna text him
And I'll
right
get
now.
some.
I don't know what he has, and I'll be more than happy to research for you, get the answers back to you. That's what I'm here for, as your middle
Thank
person.
you so much.
You're welcome, Miss Bowen. You're welcome.
If I may, Rattigan, I think while it's very important for us, to get answers to our questions, it's very unfortunate that GJ Global Jamaica, GJDC,
GYDC, it's a tongue tie, yeah.
decided to, throw you into the den of reason with Rattigan and have you, allow you to be eaten, because this is over here is not a plaything, Michelle. So
This is a conversation.
No, man, it is. But the truth is, I don't get the sense that she's armed with the information that
Don't worry.
we want.
She can manage.
So my thing is, if it is that when you get these questions, can you relate to somebody that they need to come on the program and hear and listen to our thoughts and answer our questions, so
Ishmael,
because
this is not something new. This engagement with the government of Jamaica began in 2004. 2004, this administration decided to make a change in the structure and the way they themselves to us and the way we connect with them. That just happened recently. This is nothing new.
that much I can decipher. So I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I'd love for her to relay the information and have somebody else come on. Primarily, I'd love to hear from the state minister, who is a chairman, in fact, of the council, or the movement, if you may, I'm not sure if that will happen, but in the interim, have somebody else on because you heard what we had to say, and you had nothing else to add to the discourse in terms of answers. And I can understand where you're coming from in that regard. Besides that,
And to be fair, Mr.
Michelle,
Douglas, when
I
Mr.
have
Rattigan, hold on. When Mr. Rattigan asked me to come on, he submitted 2 questions that he wanted to talk about. So I came prepared to answer those 2 questions, not knowing
so I won't get into
that
the
is
so I won't
this
get
is
into
what
the details
Mr.
of this.
Rattigan was
No
going
man,
to
hold
ask
on,
me, because
hold
then
on,
I would have
Michelle.
asked him
Hold on,
for
Michelle.
his
I won't
12
get into the
questions.
details of that
But
because
I have to go now.
for the
So,
past 6
thank
months,
you
just
all.
before you go, just give me 30 seconds.
Give me, hold on.
For
Let me
the
tell the
past
person.
6 months,
Hold on.
Ishmael, let her
a
speak.
talking
Come
point.
on.
Hold on. Let me just
Just
tell the
let her
person I'll be
finish.
right there. Hold on. Let me just tell the person I'll be right there. Hold on.
Okay.
By the way, I didn't have one question prepared. All of this just so it's not like this was not
Yeah,
entrapment.
Miss Bowen, I do
Ishmael,
understand, but
you are portraying this in an incorrect light, and you cannot speak for the person who has planned the program. This is not entrapment. I knew I was coming on, but these are questions that just are on my mind. I didn't prepare this. These are things we have been discussing for years.
if
So
if that's how it came off, I apologize.
All right.
But
Ishmael, hold on 1 second. Before Mitchell leaves, hold on a second. Mitchell
All
said,
right. I got 5 more minutes.
all right, Mitchell, you said I asked you 2 questions and this wasn't one of them, right? And listen to, I'll just read what I said to you. Just so, and then I'm going to put up the email that you said that is the wrong email. I said, Mitchell, good morning. Are you available this Saturday to discuss the right of diaspora members to vote in Jamaican elections from overseas? If you're not available this Saturday, we can have the discussion the following Saturday. By the way, I'm trying to confirm statements allegedly made by a GJDC member indicating that the councils are an extension of the GOJ. That's the second one. That the council is an extension of the government, and that's where we're going. Now, here is you said I have your wrong email. Tell me if that is your email.
Whoops,
this one right.
Whoops! You're putting up everything on.
No, it's not.
Well, then don't blame me. This is from the council. Look, Michelle. Look, Minister. Don't blame me.
So I wonder how they're really getting in touch with you.
So let me text you my email. It's missing an L. It looks like from here. That's why I told you I didn't get it.
Yeah, here it is, right here, right here.
Michelle, you might need to update the website to the accurate email. Everybody else is also updated, and also. I agree with Ishmael that you seemingly not the direct person to talk to at this very exact moment. You don't have all the information with you. You aren't armed or well prepared for the conversation. It doesn't seem that way. But I hear Michelle Bowen. I heard your concern. All your concerns are legitimate concerns and questions that to be asked. Really, I would have also asked if I was in your shoes, because my representative must be able to address my issues I'm facing. And communication must not just be a one-way, must be a two-way street. You get information from me to give on to the government of Jamaica, and the information from the government of Jamaica to see what benefits me. Because my information is supposed to be tailored to you in such a way that you provide me with the best service. At the bottom end, I get you said that the council is an advisory council. I'm new to the council. I'm just hearing about much of it. I heard of it, but I'm hearing more detail of it right now. I know you say it's advisory, but it doesn't seem just advisory with the government, seem like an extension of the government. Really, it feels that way. But I probably have to do more research into it to have a better understanding of it. But based on the conversation, it seemed more like an extension, with the chair being the minister herself, and then the minister has a foot into who be nominated to be the representative. Once somebody's involved in selecting the person for nomination, then from there, the constituents later vote for. They don't have no other option to vote for. They're just voting for the person that was now nominated by the minister. It becomes that's a whole question.
That's not so accurate, though. That's not an accurate depiction. And in fact, when you need to cut Michelle some slack because she's an elected official and she does what she's assisting. She's assisting to the best of her capacity. The organizational structure, for instance, I don't know what Ishmael being a part of the youth function and a Jamaican do. So that's something completely different. So you can't. It's not fair to Michelle.
Isat, hold on.
It's not fair to Michelle.
But I know Michelle, I forgot. But Ishmael and Michelle, if you're saying that it is a movement, then certainly you can answer and should be able to answer questions about the movement. Because you're saying it's not an organization, it's a movement. And I say, okay, I'll give you that. Let's talk about the movement. When was it established? Who established it? Where can I find documents evidencing that this is a movement and not just somebody saying it is a movement? You're supposed to be able to answer those questions.
Well,
anyway,
Michelle, pretty much, Ratty.
Change the email address for you because that email, you see, I have to pull it up, right? Because you tell me I'm sending it, and you don't know where I'm getting the email address from, and I got it from the website. So you need to talk to them.
Ratty, let me just interject for a little bit here.
Michelle, don't leave. One question.
Okay.
No, the fact of the matter is, Michelle, you recall our initial meeting when you first came in. We said there are certain key things the diaspora will or will not accept. And one of them is the imposition of any rules that is detrimental to the diaspora being able to participate. And one of the rules that they have that's very restrictive is that if you don't agree with something and you get very, I guess, loud in your disapproval or your disconnect from what the policy is, they have the right to kick you out of the council. When I look at that, what they're saying is, we at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, we run things. This is how we set it up, and you must toe the line. And this is what they're saying to the inner sanctum, not to the membership out there. So the membership out there is now realizing just how restrictive your job could be. We don't want that kind of restriction. We never voted for that. We voted for a system, and we've been asking for representation overseas by appointing senators or creating a constitutional seat or something. And this is what the diaspora wanted, to be able to participate. But that doesn't seem like it's about to happen. It seems like they're now imposing the council as
give me
a de
one more minute.
facto.
All right, just give me a minute. I'm wrapping up right now.
Yeah. They're now imposing the council as a de facto extension of government business in the Senate and in the House. So, and this is what I think people are objecting to. You've got a lot of hostile people, and since you have the largest contingent in the Northeast, you're going to feel more hostility the more that government tries to impose solutions on us, rather than have us kind of debate or entertain these ideas and get our representative, you, to respond accordingly to them. But it seems like things are coming downhill rather than going up.
And I really have to go. But don't forget the difference between who is appointed and who is elected. We are just working together. They appoint their people. We have our elected, and we're trying to work together. But I have to go, but they're calling me. I have to go.
Okay.
All right. So they can get rid of their appointed members, right? But they
Thanks,
can't get
man.
rid of us as elected members.
All
All right.
All right.
I gotta go. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Mr. McNeil.
Hear what you just said, though. Them people and them people that them represent us. Where you ever hear something like this?
You know, Mr. Dirty 30, them need to appoint me for Kosuno. Me just feel say me if we get appointed to the diaspora. So when Michelle Owen Esquire asks me something, I say, listen, don't ask me nothing. I get some Warmington medicine.
Sir Will and panel, I first of all I must apologize for my exuberance, but the truth is, you know, I've been in advocacy for as young as I am for over 15 years, and it becomes, you know, it becomes, how you say, a part of you when you want answers, you know, just like the PAC, when you want answers, and you know, they instead of facing the tough questions themselves, they send somebody that they would have elected or appointed to answer these questions on behalf of them. And
Somebody's mic.
man, it's not my mic.
No, it's not yours. Somebody. Okay, it's gone now.
Oh, it's a key.
Right. So, having said that, it was quite evident just now that while she is in fact a representative, as Rattigan would have said, she's oblivious. She is oblivious to what is happening, and you know it's borderline torture to ask her pertinent questions, given that you know, Auntie Michelle, if I can call you that, her uncle Will, it's torture for us to even ask her the questions, because we're seeking these answers, but she don't know. She really don't know. She don't know. She's sat
But we're not surprised.
Right. But Ishmael, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because as anybody who would have seen my facial expression, my eyebrows were raised because I was very worried for her.
Dervin,
I'm truly no.
She don't know. She don't know. We don't murder her over here, no.
I am missing the point here. I didn't see any tension. I didn't think that she was ill at ease. She was comfortable, and so were we.
No man. I mean that figuratively, of course.
It's just in terms of answering the questions.
Hold on. We have to one at a time.
Yes, sir. I was very extremely worried for her because she cannot answer the questions, and it is troubling. It is very troubling. As I said before, you know, I just speak as a neutral person here. Hold on, Ishmael. It is a reflection of the administration. It is a reflection of the ministry. You, Mr. Rattigan, you sent an email to her email, which is the wrong email. So that's where the miscommunication started, which shows that there's a lot of bungling in that ministry. There's no proper communication. There's a lot of bundling going on, and this is a reflection of this is a reflection of the entire government, the governmental apparatus. You in an important ministry called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The people at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cannot answer the questions that you pose to them, right? And poor Miss Michelle, I don't know if it's Miss or Mrs., but respectfully, Miss Michelle, she couldn't answer it. Remember, she would have been the emissary in the Diaspora group, and the structure needs to change. It is very troubling, and Miss Michelle don't think that is a court session or a cross-questioning session or
objection.
Something. But here you know, besides.
On behalf of Michelle made it very clear, if your passport lost, come see me. Only gone into all of these governmental issues and state minister and dreadlock state minister.
No, but the thing is, you know,
Hold on. Dervin, finish up the point and then we go to Ishmael.
Yeah, I truly think that the folks in this diaspora movement needs to reflect on, as I said earlier, and I humbly advise Miss Michelle since she is in charge of her region, I'm begging her to please hurry up and go and see an attorney ASAP, because I am seeing a whole heap of things going to come out and it's not going to look good, and I'm very afraid that she may be a serious casualty in this thing with Uncle Sam.
All right, stop right there. Let me go to Ishmael, because we have a significant discussion that happen right now.
Yeah.
And the discussion, folks, is about
yes. So quickly,
hold on, Ishmael. It's about who can vote in a Jamaican election. And we're going to do it from the constitutional perspective. One year from Isat, we're going to do it from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council perspective, because Ishmael is here and he's a member of that organization. He should be able to answer the questions.
My tenure done. Don't say that. My tenure done. My tenure done a year ago.
Don't. You're supposed to have the knowledge and the requisite and the diaspora living experience.
You're not gonna put me back. Listen to me.
Hold on, no. Quickly make your point. Make the point, William.
So, I would have said earlier that this is how everything this government touches is either it is destroyed or it's questioned. Every single thing. No. I said that again to say that the truth is the people that we want to answer the questions is the people that we would not get to ask face to face, because they're not brave enough to face us. And it's because of that I was trying to a little bit offer some protection for her. The questions has to be asked, but Auntie Michelle, she can't answer any of them.
But Ishmael,
she can't answer any of them.
Do you think I'm surprised that she couldn't?
I know you're not surprised. I know you're not surprised, but
maybe it will be instructive for her and people similarly situated that they really need to look at the position that they have assumed and do the research, because you can't just say, well, I didn't know. You have to do your own research and know what you're getting yourself into. So don't feel badly. She wasn't beat upon. This was just a conversation.
Again, so about about 4 years ago, I was a youth ambassador to CARICOM, and I was offered an opportunity to become a member of the Jamaica Youth Diaspora Council. And, I thought I was going into an established body. And when I got on, most of their discussions was in a WhatsApp group. And most of the things were just chain messages. And if I'd ask, when is the meeting? I would hear the meeting is in England, and it's just some of us that are in England that decided to do this sort of thing. So so my name was supposed to be on a paper of some sort that I am the representative through CARICOM, because I'm a youth ambassador. But and I realized from then that this is how they operate, right? And this was from 2020. My tenure ended 2021 as a youth ambassador, and I was still, in fact, serving 2022. Sorry, and I was still serving on paper as the youth ambassador, youth council, and it was up until I wrote to them to remove my name in the later part of 2022 that they did. So I'm showing you that it's like and it's the truth. It's like tokenism.
Hold on a second, Ishmael. I want to hear from Sashana if she has any view. But before I do that, Sashana, let me just say this. If you're going for a job interview, one of the first things them tell you is that you must know about the company, because you're going to be asked about the company. A good interview, well, this is just standard. They say, what do you know about the company? What do you know about it? You want to work here. What do you know about the company? Let's apply the same standard to Michelle and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Michelle applied. She was not. She applied, so that means that she wanted to work for the council. So you would think that if you're going to work for the country, you'd want to do some investigation, you want to do some research and find out what the country is about. No, Michelle herself told me that it's a movement, it's not an organization. And then when I ask her, well, who said it's a movement? When? And she can't answer those questions. Now, let me ask you, since you recently left, Ishmael, is it a movement or is it an organization? What were you told?
I'm happy you phrased it that way, you see, because I'm known, Akilim can tell you, I'm known for asking questions. Me love asks. I wasn't told either. Them tell me, so them will get back to me.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me bring in Sashana. Sashana, you've been waiting patiently and listening to this discussion. Your views before we move on to this voting thing here.
Okay. Well, I understand what Ishmael is saying when he says, you know, the speaker didn't seem equipped with the knowledge of the questions that you guys were asking, and with the movement, as she would have said that it is. I'm not as familiar with it, but based on the conversation and what she would have presented and the questions that you guys would have asked, what I gather is that some form of like information that's being disseminated to the members, whether those nominated or whether those elected or those appointed, that there's some disconnect when it comes down to the information. So whether it is that they themselves as a team, as a unit, they themselves don't know what they are or what they stand for, or it is that the information is not being disseminated to everyone, or maybe there is some lack of trying to find that information. As there was one point that was raised about how there's like 2 million persons in the diaspora, and then only like 200 something, I think she said, voted, and that says to me that whatever the goals of the unit or the team is, they need to incorporate something stronger to help to invite or let the diaspora know that yes, you guys need to vote, or this is as somebody had mentioned, that there is no incentives for people to support Jamaica's elections, and that is also something that they need to look at. So if I was in that position, I would definitely be taking notes, because if it is that I cannot answer the questions that you are proposing, then that means we internally, we're not having the conversations that we need to have. So if it's that, and I heard Dervin had mentioned that yes, what is this, did they mention that you might get in problem with the US for this, or legal issues for this? And she was like, yes, that we had that discussion before. So they need to either be having that conversation internally, or is it that you're not having the conversations internally, or is it that you're just hearing the information and just leaving it at the table with the panel? So that's something that needs to be looked at. So my point really is that the unit, the team, the organization, the movement, whatever it is, they need to be taking notes from the diaspora. They need to be hearing from the diaspora and be taking notes and working towards making points and actually doing stuff for the diaspora.
All right, thanks. Let me just hear from two more people before we jump into this very, very significant topic.
May I respond to that, please? May I respond to that?
All right, go ahead, and then after you, I'll have a key, and then we move on.
You've raised some very, very important. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I?
No, go ahead.
You've raised some very important points, and I think you have a clear picture of the dysfunction. Now, what we have here is a foreign. Okay, I'm speaking as an American. I'm a Jamaican, but I'm also an American. I've been living here for 40 years. I know I don't look that old, but I've been here for 40 years. So, as an American citizen, what we have here is a foreign government, Jamaica, which is my homeland that I love, but it's a foreign government coming into this country, setting up their own little shadow government that they don't have any jurisdiction to do. They're appointing and electing people to serve in various positions, as they would, I guess, a cabinet. And the people who are being voted in or appointed are totally ignorant that this system is not legitimate. It's an illegitimate system. So what you have identified, Sashana, is exactly correct. It cannot fit. There's a disconnect, and there will always be a disconnect, because you cannot have a foreign government coming to another country, setting up a system like this, having elections, appointing people to do things on their behalf, and it can't work. It cannot work. The only way it does work is if you register with the Department of Justice as an agent of a foreign government, and
There you
you
go.
have to file annual reports of everything that you're doing, so that it's in alignment with the local laws and federal laws. So lots of things are wrong here, and they can't be fixed just by having more conversations. It will never work. It will never work, because you have a government imposing itself in a foreign country on its, I guess, people who are born in the foreign country. We have our allegiance, or we're patriotic people. We trust our country, we trust our government, but they're not the ones that are going to get in trouble, right? It's we breaking our laws here. So
Let me just say, Joya asked that question. They said the Israelis raise funds from Israelis in the US for Israel. How is this different from what Jamaicans doing? Exactly what Michelle just said. They're registered. And this organization that we have here, it's not registered. You heard Michelle. She said it herself. It's not registered. And how do they try to get around it? By saying, oh, it's a movement. I said, well, what does that mean? Because your structure is organizational. Everything about you is organizational. So and by the way, where did this movement business come from? Where did it come from? No answer. Let me get Herb, and then where is he? Is he still with us? Herb, go ahead, please. Herb?
Okay. What I wanted to do is take it. Oh, let me. All right. Can you hear me?
yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me just take you back to basics for a second here, right? When they started this entire thing, says the Global Jamaican Diaspora Council and the Youth Council recently held elections encouraging Jamaicans in the diaspora across Canada, the UK, and the US to participate, right? The primary purpose of these elections is to enhance diaspora engagement and provide a platform for Jamaicans living abroad to have a voice in matters related to their community and homeland. The councils aim to foster stronger connections between the diaspora and Jamaica, allowing for policy-level involvement across various sectors. By electing representatives, the diaspora can actively contribute to Jamaica's development, share insights, and address issues impacting both their current residents and their home country, right? There's no mention there of the laws that were passed, like Public Law 114-291, that allows the diaspora membership to engage with their people in the House and the Senate when it comes to policy directed against the Caribbean. There was no mention of us putting in requests to enhance the policy concerning shipment of weapons, drug shipment, and the human trafficking, right? Now, it speaks to the election of representatives where the diaspora can actively contribute to Jamaica's development, share insights, and address issues impacting both their current residents and their home country. So the U.S. has been arguing for a while that that Jamaica is being Jamaica's failures to discern the importation of weapons and drugs weapons into the Jamaica and drugs into the U.S. That's on Jamaica. But Jamaica is now arguing, counter argument is that the weapons are being sent out of Haiti and they end up in the Caribbean, especially in Jamaica, right? And that the Jamaica safeguarded the U.S. third border for quite a while, and the U.S. is failing to show some type of recognition of that the policy that has safeguarded the U.S. and kept the U.S. away from violence and other injurious activities against the residents. Now, Jamaicans in diaspora who are over 18 years old, whether they're Jamaican by birth, descent, naturalization, are eligible to vote. This is a point that's being made. That means you can still play in Jamaica's election, which Mr. Rattigan is going to address through via our able counselor that's sitting in Jamaica right now. All right. And it says that the voting process allows members of the diaspora to select candidates for both the GJDC and the GJDYC. Problem being, there was insufficient marketing of the idea within the diaspora, especially in the Northeast, and there were people who completely were overlooked and not informed in a timely fashion. I know this happened down in Florida because I got complaints out of Florida. I got less complaints out of the Northeast, but nevertheless, these complaints concern how do you communicate with the diaspora membership and create a situation where we can respond adequately to voting, right? The fact that the voting was controlled from Kingston by the Minister of State and his staff members might have been what caused this problem. You can have this kind of setup and have it being run from Kingston. It's got to be a diaspora idea and diaspora driven and controlled by the diaspora, right? Now, they say that the elected councils will play a crucial role in advising the minister with portfolio responsibility on diaspora related issues. I would ask this panel, who is that minister? Because I used to know the minister, and now I don't. Their insights will contribute to policies, partnerships, and initiatives that benefit both the diaspora and Jamaica. Additionally, the Youth Council focuses on engaging youth ages 18 to 35. That's a broad database right there, and building connections between young diaspora members and Jamaica. How are they supposed to do that without adequate budgeting or direction? And where's the direction going to be coming from? It's not coming from the youth. It's coming probably most likely coming from adults. The results of the elections was announced back in February 2023 and posted. Does anybody know when the next set of elections are supposed to happen? And who does the nominating for the various positions? Right? We're not just making a whole lot of noise here. We're trying to correct the situation where we feel that it was ramrodded through, people were bypassed, and a lot of people just did not get the opportunity to participate as they would have liked. We think that they were actually choosing leadership for us. Don't get me wrong, I like Michelle. I think Michelle is doing a good job with a bad situation. And there might be others that like their representatives in the other areas. but at least she's listening to us and she's participating with us. I can't vouch for anybody else. And herein lies the problem, where you don't have the representation. The man in England got voted in, less than 100 votes or somewhere around there.
That's
And they have
17.
800,000 people. So we have to change something here. And we cannot forego the fact that we want representation in the Senate and in the Parliament itself, in the House.
Absolutely,
Let
absolutely.
me
So
just
the question, I'm sorry, Will.
no,
The
go ahead.
question
Continue what-
is this diaspora election, is it legal? These elections being run by the government of Jamaica in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, is this legal? Can a government do that in foreign countries? Have elections and appoint people and elect people to positions that they control?
And
That's my question, Mr.
That's the
Rattigan.
million-dollar question.
And I
But-
think the key word there is control, right? Among the other key words, because my firm position is that this is not a diaspora organization, that you need to get rid of the government out of it completely. Let it be a standalone for the diaspora, and then we can work from there. By the way, David and Diana, big up on yourself. You know that. Love the support. Keep giving me the strength. So it go. No,
Mr.
let's move now. You have something, Dervin, because we'll move on to this.
Yeah, just one more thing, Sir Rattigan. The situation with the Chinese and the Chinese police, the US may view the movement being somewhat similar. I'm just saying. That's my 2 cents.
Well,
on
it's
it.
my opinion that the governments of Jamaica may be getting some tips from the Chinese, because this is what they do with their diaspora. They give them awards, they give them all kinds of incentives, and then they send them out to control their Chinese dissidents or spy on their Chinese dissidents. I don't know. It's just very strange to me. I still don't understand it. And I'm not sure what the real goal of this whole Global Diaspora Council is, but it's certainly not beneficial to the diaspora.
All right. Let me just say there are 2,314 devices. And I see where Ale mentioned that you multiply by that 100 and we have 23,000. I don't know if everybody's going to put $100 in there, but be that as it may, we need you to start making your donations, because this is a registered organization. This is registered with the federal government and with the state government. For all of the people asking questions, because it's come to my attention that people are saying, oh, they want to make a legal defense foundation. We don't even know if them registered. Yes, we are registered. And if you want to see the certificate, I will gladly put it up on the thing so you can see it. Know what we'd like to do.
How does one make a donation? Can you tell everybody?
All right, let me put it up. Sorry about that. Let me put it up here.
You want the banner. The banner needs to go. There you go.
OJLDF.org. That's one way. And where else there? Oh, and see and that is the QR code. So you put your phone up there, sir, or you go to that and you can make your donations. And by the way, people, let me tell you, I've been promising you someone, but not to the extent of the Prime Minister and not to your detriment, because I promised you that I would get the PayPal thing on it. And because this week I was just swamped with doing research, because this topic we're going to talk about now, and Michelle and I, we have different views on it. And Isat and I, I'm sure,
because you represent the diaspora, so represent us. Know who you're representing.
All right. So what we're gonna do now, if what I would suggest to you, call your neighbors, call your friends, call your family members, tell them tune in now, because yes, I know it get hot enough, because now we are gonna talk about voting. Who should vote in a Jamaican election? And we're going to do it from a constitutional perspective, a legal perspective, local perspective, diaspora perspective. But before we do that, let me just show you something. Take a look at this. First of all, you see where it come from. Look at the date. That's June 10, 2015.
Who was in power then?
It was the PNP.
Well, that's why he was saying that.
Well, he said it after. He said it after. He said that the diaspora should have a constituent vote in Jamaica. He didn't say how, but he said it. Now, this idea about that people living overseas can vote in a Jamaican election. This is an idea that's been bandied around before 2010. It started getting some traction, I believe, in 2010. And then we come to 2015, where leader of the opposition said, hey, you guys should get a vote. 2016, and then I don't want to bother Kevin right now if I pull it up because we're pressed for time. But 2016, it wasn't just this man who said it, it was also the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, my favorite minister, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, aka Apina. She said that yes, we're working on a mechanism so that you people living outside of Jamaica can vote in a Jamaican election, and you can also have representation in the Senate. This gentleman, the Honorable Prime Minister, he said the same thing. And they've been saying it for a while. They've been saying it for a while. And so the question is, what we're going to discuss now is who should be allowed to vote in a Jamaican election. And I say allowed because I'm teasing Isat, because Isat would say it's nothing about being allowed, it's a right. So having said that and set the state, because what happened is this past election, I know of a lot of people who left the United States, went to Jamaica, voted. They're not living in Jamaica, they live here. And they went to Jamaica, they're on a list, and they voted, and now they're back here. So,
okay,
I'll have you open the discussion, sir. Talk to us.
I have to go, so adios, folks.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. I'll keep you posted on what happens.
All right.
All right. All right.
So I'll start by saying that when Herb left his bunker and came out of the clutches of the bunker based in Jamaica.
Did you want to join us or no? I don't want to put you on the spot now. If you don't want to join us, that's fine. You take too long, man. When you remind me, know.
Mr. Rattigan, I thought Isat was about to offer me some KFC and you interrupted.
No. I am my scandal here. I said so when Mr. Herb found himself in one of the bunkers in Jamaica and stepped out on the 26th and cast his vote, he didn't do anything illegal. In fact, if one looks at the Constitution, which is always a starting place, there are two particular constitutional rights that we have, which is F, 13F, and 13M. 13F speaks about the right to freedom of movement, and that is to say the right of every citizen of Jamaica to enter Jamaica, and of every person lawfully in Jamaica to move around freely throughout Jamaica, to reside in any part of Jamaica and to leave Jamaica. Now, the starting point is this. If you have your birth certificate, you are a citizen. Once you're 18 years and older, if you were born here, obviously you reside here. These technicalities are not something that would trump the Constitution. So when you look at the actual ordinary reside or residency, it becomes a little bit, there are too many gray areas. What the Electoral Office of Jamaica, before I get back to the right to vote, what the Electoral Office of Jamaica says is, this is the coveted EOJ that puts out multiple press releases as to who won and who don't win. But anyway, it says that every Jamaican citizen who possesses the following qualifications is entitled to register to vote. 1, a Jamaican citizen of 18 years or over and resident in Jamaica. So that has no stipulation. Once you're 18 years or older and you're resident in Jamaica, which means by virtue of the section what did I say? F, freedom of movement, right? then
It's
you're
not
qualified. Not to be say that again. I crave your indulgence. 1 second. Yeah. So sorry about that. Every city, once you're a citizen, you're qualified to vote. There's no stipulation. All that stuff about the 6 months and this and that. Herb can tell you. Once in down here, you're registered on the voters list because what? You're here. Some of you can use your lovely JPs who are of unquestionable character. They'll vouch for where you live, and that's the end of the matter. I think the true question that persons have is the inconvenience or the expense of voting, meaning to exercise your right to vote while you're outside of the country can be costly. And so that's why Lisa Hanna had advocated, I would say sometime, I don't want to give the wrong date, but sometime in 2019, she said it's time to give the diaspora the vote. And this would have been said, when opposition is opposition, they make heavy weight of it. The thing about it is, what it should have said was it's time to give the diaspora a convenient way to vote, so that there's nobody thinking that you can't vote if you're not a citizen. The Constitution actually says this, and that's the starting point. So no matter what the EOJ says or any legislation, it cannot trump the Constitution. And here's all you need to hear from the Constitution. The right of every citizen of Jamaica. Don't be confused with wanting to be an elected official, but to your right to vote. It says the right of every citizen of Jamaica who is so registered to vote in free and fair elections.
Where's
so
that?
all it is, say that again.
Give me the section.
13.3M2.
Okay. No, continue. I'm looking for it.
Right. So the right of every citizen of Jamaica, and you read 2, not 1. This is the constitutional right is found at 13.3M2. Who is so registered to vote in free and fair elections. So all you're required to do is to be registered. And when you're going to register, if you were born here, your residence is where you were born. You can Google a million places. Legally, the place where you're born is where you reside. So unless it is that
13.2 what?
13.3.
Oh, 3.
M.
Yeah.
2 I's.
Okay.
You seeing it?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you read it. So what the information that's going around is the aspects where they said if you're qualified to be registered as an elector for elections to the House of Representatives, to be so registered and so on. So the qualification, notice the word qualified. The qualification comes in when there's some aspects of dual citizenship and then ordinarily reside because of the thing about your ability to be loyal to your sovereign state. That is why it speaks about qualified. But once you are a citizen, all it is to be registered, and then you are free to vote in those fair elections. So I have a fairness issue where that is concerned as well, but just deal with that. So I will submit to you that based on the Constitution, as long as you're a citizen, you have a right to vote. You cannot be the registration aspect of it, and this is what I will say to you, is that if it is that you were born, a lot of people were born at Jubilee Hospital. If you're born at Jubilee, and that the time when you did born at Jubilee, say you did live at Matches Lane, say your vote counts in that constituency. The issue for EOJ now is when you want to find yourself in Westmoreland or find yourself in Old Harbor and vote there. You have to prove that you ordinarily reside there. Your new place of residence is there. for census purposes, but you will always reside where you're originally born as a citizen. That particular address, and it stays there. All right. So, also I would submit to you that the conversation ought to be, can we now get absentee ballots, and is it something that the EOJ can manage, and the process, the deadline for those votes to come in, especially before, if it wants to be counted as a part of the voting pool. Good. Those are my submissions. If there are no questions.
Dirty, Herb.
Yes, sir. All right. As it relates to the diaspora voting, all right, since it's going to be difficult to have the ballot, the physical ballot thing, I think the government should have invested the billions of dollars that they have moved into different directions into investing in those ballot machines, and have them at the consulates, and at the, for Jamaicans to vote, right? The US does it, and they could get help from the US government in order to set up that system. It's not difficult, you know. We here in Jamaica, we tend to make things difficult when it is so simple and straightforward. The amount of money that has been misappropriated from from three ministries could have easily invested in some of those machines. So to encourage the diaspora to say, okay, we're going to have elections at this date, and you fly out some of the EOJ people them to go to those places, right? It's not hard, you know. It is not hard. Oh God, we just make things difficult, and we as a country, we just backward in our thinking. Sorry.
Herb.
Yeah, I see a lot of people wondering where I'm sitting. I'm sitting in this beautiful living room and listening to the youth of Jamaica educate us, and we also listen to a very able attorney ask questions that would seem our earlier host was hesitant in committing our answers to. But at this point, where we're talking about the vote, having come down and reviewed the situation, having attended elections in different Caribbean states, and I've been an observer, I would say to you, I was pleasantly surprised at the fact that they had a peaceful and almost uneventful, rather, election here. People waited 7 years for this. And the people who waited 7 years, it made it seem as if it was a national election, when in fact it was a local election that impacts local governance at the mayoral level, whether it's town, city, or district. And so people were proud that they did vote. One party was proud that they had the majority of votes, and the other party was proud that technically they won the district or the town, and they won the majority. Well, whether or not you had dead people voting or people who had migrated voting or whatever you had voting, people were just happy that the vote happened, it occurred, and it went down in the fashion that it did go down. They were very confused that night in the conduct of the count when the count stopped, and they were wondering what in the world could have happened to cause the count to stop and for them to have to redo it all over again. But observing this tells me that since this one went so well, that the next one, people will want to participate. So whether or not they do like me and fly in and participate, or if the Jamaican government can come up with the voting system used by the French or used by the Iraqis, or where you can come up, and if there's a large contingent of Jamaicans in PG County, Maryland, then you set up at the hotel out there, the local embassy or consulate sets up a desk and allows people to come in and vote all day. Go from, say, 99, because you have to allow for people to leave work here in the U.S. Now, if those arrangements can be made and you make it easier for your people to vote, then you'll get a better cross-section of opinions on the government of Jamaica. And eventually we'll get our own representative that we can vote.
All right.
Thanks.
Let me Isat, and I'm sorry he's not here. I'm hoping he'll come back, because Isat referred to.
I am here, man. I'm here.
All right, I'm glad you're there. Now, I want to show something on the screen. There is an act in Jamaica called the Representation of the People Act. It was enacted in 1944, and the last time they tinkered with it was in 2016. So it's still good law, right? Now, Isat said that the right of every citizen who's qualified to be who's so registered to vote in free and fair elections, and the provision above that referred to elections to the House of Representatives. Doesn't mention anything about local government. Be that as it may, here is the act I'm talking about. There it is. No, sorry, that's not it. Let me move it. It's this one. Okay. Here we go. Let me enlarge it. By the way, let me ask, how many people have ever heard of this act? The Representation of the People Act. You've heard of it?
I have.
You have? Good.
Mm-hmm.
What Isat is saying is that if you're registered, you can vote, and so it doesn't really matter where you are. Not going to argue with that point, except to say that if that is the case, if we're gonna look at it from that perspective constitutionally, then this law, the Representation of the People Act, is unconstitutional. And here is why. Take a look at this. It says right here, 5(2). It says, subject to the provision of subsection 3 and of section 6. And I've looked at those. It says, every person shall be entitled to vote at an election of a member of the House of Representatives. So you're talking about Parliament, for any constituency, if his name appears upon the official list for a polling division comprising such constituency, unless, so you can vote if your name is on the list. And it says, unless, if after you have registered, you are no longer a Commonwealth citizen or are ordinarily resident in Jamaica, right? The Electoral Commission says that you can register to vote if you're a Jamaican over the age of 18 and you're a resident in Jamaica, or if you're a Commonwealth citizen living in Jamaica for more than a year, and you've established residency for a year. You have to establish residency for a year in Jamaica as a Commonwealth citizen. So if you come from Australia, New Zealand, Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, so on and so forth, you come to Jamaica, you spend 1 year in Jamaica, and then you can register to vote in a Jamaican election, even though you're not a citizen of Jamaica. And in addition to that, you can actually run for Parliament
after a year if you come from Bangladesh or any one of those countries, right? So this is what it says. It says that if you are entitled to vote for an MP, if your name is on the list, provided that after you register, you're still a Commonwealth citizen or you reside in Jamaica. Now let's go down further and look
the language is important, it says ordinarily reside in Jamaica.
Right. And I'm going to show you the definition of that. I'm going to show you the definition. And then in 7, it says that, the chief electoral officer, every 6 months or periods, they determine that they can come out and prepare a list of electors. And part of that is people die, people move, whatever. So they need to have an accurate list of voters. So they said, look, every 6 months, we're going to send people out to verify that these voters actually live where they are and they exist. So we don't want dead people voting. We don't want people who move, come back and vote in that constituency. All right. Here's another one. It says if your name is on the thing, this is who may vote, section 34. If your name is on it, you can vote, right? Oh, this one is talking about bribery. By the way, bribery, paying somebody to vote or not to vote in Jamaica is a crime. Plain and simple, it's a crime. It's right here, election offenses, right? But let me get to something else. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if they keep doing this. Ishmael and Isat, maybe you can tell me, and Derwin, that if you run a bar, for example, you cannot open a bar on election day.
That is correct. If you have or you're
4 hours after they close the poll. So I don't know if they're opening bars in Jamaica still.
No, 4 hours before and 4 hours after the close of poll.
1 hour before. It says right here.
Before and after. Before and after.
No. Look at 84. 84 says the holder of a retail license or a retail license or a tavern license granted under the Spirit License Act shall cause the licensed premises to be closed to the public on election day during the period beginning 1 hour before the hour appointed for the opening of the polls and ending 6 hours, not 4 hours, 6 hours after the closing of the poll. I don't know if they're doing that. And then they're
look to see, to be honest. I didn't look to see.
And here it is right here. Anybody who directly or indirectly by himself or by any other person on his behalf gives, lends, or agrees to give or lend, or offers, promises to procure or endeavor to procure any money or valuable consideration to or for any voter, or to or for any person on behalf of any voter, or to or for any person in order to induce any voter to refrain from voting, or corruptly does any such act as aforesaid on account of such voter having voted or refrained from vote. And then it gives all of this. This is all bribery. This is all paying for vote. All this. People go back and look at it. Section 91. Section 91. And I want to know, I've seen videos. Are the police investigating these crimes and locking people up for buying votes? Because it says right here, if you buy votes, you're subject to a prison term. Right here.
Maybe it's they need to see the actual exchange of money. Maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe
on video. I've seen videos of them giving money.
Okay.
Come out and talk about it. So there is a 94 is where they find them. Now, if you go to section 8, right? The first section I show you where them said that if you have to be ordinarily resident, right? Section 8 talks about local election. So everything I've shown you before is about general election. But guess what? Section 8, the 8th schedule mirrors the provisions for a general election. It's almost the same thing, right? This one says that you can even vote, to Isat's point, if you're not a resident in that polling division upon the day of the election. But that, I believe, is where somebody is they're registered to vote in a certain constituency, and they move within a certain time period. Like, the list comes out, I think 5 or 8 days, whatever the time period is, where they can't make any changes. So if you move like 2 days before the election, and you move from Kingston to Montego Bay, you can't vote in Montego Bay. If you want to vote, you have to come back to Kingston, but you're not a resident.
If I may, Rattigan, I think just to shed some light on that particular part, I think what the EOJ has in place is a transfer certificate, but normally it is used for particular substratas of electors, like the police, the civil servants and election day workers, because they don't on any election day they don't vote on the day.
They can't vote. I know that.
And then they are transferred. However, on the particular day, the indoor agents more often than not are not from the particular voting polling station or polling division. And when they vote in their polling station, but their vote is then transferred to their respective polling station. But I don't know if this would apply to regular voters. I'm not sure. I don't know.
It could, because if you move like 2 days before the election, they can't change it. They can't make any changes right there and then. So what will happen is that you'll have to, if you move to another part of the country, you'll have to come back and vote in that, because your name won't be on the list for your new residents. But here, folks, here's what I'm talking about. Section 5, where it says right here that if your name appears on the list, and after your name is on the list, you are no longer a Commonwealth citizen, or you're not ordinarily resident in Jamaica, then you cannot vote. Now, let me show you. Isat and I were talking about this term, ordinarily resident, right? Because it says that if you're not ordinarily resident in Jamaica, you cannot vote. So, for example, the idea is if you live overseas, if you establish residency in the UK or wherever, then you're stopped from voting in Jamaica. Now, let me go to the section that talks about. There's only one section in this act that I could find where they refer to the definition for ordinarily resident, and let me show you where it is. All right, here it is. It says, this one is for enumeration and registration. Every person shall be deemed to reside in the polling division in which he was ordinarily resident on the date of his enumeration, right? But keep going down. Look at 4. Look at 4. Says the place of ordinary residence of a person is generally that place which has always been, or which he has adopted as the place of his habitation or home, whereof when away from there he intends to return. Now, if you move and you come to America, for example, and you come with a green card, and then you come and you take your citizenship out, there is an assumption that you're not, even with the passage of time, they said, no, you're not planning to go back, right? Because yes, you establish residence somewhere else. It says here, specifically, when a person usually sleeps in one place and has his meals or is employed in another place, the place of his ordinary residence is where the person lives.
Just like the census. That's exactly how they do the census.
And here it is again. A person's place of ordinary residence is where his family is. If he's living apart from it in another place, the place of ordinary residence of such person is such other place. So if you live in America and you have family in Jamaica, what this is saying is that you don't live with your family. Your residence is somewhere else, right? And it's a temporary absence from a place of ordinary residence does not cause you to lose your ordinary residence. But if you have a green card and you say my permanent residence is in America, then that's not temporary.
That is your interpretation of that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you,
here's the thing. Here's the thing. When somebody, that's the beauty of law, because the language of the legislation is saying that you intend to return. The language says you intend to return, you know, and we have other, we have just need to, we have other legislation, yeah. We have other legislation. For instance, when you have your property and you are paying your taxes and you're doing all that you're supposed to do. So the persons who go and squat on your land, who intends to take the land, you can just ask your prime minister. He has no problem taking a bulldozer and licking down people houses whenever them go on like they want to take away you people in the diaspora land because you intend to come back and use it. So the interpretation of that is a matter for the court. But I can tell you this, if I go away to go make money and send, you know how much money on the 23% of the GDP, me start sound like some economists now, is the diaspora give it. So what about all these people when a man having 3 baby mothers, Ninja Man style, 23 baby and 22 baby mothers, and him find out a woman and she carry him away and him get married because he wants to make a better life. It's our third world journey. He is not forfeiting his ordinary residence. And when I started this conversation, I made it clear, you know. I said, what they have to look at is where you were born. And even now, one of the things with us is you are always talking about your Waterhouse vibes. I am sure that you still have your abode in Waterhouse. If not, if you don't, then maybe you're forfeiting your right. But I can tell you this: I've got many places, and from my born till now, at the same place me live. And then no judge, nobody can tell me otherwise. I know, right?
But hold on a second. What it says that if wherever you rest your head at night, right, wherever you sleep, that is your residence. So if you sleep, if out a year, and remember now, if for 3 years you don't go to Jamaica, right, and then you say, I'm gonna go down for a vacation, and I'm on the list, and I'm gonna go vote. You're saying that the person is legally entitled to vote. And I'm saying yeah, and I'm saying to you that an argument could be made that, wait a minute, you're not ordinarily resident in Jamaica. Because and said, let me see, what's your status in the US? And they say, oh, I'm a citizen. And who do you have in Jamaica? I'm saying, I don't have anybody, I just come down on vacation.
Yes, I like how you said that, because it says to me then that when the pandemic came and some people were too afraid to travel and stayed where they were supposed to stay, that they were barred from voting in the elections because they were out for at least the first year of the pandemic. It makes no sense.
No. But here's the thing. They're going to look, and it says, right, there's another section that says we look at the facts. So if there's a pandemic, that would be an exception.
No, I'm saying to you that your right to vote cannot be just taken away by bad legislation. For instance, if I said this before, if we go to, all I'm saying is this: when somebody say I have a right to vote, you look to the section in the Constitution, and all those things must be demonstrable, justifiable, and it isn't. Because you cannot separate an instance where a student like Sashana and Ishmael and all the young people who, what if they decide that they wanted to be at do their university degree in Germany or in the UK?
No, that's different. No, because you know why? You haven't abandoned your place of abode in Jamaica. If you're there,
so this is what I'm saying, and I'm saying a man with 23 baby mother, 27 kids, find a whitey, lie to her and say, carry me go foreign, because my intentions is to get all of my people, all of my kids, them papers.
Okay.
He intends to come back. Why do returning residents after they've done their sojourn outside of the diaspora come back?
Let me put what I just said to you in a form of a question. If somebody from Jamaica, born in Jamaica, they move to the United States, their entire family is in the United States. They live in the United States. They work in the United States.
and they go back to Jamaica on a vacation. It just so happens that they go back because I think your registration card is good for 10 years, and so this person go back after 8 years because in a U.S. citizen after 5 years, and so this person go back after it. No connection basically to Jamaica except that his name is still on the list, and he say, you know what, I'm going to vote. Should that person be allowed to vote?
He would vote. Nobody's checking that.
No, I'm not saying he would. I'm asking you, should, because based on this legislation, this is saying Jamaica is not.
I'm saying to you, if you are Jamaican and you're registered to vote, the Constitution says you have the right to vote.
Okay. Well, then.
If you are a citizen and you're not on the list and you attempt to register to vote and the EOJ says these are the things that bar you, I say you should challenge it constitutionally.
Well, no, not only challenge the Constitution, because what it sounds like you're saying to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're saying by virtue of the fact that the government promised to establish mechanisms so that people can vote overseas, so they will not be disenfranchised because they cannot afford to fly to Jamaica to vote.
Thank you. That's the conversation.
So then you should be able to bring a lawsuit and say to them, say, hey, this is not correct, because you have to make it, and especially when you look at, they have 225 territories and countries in the world, I believe, and about 150 of them allow their citizens to vote from outside the country. Right. And recently, Dominican Republic, they just, their nationals living outside of the Dominican Republic will vote.
And we're allowed to vote, yeah.
They're voting May. So we're saying, well, why is it that the Jamaican government promised us that they would do this? They haven't done it, and then we're stuck with these laws.
So if I may, I think what's happening is that they're putting everything into one basket, where I mean, obviously for political expediency. In order to serve, you will have to be a citizen of Jamaica only. And if it is that you are a citizen of another country, you'll have to forfeit that right. And I feel like the conversation is a little bit around that too, whereby if it is that you are a dual citizen, they're inclined not to allow you to participate in the polls because you're a dual citizen. And if it is that you want to participate, you have to separate
question. Yeah, you have to, yeah, because I need to say something.
No, man, let me finish.
Go ahead, Irvin, but I'll correct that.
Let me finish. And that is how it feels. It feels even though you can participate, the drive isn't there to properly formalize the voting process as it relates to diaspora members, because they would say that, you know, because you're not here for a consistent amount of time, you know, it's that you would have forfeited your ability to have residence here for that particular time. So it's not necessarily a priority of the government, and I don't think of any government for that matter.
But isn't there, I'm sure that there's a provision in the Constitution that states persons with dual citizenship, and we need to clarify now dual citizenship, persons who live in Commonwealth jurisdictions. So a person who lives in New Zealand have the right to vote, because even though they are separated from Jamaica physically, it is still a part of the Commonwealth. So,
No. Here's how it works. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You can only vote in Jamaica if you're a Commonwealth citizen, if you've established residency for at least a year. So you must be physically in Jamaica for a year. You can't vote just because you're a Commonwealth citizen, meaning you live in New Zealand, Australia, blah, 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 doesn't entitle you to vote in a Jamaican election. You must live in Jamaica. You don't have to change your citizenship. You can still maintain your citizenship and you can vote, but you must establish residency for 1 year.
But Rattigan just said is the in Jamaica part they're worried about, you know. And what I mean by that is why will I set up any sort of mechanism, you know, to ensure that you
we're having a conversation about breaching constitutional rights. And it's very unfortunate because listen, because your government, any one of them, because it was not just the Labour Party, the People's National Party was in power before. This is something that you have to understand, you know. If I, for instance, any one of us who really invested in this politics thing, I want to use you, Ishmael. If for whatever reason you had a medical emergency and you find yourself in the UK, and the prime minister said, now come back for 3 months. Call it Andrew, and he just call it. You spend 5 years of your young life saying, as the election come, me and vote you out, Andrew. You mark your face and wait till you go on the plane. And as you go on the plane and you're gonna be there for 3 months and you cannot come back. Him just call the election 28 days later, you miss your right to vote. That's they disenfranchise. So if you are afforded, and if there's absentee ballots and you are afforded the opportunity to vote while you're outside of the country, there's no argument that should be made to disbar Jamaican citizen. Even the man, listen, just on the last thing I'm gonna say, even the man, especially returning residents. We have a large population of returning residents, even if they were out of the country for 50 years. And I love to hear them talk. The Windrush generations, when you talk to them in England, they like to tell you how good Jamaica was in them time there before you born. You understand? And then they're returning, and now when they return, Jamaica is a completely different place, and they never had a say in
but are they really naturalized citizens of Jamaica though?
What do you mean naturalized?
As in, so they would have been citizens by birth, but are they, given that they would have been away for so long?
Oh, so hold on, you could have.
No, Ishmael.
No, man, no, follow my chain of thought now.
It's sound like no. You make my blood boil right now.
Rightfully so, Mr. Buchanan.
No, but may I say, I am thinking of the reasons why they don't want to do it. Because I do them no want to do it. So
I can give you one I can give you one reason though, and then I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Can you imagine the EOJ had a vavavoom vuvavam kololo fluffle by just counting the little votes them in the local space? How them did I go count absentee ballot? What if DHL?
Imagine if 5 million members.
Exactly. It is the system. It's the system that they can't manage, and because of the lack of aptitude, the electorates must suffer. That is the thing, you know. That is the thing. And remember, we spoke about poverty earlier, which is the demotivator for voting. When Michelle gets her right to vote, she's gonna use it because she not suffer. So she want to know how the foreign minister and them ignoring her. So she waving her hand because if she could vote right now, she'd be voting them out. I don't have to ask. That's what they are afraid of.
Let me clarify something. I have not leave America and go down and vote. All I'm saying is that here is the law. And I said to Isat, what is your take? Him say, here's the constitution. I said, here is the law, and we're discussing it. So let me be absolutely clear. I'm not telling people that they must leave America and go to Jamaica and vote. In fact, the law that I'm quoting, this law here called the Representation of the People Act, that would say that it's illegal to do that. Isat is making the argument that no, it cannot be, well, the law would be unconstitutional. So they need to do something. Be clear. Now, here's how you become a citizen in Jamaica. Just so there's no such thing as naturalized citizen in Jamaica. Here's how you become a citizen constitutionally. Here it is. You become by birth, by descent, or registration as a citizen based on marriage. That's it.
And I will always be a citizen of Jamaica.
Now, another thing I want to put up on the screen is this. So people, keep that in mind. You can only become a Jamaican citizen via the Constitution if you were born in Jamaica, if your parents or your grandparents them come from Jamaica, or if you're married to a Jamaican. That's it. It's right in the Constitution. Section 1 ABC. All right. Now here's something I want to put up now. Where's
Isat and Rattigan, does it say anything about dual citizenship?
Hold on.
The Roper Act.
Here it is. It says, and this is coming from Electoral
EOJ.
Commission. Right. Here's what it says. Residence verification is a vital part of ensuring that our voters list remains at a very high standard. The law requires that you must vote in the constituency where you reside. Residence verification is our way of ensuring that the address given is really where you reside. And on me said this, or as my brethren knows, I said, not my words. Is the Electoral Commission said?
Yeah, but why I just need when you see when we start to use those things, you know. Here's the thing. If you come down and vote, me no say if them they must do it if them bad. Lock up the person who come down and vote. If you're bad, do it. Because you write this nonsense and you put it into legislation, knowing it offends the Constitution.
Exactly, and the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
It is void to the extent of the breach.
Thank you.
It's so offensive.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Isat and Dervin,
Real.
I'm not saying it's not offensive and that it shouldn't be.
No, but even as you're saying it, when somebody, I'm saying to you, listen to me, just hear me out. Hear me out. Where you're born and grow, and it's because people suffer from post-traumatic slave disorder. Because I can tell you this, if I ever identify where in Africa my ancestors coming from, I go in there and I want the government tell me I can't go there because I'm going to have a constitutional problem. But similarly to that is where you born, as in your birthright. They can't just tell you that it's no longer yours and you don't reside there. Especially many people, majority of people, they still have ties to those places. Those places.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you guys, but I really don't want to cut you guys, but so some breaking news that the ECJ just released that they have now updated. We were just talking about it like about 2 hours ago. They have now updated their communique to say that the JLP has won 7 municipalities and the PNP has won 6 municipalities, with KCMC being a tie.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't worry, give them till Monday. That's what I'm saying. When people in positions go, they're still doing the math because after that, they're still gonna have to come and speak about the Portmore aspect of it.
All right.
Yeah, sorry. Continue now, Rattigan.
Yeah, but no, like I was saying, what the argument I'm making is simply this: is that the law as written says that if you don't live in Jamaica and you fly down to Jamaica to vote, then that would be considered voter fraud. And why do I say that? It says it's right here. It says, let me read it again. It says residence verification is meaning them have to come and make sure say you live where you say you live. Residence verification is a vital part of ensuring that our voters list remains at a very high standard. Meaning that you know dead people have vote, you know people who don't live with it, who live there vote, you know people use bogus ID. So I'm saying, here's what it says: the law requires that you must vote in the constituency where you reside. Then it says, residence verification is our way of ensuring that the address given is really where you reside.
So you can't be homeless, Ratty.
No, look, you can be homeless. You can be homeless. But here's the thing. I'm making the argument that this shouldn't be the law. That's the argument I'm making. But it is. We need to abolish this. We need to
So that's
abolish
what you
this.
should say, that it's unconstitutional.
No, that's not no, I can't say it's on court have to rule that.
Well, you can.
I will tell no the court. You need the court to rule that.
The court don't need to rule that. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Any law that violates the Constitution
but I'm going to say that law is void to the extent of its repugnancy.
That will be our argument.
Yeah,
it
but
is them who have to go and worry about that. It's not us.
Exactly. Thank you, Isat.
But here's the thing: when is a law When does a law
Will,
become unconstitutional? No, when the answer me this question.
No, man. No, man.
When does a law become unconstitutional?
when it's passed, it's ruled
No.
unconstitutional when when it's adjudicated, but it's
Clear than-
unconstitutional the moment you pass it. It's unconstitutional.
No,
You never
look at the stop and frisk. Look at the stop and frisk and all them laws. They were constitutional
Here's
until a
the
court.
problem that I have. Will, we are arguing a very fine point of law at the risk of confusing a large number of people, and I think that that's not a great idea, because at the end of the day, people have been doing what they've been doing, and if a court has to adjudicate it, that's not us. So I think we're not making the matter any more clear.
No.
I think we're bringing more confusion to the minds of our listeners right now.
No, but here's the thing. This needs to be brought into the limelight so that they can take the necessary action. Move it from the books. They need to remove it from the books.
Well, I believe that what we should do, always we put our money where our mouth is. Because of the beauty of the Constitution. Yeah, the beauty of the Constitution is that it is being, has been, or is likely to breach your right. As a citizen, you're concerned that you want to vote, but it says you're breaking the law. You're being deprived of your constitutional right to vote, and you want the court to make.
But does it say that?
What?
Does it say that you're breaking the law anywhere there?
It says it's a fraud.
It's a fraud. Okay.
Yeah, they said it's vote a fraud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you this right now, and somebody put it in the chat. All who big and bad in America, especially all who ordinary reside in Jamaica, commit a crime, and you tell them, say you don't live in Jamaica for 40 years, they're gonna put you up on the plane, chain you up, shackle you, and drop you off of Jamaica. And the same people, the same government where you're talking about, them are gonna let you out on the streets of Kingston, and you're gonna have to find your way, and you're gonna be a nice homeless deportee talking about you want food for them. You think any other country in the world care about where your home, your civic address? Don't talk no foolishness about it. Ask any deportee them walking up and down in England and America, and them leave there when them was 2 until them commit a crime. The white bird is there for them to send them home, and your friend Ampina reject the prison where they could have live good and all of that. So talk your talk, man. I ready for them when we go challenge it.
Here's the question. This is a very significant issue, right? We have a law that's at odds with the Constitution, right? A plain reading of the Constitution. So why is it we don't have the NGOs and the civic-minded? Because voting is very important in Jamaica. Here too. Why is it we don't have a lawsuit filed already to settle the matter?
Doesn't serve their purpose, Rattigan.
No,
doesn't serve their purpose.
Not the government's purpose. I'm talking about the people's purpose. Why is it now that the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation now will have to file that lawsuit?
Because it doesn't serve the civil society's purpose. You realize the other ones that they're pushing, it serves that purpose. It doesn't serve the purpose for them to.
So you're saying civil society, then we shouldn't rely on them then to protect.
No, exactly.
All right.
Exactly. So it serves our purpose because we're true freedom fighters, but it doesn't serve them. Notice the other laws that they are pushing. Notice the constitutional issues.
I know what you're talking about. I know.
Notice the other constitutional issues. And I'm not saying that those aren't that those shouldn't be priorities, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if this is an issue, if a voter right is an issue. Have you seen anybody, any civil society organization take up that mantle?
No, we will.
Exactly.
We will. But here's the thing. To state my point on this, I believe that the government of Jamaica should establish a mechanism as promised so that people don't have to fly to Jamaica to vote. They can vote from wherever they live based on the fact that they're a citizen of Jamaica, right? And you should also have registration, because here's the thing. You should also have registration overseas, because here's the thing. And people say, they're worried about the tilt, that we have so many people living in the diaspora. Well, for example, Israel has 7 million people living inside of Israel, 7 million Israelis. but they have 8.5 living outside the country, and they vote. And there's a mechanism. And I've asked the question, how do Jamaicans who are assigned to the embassies and the consuls, the consulates and the high commissions, how do they vote? Like the person who lives in Japan, if that person wanted to vote, would that person have to fly all the way to Jamaica and spend all of that money just to come and register a vote? That's disenfranchisement.
No, because
That's
I'm
what-
getting votes.
No, that's what they're saying. No, that's what they're saying. No, if you want to come, you board a plane and you fly come, and you come
But
vote
if
if
I'm
you
at
want
the
to participate.
consulate
That's
and
what
I
they're
want
saying.
to
No.
vote, taxpayers is going to pay for me to come and dip my ink.
I
No.
just want to, Ratty, let me clarify this. Is there any provision, has there ever been any provision for vote, doing a mail-in vote, postal?
I'm not aware of a mail-in vote from overseas.
There's none for Jamaica. And if you read Lisa Hanna's article 2019, Jamaica Gleaner, Diaspora should vote, something like that. It
Yeah.
speaks about trying to get a safe mechanism similar to America, similar
Yeah.
to other countries. Dominican Republic just did it, if I'm correct, right?
Exactly.
We're gonna get there, especially in light of the thing that EOJ is doing and saying this and this and the math, because the math ain't mathing, but they're gonna have to learn to count sooner or later. That's all.
So Isat,
So
they
maybe-
don't have a long way to go. All they just need to do is speak to the US government to government, and it will be sorted out.
No,
We're
I think
making
that Prime Minister China can do it, Israel can do it, Russia can do it. Places that have technology, they can do it for us.
but US has the experience and they will guide them accordingly.
I just put those out there because then the US can understand, say, if them not do it first, the other people them that want to be in our backyard will give it to us. We want free technology to have a fair and balanced process. That's all.
Easy, because
Why do we need anybody to do it for us?
Because me don't want the diaspora to do it, because me want my free KFC and my barrel when month time come. But they can't just take up everything like that. So we want them to do it so the diaspora can vote and things. Yeah?
Let me hear from Michelle. Michelle.
I missed a good chunk of the conversation, but it has always been my opinion that just as other countries can allow their citizens who live outside of the homeland to vote, Jamaica should do the same, especially because the Jamaica diaspora is so involved in the life of Jamaica. And not just remittances. People talk about the remittances, but when you look at something like pen relays, I was trying to raise money to get one of the students from one of the local high schools here to run. When you look at who really funds all of those students, it's not the government of Jamaica. No, the bulk of it is being underwritten by the diaspora, believe it or not. Alumni associations, BICL, that Erwin Clare started, and individuals like me who just heard of somebody and is raising money. The Isat just mentioned the barrels and the charitable donations to hospitals. I have been involved with sending massive amounts of equipment to hospitals, and there are all sorts of things going on. So because our diaspora is so involved in the life of Jamaica, that to me is even more reason that we should be allowed to vote. This relationship with the government of Jamaica is one way. We give, and we get nothing in return. Nothing. They should be looking for ways to invite us back home to live and to rebuild the country that has been destroyed by, well, it's not destroyed totally, but has been so compromised by poor leadership. And now it's reached the stage where our professionals have left. There's a statistic that says 2/3 of Jamaican professionals do not live in Jamaica. So it is not a mystery why our schools are suffering. The hospital system, as I said earlier in the show, I've been here for 40 years, which means that I remember a time when the healthcare system in Jamaica was very good. So I remember I said you made a comment a couple shows ago about, give us a break because we're just a poor country. Well, I remember when the clinics in Jamaica were good. I remember when I was proud that Jamaica had excellent health care. And it wasn't so long ago because I'm not that old. So the diaspora is I think critical to bringing back what we have lost, and we need the vote. We need to be given incentives to build businesses in Jamaica. Give us the tax breaks. Give us land to build a home on, and give us some reason to come back. But is there a will to do that? I don't know. Um, for Israel, the government was welcoming of his diaspora. I don't believe the government in Jamaica is welcoming of us at all. And that makes me very sad because we do have a lot.
Statement. A very powerful statement.
I'm wondering if the reason why they're not welcoming to you, ma'am, is because you guys are overseas in an advanced nation, have advanced skills that may show them up and may expose it. Like what Mr. Rattigan is doing now. He experienced
Well,
FBI agent, Mr. Herb, and they are being exposed left, right, and center. So you can imagine if all of them come down and
You said Dervin, I hear Michelle speak a while ago, and I said she's a part of the dirty 30. And I said, you cash cows don't know the role. And they don't want to mess up our barrel business, and we love the freedom. So when you just need to just send the money and mind the business. You speak about 40 years ago, clinics was good. Listen to me. We can't even get Band-Aid and little
that's what I
iodine.
agree.
that
So,
was
so
gone.
right now, me take it back. Not forget.
They write the check.
Trillions of
That's
dollars
how they
were
Right,
pilfered.
how we would deal with it.
Trillions of dollars were pilfered.
That is what we have been told, but the checks keep going and the matters don't get any better. That's the problem. No, but these things, my brother used to tell me that the patriotism between Jamaicans in the diaspora and in Jamaica have an inverse relationship. It's like the longer you've been away from home, is the more patriotic you become. And I am beginning to agree with that. So yes, we do this because we love our country and we love the people of Jamaica. And we know, I remember a time when, you could leave your door open. You could walk the streets as a child and not be afraid. Can't do that now. And this generation, anybody who has no memory of like the mid 1970s has no clue of that Jamaica. That's the Jamaica that we in the diaspora are longing for, and to make even better. It wasn't perfect back then, but God knows it was not what it is today. So we know that there is hope, and we want to do something about it.
What I'm gonna do is let me just open up. We have 20 minutes to go. Let me open up the phone lines and get some thoughts and remarks from our brothers and sisters back home or in the diaspora and hear what they have to say, because this is a very tricky topic. And my argument, again, just to be clear, is that the government promised that they would put in place a mechanism for people overseas to vote, so they wouldn't have to travel, because a lot of people cannot afford to travel to Jamaica to cast a vote and come back. And I'm saying to the government, live up to your promise, right? Fulfill your promise. You said you're going to implement, and you've been saying it for years now. You've been saying it from before 2015. Implement that, and let the people cast their vote overseas. I think that would go a long way towards, but it wouldn't restore faith in the government, but at least it would be a promise that's been fulfilled, a promise that's been long promised and finally fulfilled. And when they say they don't have the money to do, oh, here we go. All right. You already know. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling?
Good night, Sir Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I'm from Jamaica.
Yes, sir. Thank you for calling.
Jamaica government will not allow diaspora people to vote because they can't buy no vote. Simple as that.
Them can't buy our votes.
Yeah. Simple as that.
So all the promises they made, they're just empty promises then.
Hey,
hello?
politicians do it all the time.
Yeah, but we believe in our people so much so that we call them bro God. You know, we elevate them to a status that's above a regular politician.
Me afraid of that because I read my Bible and I remember there's a story in the Bible where somebody allowed himself to be elevated to that and he was not alive for much longer. God doesn't like stuff like that.
And remember, Mr. Rattigan, just the other day we have a massive 6 point something to earthquake, We don't want nobody come raise man to God and we get crushed by another.
No, sir. No. Nope.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from the Cayman Islands, sir.
Cayman Islands. Okay, big up yourself. Talk to me. We have 5 people on the panel here. You have a question, you have a comment, remarks. What do you have?
Well, I comment. Well, as Dervin rightly does say, eventually the diaspora people them are gonna show up the government, and the man will just call a while ago say they can't buy them vote. So all of that is all true. Eventually, you see what I say?
Right. What, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What do you think about if we have evidence that politicians are buying votes? What do you think that you think we should enforce the laws as they're written on the books and bring people before the bar of justice, or we should just look the other way, as we've been doing?
Come on, Mr. Rattigan for going to prison. They have to go to prison. Like serious business.
Yeah, wait for me if you lock them up.
You know, for that. They have to go to prison. No, go buy enough vote.
Boy.
That will mash up our country, as a lady I talk about, not the same thing. That's the time. But they have to go to prison. No joke about it.
Right.
Mr. Rattigan, I don't mean to cut you. People are messaging me about the number that you don't put up on the screen and they want to call. So they can,
sorry.
So they can curse you and Michelle and Herb and you diaspora money cows who talking about.
There's a number for 667-3698.
Thank you.
673-6985.
Anything else you need to put up there, Will, while you're at it? Anything else? You need to put anything else up there?
Maybe the QR code for the old JLF thing.
Yes.
Maybe.
Don't take that one down.
Take it back to everybody. And then my next thing is that.
And you need to remind people to subscribe and like and share.
People are really, really poor as a realist. You're really, really poor. Or you could have really put the jail at this point in time. You're poor. For the serious work. We all do, we're poor. So think about it. No poor man is supposed to go to them at this time because this time is a dictatorship. A bunch of foolishness about it. But as time goes by, we talk some more. So no, let's keep it going, sir.
All right, my brethren. Thank you very much for the call. Much appreciated. Oops. Sorry about that. We were just trying to call. I cut you off inadvertently. So coming back. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting, Isat. I think this is a project for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation to engage. Caller, good night. Welcome to Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. How are you doing?
Oh, my good friend. How are you, sir? Talk to me.
Clarify something between you, Isat, Michelle, Herb Nelson, and your other 2 guests.
Yes, sir.
At any time at all, did you say it is legal for a Jamaican citizen for an American citizen to go to Jamaican vote?
No. What I'm saying is that if you look at the law and tell people to go and look at, it's called the Representation of the People Act, Section 5. And then you look at the Electoral Commission's website and you'll see, based on those 2 things, that you shouldn't vote in Jamaica. Now, the Constitution says something a little bit different. And so Isat to them KFC. So what Isat is that what we need to do, and my argument is that that's the law until it's ruled unconstitutional. So maybe we need to get some people in the diaspora to announce to the government that we're coming down and we're on the list and we're going to vote and we don't reside in Jamaica, so lock us up. And then when them lock up the people, then Isat can represent them and bring it before the court, saying that it's a violation of their constitutional right.
We're going to do it before because they don't have no problem locking up and I don't want to comment on this. So we're gonna use the Constitution. And we're gonna test the matter in the court because it's a real concern. You don't want to become a criminal.
Right.
Well,
I said,
what was that?
Can't we just get a declaratory judgment? Do we
Exactly.
have to wait for a
Under Section 19, we will seek those declarations as well.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. We're listening.
I'm saying if an American citizen who is a Jamaican, born Jamaican, but get American citizenship in America, and they go down to Jamaica and vote, and coming back through immigration, the immigration asks them, what did you go to Jamaica for? And they say, went down and vote. What would happen to them?
Nothing is going to happen to them on the American side.
You went down to visit.
Because you have Israelis here. You have Israelis who can go back home, American Jews who they're born, raised here, and they go to Israel and vote and come back. So
yeah, international law allows for dual citizenship. So
yes, so nothing is going to happen to you if you go to Jamaica and you vote, and then on your way back into the US, they question what did you go to Jamaica to do, and you say go to vote. They'll say welcome home. That's it.
I would just like to know what is the government doing? What has the government done for the diaspora? That's what I want.
What has the government done for the diaspora?
Yeah. What have we gotten for everything that we have been doing, cooperating, collaborating, giving, serving? What do we get? What have we gotten for the last how many years?
Hold on a second.
30
Caller,
years.
welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Hello.
Yes, sir. My take is that what I want to find out is, can you live here in the United States, and if it's okay to go to Jamaica and vote based on what you're saying?
Oh boy.
I want to know where the address based on what you just read.
Okay, I'm glad
you
you
have a license to practice law in Jamaica, Phil.
No, I'm glad you
live like your cousin or your uncle house.
No. I'm not going to put on anybody's address. I'm glad you said what I just read, because what I'm giving you is I'm giving you a law and I'm giving you a procedure. I'm giving you the law and I'm giving you a procedure from the Electoral Commission. And what they're saying, if you read it in its most favorable light, it's saying that if you do not reside in Jamaica, you cannot vote in Jamaica. That's what it's saying here. But we know that's not what.
But then the law is saying by law, he read his portion that you have the right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're dealing with two things there.
Right, and that's
which one exceed the other.
Well, here's the thing. The thing is, if you attempted to vote in Jamaica, they could actually lock you up. Now, what Isat is saying is that there's something called declaratory judgment, and Michelle mentioned it, where you don't have to suffer the consequences of quote unquote breaking the law. You can bring it before a court and say, we need clarification on this issue because the Constitution says that I can vote because I'm a Jamaican citizen. Doesn't matter where I live, I can come home and vote. And the law is saying something else. So we need a court to render an opinion that will be binding on everyone. So we can actually
as you guys just saying, if you have dual citizenship, that means you have all right to go down there and stay whatever time and come back and then, and vote also or do what you got to do. If you have dual citizenship, do you think so?
Well, I'm just going by what they said, and did you? I'm not sure if you listened to my presentation, my mini presentation, but you can go to the law. It's called the Representation of the People Act, right? It was passed in 1944, and then after you finish reading that, Section 5, read Section 5. Then after you finish reading,
I have it here with me.
And what does it say? Do you understand? So you understand what it says, right?
Yes.
Was it 5 Section 5 subsection 2? You understand what it says?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then when you go to the Electoral Commission's website and you look at what they're looking for in terms of voting and residency, they tell you that we want to make sure that the address you give us saying that you're living in Jamaica, you reside here, that you really live there. So if you take those two, it would appear as if that voter fraud will be committed if you live outside the country You reside outside and you come in and vote. Now, Isat is saying that conflicts with the Constitution that says if you're a Jamaican citizen, you have the right to vote. So how do you square that? You take it to court and you ask for a declaratory judgment.
Yeah, but before that, too, the next thing that can happen, right, is that and you guys have been saying from night that we need someone to represent us here and to talk to the government in Jamaica and then talk back to us there. And if we get that, then we can put all of this forward and get things changed. Do you think?
Who's your representative? Who's your Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representative?
Well, I don't know because
What
I just
state you live in?
He's in Georgia.
But I'm not a part of the group of the representative.
No. They represent you. No, there's a guy. His name is what's his name? I'll tell you in a second. But he represents you. He represents you.
Okay.
Yeah. Here. Hold on a second. I'll give you his name. No, his name is Olet. Is it CV, something like that. He represents the Southeast, Georgia, I think, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, elsewhere. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find him. Yeah, his name is Peter Gracie.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr.
I
Peter
will look him up,
Gracie.
and then I will.
Yeah, he represents you. So give him a call, look him up. Just go to the website. Hey, by the way, I can't verify the website that the email addresses are correct because I've been emailing my rep using the email address provided there, and then she told me tonight that no, that's not. So
I see that. I was watching all that's going.
Right. So reach out to Mr. Peter Gracie and hear what he has to say.
Okay, thank you so much.
Take care now.
Right.
Bye-bye. Somebody. Okay. Caller, good night. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from the UK.
Yes, sir.
I am Philip. Now, I want to review good evening to everyone in the panel and the chat group as well, but I want to share something. Michelle asked the question, what does Jamaica do for the diaspora? And in my experience, nothing. Because Herb might have gone to Arden, I believe, because I think I met him.
No, Herb went to George's. No, Herb went to George's.
Oh, Herb went to George's?
Yeah.
Okay. But the thing is, I played volleyball for Jamaica for many years without any, income or anything. I remember they said to us if the media asked just to say yes, but the Federation had no money. Now, gave all my service because we love volleyball and we love to represent our country. Now, the thing is, I went to Sweden and I was in a little jam, and I went to the High Commission, I think it was, and asked for help to return to Jamaica. They said to me that Jamaica don't have no money to keep people off the street, right? So I was left without any help. I fended for myself. After that, I remember in COVID, I wanted to come back to Jamaica. I thought, I'm going to pack it in, come home to the country that I love. And of course, you have to contact the Prime Minister's office and register and go through all of that, which I did. So I then said to them, can you give me a little help to ship my stuff down? They said to me, they couldn't, but I must reach out to the foreign ministry, which I did. And they told me to contact Babs Grange's office. When I contact Babs Grange's office, someone on the phone said to me, they can't tell me it's a waste of time that because Babs didn't help nobody. All right. I reached Jamaica on my own, trying to integrate myself. I sent out job application and stuff, and nobody responded. Let alone I have my experience and my qualification, nobody responded. I went on the road, I gave out CV and stuff, didn't get a job. My funds was depleted. I had to come back home, but before I came back when I say home, to the UK, before I came back, I reached out to someone from who said that they were in charge of the diaspora. And I reached out to that gentleman, don't remember his name. And all he was interested in is for me to register. You understand? To register before he could help me. Right? I left that alone. So I had to come back to the UK because I came to Jamaica to set up myself. And I came with ideas and stuff like that. But let me tell you something. It's not everywhere is green, you know, other than Jamaica. It's not everywhere you go and, you know, it's a better life. Let me tell you something. Stay in Jamaica and build up the country. You understand? Everybody get together and build up the country because foreign are nice. Everybody wants visa to fly out. Foreign are nice. Some might make it, some might not. But foreign are nice for everybody. I'm telling you. Stay in Jamaica, build up a country, behave yourselves. We want to come home. You understand me? So what I'm trying to say to you is that there's nothing, no provision for the diaspora to integrate themselves back in Jamaica. Secondly, again, when I came back to Jamaica, my Jamaican passport was expired, right? And I traveled down on the UK passport, and I did ask if I could travel down and ship my stuff down on the UK passport. I did ask the ministry, and they said, yes, no problem. When I came to the airport, immigration tell me that I have to go to the immigration office to prove that I'm a Jamaican in order to stay in the country for more than how many months it was. I think it was 3 months or 20-something days. And the immigration office in Montego Bay had me pay, was it 10,000 Jamaican dollars to prove that I'm a Jamaican. I said, well, but what about my birth certificate? That proves that I'm a... No, the Jamaican birth certificate doesn't prove you to be Jamaican, they said. It's the passport. And I had to, because the passport was invalid at the time, I had to pay 10,000 Jamaican dollars to prove that I'm a Jamaican, which I felt robbed.
That's a scam.
That's my contribution. Yeah, you know, that's my contribution. And again, I mean, it's just illogical. We are born Jamaican. We are still citizens, so we have the right to vote. Make it happen.
Yeah.
These politicians, they don't want us to vote because they know that they can't pull the wool over our eyes. They can't fool us because we know, we have experience abroad. We see what situation is like. We know what works and what don't work. We have experience. You understand? They want people who are illiterate. I'm not insulting anyone, but that's what they want. They want to keep us dumbed down. They don't want us to read. It's like slavery over again. They don't want us to elevate themselves because they want to keep us down in order to control us.
All right.
And that's what it is.
Well,
So
not
thank
going to
you
leave.
very much. Have a
Not
good
going to leave this. So take care of
one.
yourself. All right. Hello. Good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan in the panel. Honestly, Miss Michelle, we haven't got anything from them. Nothing. All that we pumped in, the different programs, everything. We haven't received anything at all. But they will not give us the right to vote. Reason for that is that we left the Jamaican system. We come to America and we're all over the world, different places. We see how politics should actually work. The bind vote thing, we know that's not supposed to be and all these things. At the end of the day, they know that if we get the right to vote, we are going to vote them out on the nonsense that they're keeping up in the country. And on that stand, they will never ever give us the right to vote. And we have to fight for that.
Okay. I agree. Fight continues. The struggle continues.
Mr. Rattigan, but I'm telling you right now, I do feel like a lawsuit should have been against the EOJ a long time ago. And the reason for that is, I see multiple breaches have actually happened. Why is that Juliet Holness was in the EOJ when they were counting the KCC. She was never to be there in the first place. The amount of breaches that the EOJ have actually done in this election have actually accommodated the government of people, the politician, is ridiculous. It sick my stomach.
All right.
Yep.
The panel, everybody's agreeing with you. But anyway, thanks for your call. Thanks for the call, and
Is
thanks
there,
for.
excuse me, Mr. Rattigan, is there a way that we can keep in touch with these people who are calling?
Yeah,
Is there
numbers.
a number that they can call back?
Yeah, I have the numbers. I'll call a good night. Welcome to you, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah,
where you
Ratty,
coming from?
thank you for taking the call. I have a question, a simple question.
Who you want to direct it to? Because we have five people on the panel.
Well, anyone can answer the panel. Anyone can choose to answer the question. Is it that I am hearing that we're talking about voting in Jamaica? We utter the word diaspora. Yes, a Jamaican can vote in Jamaica, but this is a question I'm asking. Are we talking about, for example, someone like myself who is a U.S. citizen? Or are you guys saying that a U.S. citizen can leave the United States and go to Jamaica and vote after pledging an allegiance to the United States government? And I ask you this, Mr. Rattigan, I ask you this. You are a U.S. citizen. You are a former FBI agent. You are an attorney in the United States. Will you leave the United States and go to Jamaica and cast a vote, and upon returning back to the United States, at the port of entry, will you inform the U.S. immigration officer that one of your purpose of going to Jamaica is to cast a vote?
Well, you're asking me a hypothetical, and I'll tell you why it's
No,
a
no, I'm asking you a direct question.
No, here's why it's a hypothetical, because I'm not registered to vote. If I were registered to vote and you asked me that would be a different question. But I'm not registered, so you're asking me a hypothetical. So I'll leave it at that. When I get to that point, then we'll deal with it. In the meantime, let me have the panel answer the question.
Can I say something there? There are lots.
Hold on one second. Carla, hold on one second. Miss Bowen would like to answer you.
Yeah, there are lots of countries around the world today where U.S. citizens are going to vote. Israel is one of them. You have a lot of U.S. citizens who are living in the United States who go to Israel and vote because it's also their homeland. They're also citizens of Israel. So it is not.
Hold on, Carla. No, Carla, she's not finished yet. Hold on.
I say this.
No. She's not finished answering the question yet. Hold on. Good.
So it is not an idea that has never, been considered. It's happening right now, and it's legal. So there's nothing preventing Jamaica from also making it legal for us to do that.
Believe that young ladies an attorney. Let me say this to you, sir. And Mr. Rattigan, the next time anyone who's hearing this voice on your platform and they leave the United States and they go, because remember, Rattigan, when you assume the U.S. citizenship here, you pledge allegiance to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do, right or wrong?
You're right.
Okay, and what you are swearing to, that citizenship of Jamaica, you are abandoning that citizenship. You are giving that up.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Jamaica recognizes dual citizenship. So
no, Jamaica do, correct.
Right.
Jamaica do recognize dual citizenship. And I challenge anyone here to tell me that the United States recognize dual citizenship.
Can I answer him, Ratty?
Go ahead, Herb. Yeah.
Oh, because I was going to.
Look, Paula, I respect your opinion and I understand what you're trying to say. I worked as an investigator for the federal government, and I dealt with this question every day.
Okay.
The question has to do with your loyalty. The question has to do with whether or not a person who went down and strategically or tactically voted in an election is disloyal to the United States. And you examine other issues in the adjudication of that particular question, right? nobody, the person that you have to be concerned about is the person with the security clearance.
Right.
Because that person with the security clearance knows that they are restricted from voting in another country's election. They know this. So they're not going to deliberately endanger themselves and their clearances by going down to vote. But like me, my clearances are behind me. If I choose to do what I choose to do, it's because I have an interest in Jamaica and I can vote as I please. And I don't have to please any immigration officer in that regard. Once in a while, I went to Jamaica. Yeah, I went down there and I voted. And I'm back and I'm ready to vote in the next election here in the U.S. I'm
Perfect. Thank
free
you.
of the country
Good,
the
good.
same way.
I beg of you, Mr. Herb Nelson. Herb. I think Nelson is the last name. I'm not quite sure. So stand corrected. I beg of you, the next time the general election is called in Jamaica, please go to Jamaica if you are a U.S. citizen. Now, we're not talking about people who are green card holders, no, you know. I am talking about direct people who are U.S. citizens. I beg of you, the next time a general election is called in Jamaica or a local government is called, please go there and cast your vote.
No, you cast your vote.
In the United States. When you get off that plane, I want you to inform the U.S. immigration officer or the U.S. CIS officer, whosoever Homeland Security, and let
And
them know.
nothing is going to happen, caller.
Caller, if I may,
you did not. Okay. You did not renounce your citizenship by doing that. Zero. Nothing will happen.
Caller, if I may,
taking too much time now.
You know better than what you are saying.
Caller, if I may, just one quick point, caller. One quick point before you. Hi, how are you, sir?
And provide the people with the information. Because when you pledge an allegiance
to the next call.
Government, you are simply telling the United States government, this is where you are.
Caller, if I may, caller, how are you? Just one quick point before you go. I just want you to hear me out quickly. In the representation of the People's Act, it says nothing about, as it relates to Jamaica. But just give me a minute. It says nothing about you being able, you not being able to cast your ballot if you have dual citizenship. What it says is that if you want to serve in the Parliament of Jamaica, you cannot have dual citizenship. That is one. So you can, in fact, participate in it as long as the processes allows you. What do I mean by that? The processes means if you are, in fact, an eligible voter. How do you become an eligible voter? As long as you have the identification card and you have residence in Jamaica. You can, and I repeat, you can be a dual citizenship, a dual citizen of both the United States and Jamaica to be, to participate in local election, whether for the municipality or for the general election. As it relates to what you are speaking about in relation to declaring, if you are a citizen of a country, it is your personal right to cast a ballot or to make a decision as it relates to who runs or governs your country, whether it be Jamaica or the United States of America. So the immigration has no bearings in relation to asking you if you're going to cast, and should they, for that matter, ask you that question. That is a breach of your personal privacy.
Thank you.
Let me just add one thing. Hold on, caller. Let me just add one thing that the previous caller ignored. The Dominican Republic just established a mechanism for their nationals in the United States to vote. Some of those nationals, I can assure you, they're U.S. citizens. How come they're not arresting them? The Israeli, they're Jews in the United States. They vote in Israel. How come they're not arresting them? And they're U.S. citizens. And you can go country by country by country by country by country. So what the caller is saying is nonsensical. That saying that because you gave up that right. Herb is absolutely correct. it has to do with loyalty and security clearances. That's what you're talking about. So if you're a train driver or a garbage collector or somebody who has nothing to do with U.S. intelligence and security clearances, they don't care. They don't care. So, Colin, if you're listening, go back and before you ask that question again, and before you get all riled up thinking that you're onto something, ask yourself, why is it then, if that is the case, why is it that the U.S. government does not arrest all of these people? Why they don't go to the Dominican Republic embassy and consulate in America? Stand up at the door and wait for people to go in and vote. And when them come out, them say, "Are you a U.S. citizen? Let me see your name," and arrest them. Why?
Again, Herb. Just to shed
Hold
some
on.
light. You don't need to have go through all of that. You just need to tell him that the UN Charter of Rights, respected countries are signatories on that, and a part of that right is freedom of movement and liberty. Under liberty, it means that you have the right to participate in any local or international election as long as you're a citizen. That's all you need to tell him. So it doesn't really matter what you want to say.
No, it matters though. It matters.
Yes, it does.
Because all
It
those
does matter.
nations you talk about is not a part of the dirty 30. Lock them up the Sam. All of them. And the man have a right for vex. You don't want to bring him friend them out of power like that. Send some slaves here, my barrel come.
And, I mean, I can understand because I was like that at one point when you're very passionate about something and you're wrong.
Desperate card.
I guess I'll be like Trump.
Emotion.
Trump said, "Go ahead, beat him up."
Herb, Ratty, Isat, you're there. Miss Michelle Bowen, please, with all Mr. Ratty and Mr. Herb, within a security knowledge and connection, Jamaica is in crisis. Please, can somebody, anybody, anywhere rescue we from here? In our history, have you ever seen an election like this? Mr. Ratty, Mr. Herb, Miss Michelle, Isat, we know them not like you, but they can't do nothing, Isat. What is going on in Jamaica? We are going to just sit back and watch them take away Mr. Rock when Nani and Paul Bogle fight for. Imagine, history show we say when the white man used to slave we, then used to feed we. But now this man a slave, we are dead for hungry. How long we are going to live? Who can't live in this country? What going to happen to we? Who can't go cross the border? What going to happen? Sir, if we go shop, you can't buy food. You can't pay light bill. What next? Next. Nobody can say and rescue we. We don't see say Andrew Wallace and the minion with glass brown how wicked. They are going to left you call out the army and put people on flying squad and shoot we. What next? Can the US Embassy youth somebody rescue we? What have we done? Tell me the atrocity when Jamaican popular people done to deserve this. Our four parents who fight with them blood, sweat, and tears. And you live in a country where you're born and grow. And you can't happy. Imagine with one little right we left with the election. It'll take away another foot. What left, Mr. Rattigan? Oh God, what left for we? What left for young lady? What left for the kids them? Soldier kick green woman in her belly. You know, hear nobody come out and talk. What next? If a young man commit a crime, he commit it against the state. And look what happened. Then how we say we are going to fight crime or we are curb crime? When we have 20 people them in a brute and 21 them in a bitches. People are going to school and can't get food feed. How them are going to learn, Mr. Ratty? How them are going to learn? What the next 10 years? What Jamaica going to look like? We are going to worse than Sri Lanka, Mr. Ratty. Mr. Ratty has me cry, me and my son, we are 13. I don't know what happened to him. He's bright, he's brilliant, but he can't afford certain things. His father passed, he work, but he can't maintain certain things. And when I say me, I don't mean me, first, yeah. Thousand away out here, but you see him judgment. Thousand away. No, because and everybody that come on Facebook, sometimes I share we after we not go so far beggy. Virgin, Sistering, Jamaican, in a diaspora, we know I do a lot, but we are begging them. Call up some security, somewhere, we don't know where. CIA, DEA, FBI, Scotland Yard, and you name them already. We need help. We need help. Imagine a parish council election one. A parish council, you know, and the Jamaican Labour Party set up in like a cricket field. And them a flip. You ever see this in Jamaica? Election run Monday and up to Saturday, you can't win the election in 2024. And like when you have the long book, them and you have to go a call box to make one call and this. Everybody have cellular phone, Instagram and this and that and that. Jesus Christ, what left? What left? What next? The man no want leg off of power. Why? If you're looking at other countries where the dictator hold on power, look at the atrocity we take of people. Then you mean to say Jamaica going to be the first Caribbean country to become a dictatorship? Jamaica going to be the first, Haiti be the first Caribbean country to be independent and look upon it. So Jamaica going to broke record now, we be the first dictator country. Mighty God of Daniel. This is too much. And you can't tell me say Andrew Wallace bad so. Him no bad so. And we are people are making look like him bad. We are call up on the authority to them. We are call up, we are begging you. Yes, you have a few bad apples. But as Buddha says, circumstances make me what I am. There is no opportunity. We expect. We don't go we don't go without light. Everybody want the pine. Everybody want internet. And it's not like people don't work 9 to 5 and 9 to this. This man have no heart. Look what they do to security officers. Look what they do to the teachers, the police. So everything does not turn good, brother. You know, not about it, no good, no smell good, no taste good, not about it, no good. Brother, if me at 20-year-old, me started. And this is nowhere you tell me say a parish council election and you tell me about 7-7. We don't know go so. We don't see Derek's. We might go to university have no PhD and whatever, you know. But me have the greatest one. Common sense. One election can't take so long to call. Then if I general election, what would have happened? People don't look pan, you know. Look what happened in Russia. See my man they kill my name Abelani, me can't pronounce the name. I definitely kill that man there. First of all, everything will happen when Russia do to the dictate people them, and that Andrew is that can't come to Jamaica. I only not see that in a style and in picking few people. What is style of with him in 9 o'clock MP that polling station doing what? We are call upon you. It's alright here and me know you are trying. But me I beg you press the ladder, but not go crash door though. What press the ladder? Mr. Herb, we know you have it locked. Do something, man. Do something for younger generation. Do something for Jamaica. We Jamaican people and mothers, we deserve them. We don't deserve it. We are beg help. We are beg help. We are beg. Just that we are beg. Why I don't want so much about you? My main objective is to rescue it. Please. Please.
Can I ask a question?
Have a visa. I would have gone right up a White House. And when me lie down, then nobody would shoot me. And they must say this lady mad. Me say no, me no mad. Jamaica, they're on the brink of collapsing. Help. Somebody, anybody, help. We need help for Jamaica. And you want to say, hold on from power and take anything to hold on to power. And you see that to yourself. Andrew Wallace and a million them. They rob up the country, they rape the country, they atrocity. The only thing I'm left behind Andrew Wallace do is to pick out you Soldier kill that. Next 2 weeks, kill that. That's the whole good thing left. What left? A prime minister disrespect a young man at after Prima University. Young man, you know, that young man can be the next lawyer, the next prime minister, the next doctor. You disrespect him. What hope you give him? You don't give no hope. You disrespect people everywhere you go. You talk everything, right on them. And you know, try to find out what cause them people. That boy here at 15, 13, 14, can't buy food. Where you get your gun from? You know, try to find out that. Right on them. Everything I ride on them. And now you're growing and tell like, oh, me I beg you, Mr. Ratty. Me I beg you, Mr. Herb. With the expertise and your knowledge and your wide knowing of people and organization. This. Do something for Jamaica. Do something for we. Do something for we. If we even have to go ban we belly, because we are banning right now. Because if we cook a good meal, you have to have at least $6,000-7,000. $700 for one bread. One little ordinary bread. 1 pound of sugar, $300. So you can't mix tea 2 times. You have to make sure so you mix it 1 time and make it this barely brackish. Hell, Jamaica, the crisis, gentlemen and lady. We need help, whatever it takes. No, we don't want the money. We want free. We want them come up and we beg. Some people they can't read and they don't listen. Who know and had that who take the thing, broke it down, put it in the and show them and make them see they not no sense. Mr. Isat put up one program there, context matter. If you know me learn from that, because to how you talk and what come out there, put it there context, that's what it means. We are trying to grow and we are the why with big word. That's why they don't want to pack in a parliament. And if you all slave went by, right? We want to help, sir. We are begging no help. That's all we want. We don't want no more right, no more help. Help, we are begging. Help, rescue it.
All right,
this
mommy.
man is a dictator, and a wicked, cruel, heartless dictator, and he will do anything. That's the pose. He will sacrifice anybody like they sacrifice human or the sentence police on. Who much more them are going to sacrifice to keep on this? Please, gentlemen and lady, as a mother, as a sister too, as an auntie, may I beg you, please, whatever you can do, we call upon the authority to come to Jamaica and do some investigation and some thorough and get rid of them. And me no mean next year, me mean immediately like now. It's too much now, brother. Everybody says that PNP win the parish council election. PNP win it by far. But you see, Small Brown, we have sent a message to you. With prayer, we hear water now, drop and go. It's a go drop and you pick me. You're wicked, you're cruel, you're worse than the old slave them. Back then. Gentlemen, that me have to say.
Mommy.
They had food.
Listen, I have the number, you know. I'll keep in touch with you. Because not tell them
Yeah,
yeah,
sometimes I'm come in, one little woman sitting, you have to sacrifice and say, right, that, you know, we have to turn back to old time days. The lady with Miss Michelle nowhere at all. When you pass and see, woman watch clothes, they think a baby nappy and a baby nappy.
Oh, God.
By that, something, one day school lunch money gone. I mean, I've been my 13-year-old, his father, and he's brilliant. And next Isat, brilliant. But me not have to help him. The way how me want to help him. Right? But me I try. But the system is a hold down. 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 You know what? 7 times we go apart. 7 times me go apart from 2018 till now at 24. They get the little boy from part and now we can't get him from part. right? And his father got farm work with donkey years. And then say, if you go farm work and pay in a and you go farm work, and his father was an elderly man and me. And I know a pay go grown. Yes, he can get something. Where something there? Where there? Pay go grown. And his father worked for years in America. Father worked in America years, cut cane, pick tobacco, pick apple, and the most things. And he not get nothing. But me not talk about that right now. Me want to help me not talk about that. The most greatest thing is to get rid of anti-wholeness and a million them and make the country can run, make we work, and make we see where we work for we get a good road, taxi fare. Unless me live in a center and it cost me 1,500, 1,800 of the taxi fare. That's the truth, man. I don't know if I go. Because if hours come and no taxi no there, one man come out with his car, he say $600 figure, take it or left it. You can't blame me, man. No taxi man run. And when he car 1,600, and him wanna come back down here. And I said, yes, road bad. So you have to balance the book. No, the system is a rat. The system. It needs to change and change. No, our children don't have a future. Then don't see it. Our civil servant don't see it. Jamaica no have no middle class again. Either rich or poor. And I can poor or papa. Nobody no poor at Jamaica. Papa. When you can cook rice and peas and chicken or stew pork again at Jamaica for your Sunday dinner, a papa your turn. You can't put an pot of corn meal price. Now corn meal I told you that $200 a pound. The pound of corn meal. One number pound.
Hey, mommy.
But that,
yeah. Right now, I feel so emotional inside. So it's hard for me to express on your feelings because I feel anger and at the same time to feel sympathy for the people of Jamaica. That's why we do this program. I promise you this. I will never stop fighting the people of Jamaica. People like you and your son. And I'm going to keep in touch with you. And whatever we can do, we will. Yeah, my promise.
yeah, man, we thanks with that. But we help we fight the system that not only me can happy, but the whole away can happy. And remember how we used to live in the back then. We never said it cool pan butter pan bread, but we never lived in them atrocity. So atrocity, soldier look and breed woman. We don't have a stick, no have a stone, and I kick them in our belly. And you tell me, say, the Minister of Security seat, the Prime Minister who was the commanding chief or chief commander, whatever it be. Not even a word. It could have been me. But if I me soldier kick, it's 16 clip would have been done for me because me I lick him back. And he have to go shoot me. Because what? Our system is so broken. They take carpenter and give a plumber work. So then they pick up any size nail and drive in a boat. They don't know it's 2-inch and 3-inch nail. When you give them 1 2 before, then they use 1 4-inch nail, then use 1 inch and a half. So you're most in a problem. You understand? So conism. So anyway, I don't want to talk. And we thank you for listening. And the whole entire world where truly not listen. We are asking you to help to break this system. Andrew Wholeness and the millions, along with Fitzbailey. Fitzbailey is another wicked, conniving man. Yo, courage to the bone. Yo, and the whole of them. And church people, who is one of the worst things Jamaica ever seen. Who corrupt and talk in Jesus' name. Who corrupt in Jesus' name. Oh, everything you talk about Jesus. And lay back and join up with this country. Not one time you saw the churches them. Nobody not join the church association again. Everything I will then do as long as it not affect them and then pick me, then good. Anyway, Me I listen to the
Well,
program.
before you leave, we
So,
just want to make you know, say, before you leave, mommy, we just want to make you know, say, you touched us. And even in the chat, there's one person here who said that they're in Walmart trying to pick up a few and they stop because they start crying. This has, Chris said, it's hard to listen to this, but this is a stark reality that most people face in Jamaica. And like I said, I promise you this, that every fiber of my being, the breath that I take, they will remember always, and I will continue to fight, struggle, continue. So, despite what you're going through, big up yourself. I'll be in touch with you. All right?
okay, sir. Yes, sir. Big up yourself and thank you ever so much for educating us, opening our eyes, teaching us things that we never know about our country and our right. God bless you. God bless you, family. Behind every good man, there's a good woman. Big up to the wife and the family. And give you the time, 4, 5, 6 hours to spend with us. We do appreciate it. You enlighten us, you entertain us, you educate us. And may God continue to bless you, keep you, guide you, whatever you do.
Mommy, before you
And
go,
we
let
say
me ask
again,
you this. A couple
system.
people, before you go, a couple people have asked for your number. Is it okay if I share it with them?
Yes, man. I pay tax to ask people to just say yes, man. Yeah, man.
What is your first name? What's your first name, Anita? I don't need
No, you don't have to give anything over the phone.
Okay. All right. What was that?
We don't need you.
Okay. All right.
You
Cool.
can talk to her separately, Mr. Rattigan, privately.
Uncle
Hey,
Will
yourself,
and
I will.
panel.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. True words have absolutely never been spoken because a lot of people, especially in the ears of the Prime Minister, we come on this program and you hear people talking about it every day. Even on your program, you'll hear people saying, this government is treacherous or this government is callous. But until you hear the belly pain of a woman speaking as candid as she did just now, you don't truly understand the gravity of the situation happening in our country right now, may I tell you. It's I'll give you an example, Rattigan, and we've had this conversation numerous times. Last year this time,
Caller,
before the
hold on
government.
a second. Caller, turn down the volume, please. Caller. Hello. Yes. No, Ishmael is finishing up his point, and then we'll bring you on. Just bear with me for a second. Finish up, Ishmael.
Sure.
Yeah, man. So I was saying something real quick that last year this time the government would have implemented its public sector compensation, which I was somewhat a beneficiary of, and I kid you not, Rattigan, I kid you not, panel listeners, I kid you not. Prefer them never bother give me nothing. Not just the fact say it little bit, but what 5 years ago or 4 years ago, even 4 years ago, I can tell you, man, I wasn't making much, and I could even try with the little I had. But now, let's say I'm making $10,000 extra, it's even worse. You just said we can't afford bread is not joke. Yesterday I got to the wholesale and I literally have to leave and put back things that my son needs. I have to put it back and I can't afford it.
Hold a point there, because
Okay.
the caller go well. Caller, good night. Where are you calling from?
Nice, Rattigan. Calling from Kingston, Jamaica.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yes, calling from Kingston,
in Jamaica. Boy, that lady a while ago that just speak. Boy, to touch every single bone inside of it. Facts, reality. I know you guys, you know, great job. Just keep on doing what you're doing. Because that lady, I'm telling you, they're about to make me cry a while ago. And I see the passion in your face a while ago. Because I just want to cry a while ago. I know the whole panel feeling. Ishmael, young youth, keep up the work we are doing. Future in there. Panel, respect, and good night.
All right. Thank you so
All
much.
right, so again,
Yes,
keep
sir.
up the good work.
Thank you very
You're on
much.
the crew. All right.
We're going to set up and talk to a radio station. We're going to set up a little thing that people can make a contribution to this lady here. And the weirdest thing is that she's not even really asking for us to help her personally. She's asking, which is very commendable and remarkable, despite her dire situation. If you notice, she never said me I beg on her money or this or that. She said, "I want to help her." And that is coming from the soul. You know?
Wow.
Welcome, Rattigan. Hold on 1 second, bro.
Yeah, Mr. Rattigan, the first time I call when I want to pick up everybody still, but as the lady just spoke out hard.
Yeah.
It's true. Election has been rigged. I know you guys can't agree with the whole thing, but it's book on the whole thing. So, Lady Michelle, Ishmael, Mr. Nelson, Dervin, Isat, everybody. Yeah, man, it's all true. The lady has speak from her belly, and just Ishmael just say a while ago. It's all true. This man just need to go, man. Seriously, he need to go. Yeah, man. So, all of our blessings, sir.
All right, my brother. Thank you very much. Paula, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, New York, my car from.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I listen to the program with the people talking and talking. First time ever asked. Jamaica not talking in person. Jamaica collecting tax to do the work in Jamaica. Yes, I know, nobody can answer that. Most people in Jamaica don't pay taxes. That's number one, and that must kind of wipe out. They don't pay tax. All the country people don't run. 100,000 people are selling every day and they don't pay tax. But let's not go right there, so that's a different thing.
Oh, hold on, let me stop you right there. Let me stop. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. One of the things you should consider is that there's a threshold, and if you don't make a certain amount of money, then you're not liable for taxes. Just keep that in mind.
We know all of that. No.
Okay.
We know all of that, but we're not talking about that. We're not talking about something important. The guy when I'm saying Anna right now, right? I think I send something to your phone. So me give the $200 for the hospital to get him fixed. And this lady and me pay our son's school. Me pay our son's school fee. You understand me?
Yeah.
Right, so I can't, if you want my number, please give me my number.
No,
I'm send everything to you.
I have your number.
No,
I have your number.
Yeah, you can call me anytime. Let me send it to you. We'll send it after that. But you see, the greatest thing I'm on. Me are not talking about representation. Maybe America, just as long as that lady. We live at Bronx just like that lady. And Jamaica never have a representation in America. In a New York, never ever. In a New York, none about that. You understand me? But it's time now we have a representation. That's why I write a letter to you already. I don't want to give us the email. So why you don't set up something concretely? And this system is not a free system. If somebody needs help, in America, you pay for this $1, $2, $3, $5. Michelle can do it to you in a New York. You can say, all you can come together and set up a representative system where we know so there's an office right there or an office right there, and anything you want to do, anything you want to know, even in America, if you want to buy a property, you want to rent a property, you want to lease a property, that will go on cards. We work with housing, we work with the taxation system, so we know everything we have.
Okay.
You understand me? We work in housing, and we work with it. You can't tell me more. Never seen just like you, Rattigan. So we know everything we are going.
Okay, my boy. Well, now have your number.
Everything we are going.
What's your first name? What's your first name?
See me, all right. Now send it come here.
All right, no problem. All right. We are going to talk because we understand the position we are saying, and that's why I'm advocating for the Diaspora organization to be a standalone.
This lady, she says she live in New York, she can run the New York division. You live in Maryland, you can run the Maryland, the Douglas division.
All right.
No, I understand the point you make. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Everything, listen, everything, let me tell you, but the lady arrived, the old lady just a while ago, she right, because we allow Andrew to do what him do. And we allow the government to do any crap what them doing, because number one, if them say him lose from the 9, he's supposed to go, and we to tell him, say, time for you leave.
Right.
We're not saying that Mark will be better, because we don't know him, and in interest with him and his family also. So don't bother jumping at the ear and say, oh, Mark will be better. No, Jamaican, you should be better. You should build this business. The man the other day was up on the stage, the chopper them must start build business. Forget about the chopper them now, but Jamaican in general start put up business. You don't need Chinese to sell the flour, rice, and sugar. You understand me? You don't need that. All Chinese must go. No, because they're not.
Amen to that.
Spending your gap where you don't pay tax. That thing don't work. It don't work in Nigeria. That's why New York I put them. It don't work.
Yeah.
It don't work. We know everything about taxes. We never tell nobody it don't work. So guess what? Jamaican and the Jamaican to sell rice and flour and sugar. Jamaican and the Jamaican. The more the company where Jamaican can start. Simple company. Nothing, you know, if you have no big name to start nothing.
Here's what I'm going to do. I have your number, so I'm going to reach out to you and we're going to have a conversation. All right? Let me just run and grab some other calls before we come off of it.
Yeah, man. All right, listen.
Take care of yourself. Big up. Paula, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hi, Rattigan. How are you? East Kingston as usual.
Mm-hmm.
That lady that just finished talk and said she's crying out for help. She's 1 out of 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
1 out of 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 13-year-old. I have 2, a 15 and a 16-year-old, and every day. It's not easy. But my point is, getting rid of one and putting the other, it makes no difference. It makes no difference. Because Jamaica reached this stage now that not even our watershed we don't own. Can you believe it?
Mm-hmm.
Not even our watershed we do not own. I remember back in the days, people would come from all over the world and want to come to one of our schools, whether you go to Tivoli School, whether you go Homewood, whether you go Campion, till you all Dewey. Because we have our teachers, then was teachers. Right? I remember those days. And no. Teachers not even getting paid. Children are leaving school and cannot do simple mathematics, cannot even read and write. We're going down.
All right. Well, look, I share your sentiment, and we all have to get together and try and do something to save this place we call Jamaica.
We all have to come together and start talking about PMP and JLP. When you look in the local government election, I don't see nobody with no Benz driving behind the MP or whosoever. It's the same for dirty foot trousers, zinc fence of people them around behind them that don't know where tomorrow the next meal is gonna come from.
You're absolutely correct. But tell you what, give me a chance, man, because we'll close up now. So give me a chance. Let me take some more calls now. But I want to thank you for the call and for expressing yourself and continue to support the program. All right?
Good evening to everybody. Good night.
Right. Paula, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello, I'm calling from Jamaica. Hello?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, good night.
I'm calling from actually Portland, Jamaica.
Okay.
Good night to you and your panelists. I must declare I'm a teacher, career teacher. And as Ishmael was just explaining, as it relates to the reclassification that was done, it is one of the most unjust thing that has ever been done to teachers in Jamaica. I need to just tell you what happened to me as a teacher. I have I'm a teacher with over 25 years experience. And I have 2 degrees. I used to get an allowance for my second degree, postgrad degree. And I'm a senior teacher as well as I used to get seniority. Now with reclassification, I lost all my allowances.
Mm-hmm.
My salary and my years of service were wiped out because the system say you cannot be placed higher than like say 4 on their new scale that they put up.
Mm-hmm.
So with my years of service, I am getting basically the same salary with somebody who has like 10 or 15 years less service than what I have experienced. I have gotten 2 increase, and up to now, I still don't receive 20% increase. So that I have to be they are giving me what they call a temporary allowance because I still don't reach 20% increase yet after 2 increases. So I am in a position where technically my salary has decreased with inflation, and I might reach a 20% in April. Now, Ratty, at my workplace, the persons who work in the office are now getting better paid than preacher and teacher, and they have the same qualification. So I don't know what teachers have done to this government, why they treat them like that. Principals benefited from the system, from what they did. I can say that because I teach numbers, so I understand the number. But you see, the classroom teacher, they are not. And that is why you have the massive exodus. And then everybody the truth.
Preach no man, preach no, preach man, caller, preach.
Because when the trained teacher leave to go abroad, there's nowhere where they can get trained teacher to replace them. So what they do is just fill in the vacancies with pre-trained teachers. If the true picture of the system is going to be evident to the world within the next 2 or 3 years, because most of who are coming in now, they have no experience, and in terms of knowledge, it is very limited. But they're pretending like things are okay. You see, this government, it's all about PR. And they set a system where they're promoting themselves and telling the world that Jamaica is okay. But we are not okay. We are not.
We are not okay.
No, not okay.
Divided 40 lines in order to get them to sign. The decision to sign took place on online on a Sunday, where they asked people to vote. Where most of so one person could vote from 2 or 3 different devices. And then they said they have the consensus because they have meetings with the people, and the people reject it, and they call a meeting and did it online on a Sunday because the minister told them that in order not to receive the money until 2025, they have to sign no. And teachers get caught and rush to sign. And when they realize what they get less than everybody else. Because we are a large group. It is deception upon deception upon deception. And on top of that, we have a prime minister who's paying himself and his 320% increase. Why is it a teacher should be paid less than a counselor? The average counselor in Jamaica, Rattigan, cannot even put 2 cents in together. And he's being a year.
Yeah, he made it a point though.
Nowhere near that.
Caller, just to clarify something, he made a point in December on the ambassador's platform, Let's Connect, to say that he didn't take the increase. He didn't mention about the other people, but he said he didn't take it.
No, he said, listen what he did. When person started to eat out and say, how is it that you are telling other people to take 20 and you and yourself are taking 300? He said he is not taking it. So the other ministers did get their increase, but he said he's not taking it. He doesn't want it because he don't want anybody to tell any lie on him. That was his speech. Mark Golding said that he's not taking more than the 20%, and the remaining amount.
Ishmael, hold on 1 second. Ishmael, mute on it.
Ishmael, giving it to on a
Mute.
monthly basis. And the Prime Minister just said he wasn't taking his. We don't know if he's actually getting it or that was just a jest. We have no way of knowing. We have no way of knowing that. Because remember, salary are remitted to person's account. So we don't see his account, so we can't say that this is it. Mark Wallen did put up a set of things in the newspaper, the charities that will get his additional amount when he takes out his 20% on what he was getting at the time. But Ratty, let me tell you something. Jamaicans are so impoverished that when these people come to them for election time and they give them something to eat and something to drink and they get excited, they will run behind them. And tomorrow morning, they are hungry. They don't understand the connection between having persons who will put a system in place so that their lives can be better, their children's life can be better. Ratty, my father sent me to college without loan, and I went to college in the 90s. Civil servants now can't send their children to university or college without loan. And that is something that we can look at to prove to you that things have gotten much harder for the ordinary man. So make nothing come overseas and paint any pretty picture. The average community still don't have any water. They still don't have any interior roads. We don't have a community center. We don't have any community programs. And all they are doing is the youths are being marginalized by the day. They come to school, they are hungry. Listen, I would want you to try and reach out to some principal and let me tell you about the attendance at school. Let me tell you about the fact it's one of the most difficult things to get a child on the program. They make the thing so difficult. And I can't say why. The schools have to deal with the children. You know who come into school at lunch. You know who can't come to school. Why couldn't it be that the school recommend to the Ministry of Labour, here are some children, look into their situation, get them on the program? It's not like that. In fact, they are quicker to take students off the program for not coming to school. I guess if they don't have any money to come to school, how they can come to school to get the part lunch?
Right.
How? It's not practical. And they are not looking into these things, because these things is not what is important to them. It's all about winning an election and enriching themselves and having tea parties and you see beautiful pictures in the Gleaner and the television, and they make a big pretty talk. The reality is Jamaica is no longer for the poor. The poor has no route to better themselves. And I feel I am a Jamaican. The lady that spoke to you from Senton, she's telling no lie. Ratty, the 1st of April, bus fare is going up again because the raise that was given in December, I think, there was a 2-prong, and the second half is going to be in April. There are students who have to pay over $400 in bus fare presently to get to school. What is going to happen? Come April 1.
Yeah.
We want assistance from you people. You people are the one remittances make Jamaica look better than what it really is. It is the remittance money that they help to build up their reserve, to put up fancy numbers and let it look like things is okay. You people need to organize and put pressure on the government because they are not helping the majority.
And that's exactly what we're doing and what we're planning to do, and intensify the efforts. But look, I have to run and grab another call, but thank you so much. Continue to support the program.
And thank you so much for being a teacher and staying with your students in Portland.
People appreciate what you're doing.
All right.
People do appreciate We appreciate it. Because the more people know about it, it's the better chance we think that we might get help.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right. Oof. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Herb, I haven't forgotten you. You still have a point to make. Oh, yeah, caller, hold on. Oh, this person has been calling me. Hello, caller.
Yes.
Hello, caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Hello.
Good night, Sir Rattigan. Good night to your panel.
Before you start, let me just
hold
on. Before you start, let me just apologize to the caller just before you. I inadvertently cut him off. So I'm asking that caller to call back. But go ahead, please.
I'm calling from Jamaica, and I'm telling you that lady, I felt her pain. Today I went to the supermarket and I put three wipes. I think it's Jack and Jill wipes. And I bought some popcorn for my daughter. And I bought 2 bags of Calbag juice. Remember, those are the first things. So it was 9 small popcorns, the 3 Jack and Jill wipes, the 2 bag of Calbag juice. I'm going to empty out my car yet. I'm gone $3,000 already. Cost of living is so expensive. Gone were the days $3,000 could have get a whole bag of snacks. That the days they're done with. I hear the caller a while ago talk about being a teacher. I'm happy you stayed, sir. And it's for the love and the passion. And it's not that you don't want better for yourself or you stay. You understand? I have friends who are leaving in September. I have teacher friends who are on the list for migration come September. And the Minister of Finance think it and deemed it necessary to remove GCT of horses, Mr. Rattigan. Horses. And people can't eat food at Jamaica. Why do you think so much people are choppy line? Why do you think there's so much? Because ordinary people can't even buy food. I'm not agreeing that they need to do that or they should do that. When it comes to a point where 3 persons have to buy 1 house, that's not a better system. It shows that our system is in trouble, Mr. Rattigan.
I agree.
Our system is in trouble. And all the part, I hear the gentleman talk about that the teachers are getting less paid than a counselor. Some of them when I'm in education. I'm afraid to talk. And that was what they were defending on the debate, that it's okay if you can't read and write and yet still you want to be a level. You can't read and write and want to make policies. You can't put 2 sentences together. And you have your educated people here, can't buy food, can't buy a house, can't leave an inheritance to them children. I'm worried about my future. I'm worried and I'm not an old person. I'm a civil servant just like Ishmael. I'm still a fight to get my 20% same way.
Call them and get nothing neither as an interim app them put up on.
You cannot. And when they get the inflation tax and they boast and say, oh, we didn't raise any taxes. But indirectly taxes are come out of your thing. People are paying $700. $700 a day. One way, Mr. Rattigan, for bus fare. And then Mr. Pat come on TV, I come go on like, oh, we decrease bus fare. For Kingston and St. Andrew, but what about people in Clarendon? What about people in Westmoreland? What about people in Manchester? What about the people them in a Portland? And I St. Mary, with them have to go in at them pocket and take out money for pay bus fare. And then these little, I don't even know if I call them. I got up. It's nice and it's awesome to earn $13,500 for work. And then the Prime Minister got chuckled over a conversation with Cliff Hughes saying somebody asked him at St. Thomas if he can raise the minimum wage. But they just raised it 100%. 100% is twice the money. You didn't put twice the money, sir. Do the math. I don't have math, so somebody do the math for me. Because if it was $9,000, I may put $9,000 upon it. That make $100,000. 100%. My apologies. And these are the things we're talking about. And that's why you have pick me a drop out of school to go help mother and father. Now you have kids having the responsibility to go try and help them mother and father. When a parent supposed to put forth for the child. 2014, when I started my degree, I could have work and go school part-time and try to something. And we fast forward now. You can't work and send yourself to go school because you don't have no money to do that. You don't have no money. And he said the economy is doing better, but we're not feeling it. We're not seeing it. The lady said $300 for a pound of sugar, $500 for one bread. Michelle, we don't know when I left Jamaica, when I said come to Jamaica, what is $500 for what bread? When me I got school, me I paid $2 for bag juice. I remember bags of fat. Patty was $20, it was $25. You can't buy a juice, a cocoa bread, and a patty with 5 bills, Rattigan. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. I really don't want to take up time, but the lady, wake me up tonight. My eyes were filled with tears. Because I know what she's going through. The same thing my mother got through, but it did a little better. She could have made her way through it 2 a week. And right now, not even single people, Mr. Rattigan, are complaining. Rent is expensive. God bless if you find 1 2-bedroom for $45,000. I'll be 80 grand and 70 grand, Mr. Rattigan, for a 2-bedroom. You can't buy land again. NHT kill we have water. They are no longer for us. We are contributing something we benefit from. These are the things that we are suffering from. And Andrew go home every night and him comfortable and he can eat the dearest delicacy and bust the biggest and best bottle of champagne. I want to buy $50 bag juice. $50 for one bag juice now. $50 for your bag juice. One thing I beg a man a taxi, a man now look on your gear, drive with walk go home. Where we are now.
Right.
Well, gas a drop and we now feel the price at the dropping of the gas. We now feel it. KFC raise 3 times. 3 times in a 1 year KFC raise. I thought me no love a KFC, but me I tell her that we have to deal with. That we have to deal with. Congratulations for the job we are doing. Continue doing the work. You know, we're there, we are learned. Thank you. There's so much things we have learned from you guys, and we continue to try to learn. You understand? Big up yourself, Michelle, Herb, you know, Dervin and Ishmael continue being the stalwarts. You understand? Mr. Isat, continue. Young generation, we are look towards if we guide, we can body and guide, the body and give you the information. Someone will have to find the information. Me not chicken, Mr. Rattigan. And some of the information have forced me to hear about them.
Right. Well, anyway,
thank you
we're
very
getting ready
much.
for wind down now, but thanks for the call and continue to stay in touch and support the program, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, take care. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Good night.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, ma'am. Good night.
Yes, calling from Jamaica. I also am a teacher too. Mr. Cochran, good night, your girl. And I want to tell you that it's rough. And you know the first thing, I'm still not hearing anybody talking. You hearing me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes. Nobody not talking about the banks going into the money.
The bank fees you're talking about?
I have a mortgage, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And I made an error. Paid, just put a 0 where a 1. A 1 where a 0 is supposed to be. And you know, so JN don't want to give me back the $151,000. Even when I request it. I call a lawyer. The lawyer charged me $63,000 just to write a letter to the bank to return the money. A lodger complained with the Bank of Jamaica. Up to now, nobody pays me any mind. And then at the same time, they are saying I'm outstanding in the mortgage payment, even though they see the transaction come across, but it's just in the wrong account. And this is the second time. The bank just gone. Me talk about Mark be a JN, the same JN where them say I keep the money. Nobody now can give and say, all right, let me give you back because Scotia Bank request the money. And them say the case done because JN going to tell us say them no start the money. Them a teacher no man. And I'm serving the same state like the other teacher. 22 years and my student get more money than me. 22 years of teaching. And students who me teach turn up get 800,000 in a retro payment and me get 130,000. And the following month them say, oh, we overpay you. And come back in and take out. This is the government. But we are paid. I've said persons, I never know me could have suffer. I feel like in the 70s, 80s when you used to get 1 pound of cornmeal to 25 a week. So my auntie has to break up in a tree group and say, you go white horses, you go button bean, and you go pamphlet. To get some money so that you can cook. As some feel now. Believe you me, that's how we feel. 40,000 for me, 45,000 a month to grocery. 45,000 a month. And you can imagine when the doctor goes, because right now I have all one heart test to go to. 15,000. I have to change that. You got coronation market at $9,000 for 2 weeks for the market stuff. And it's just two of you. You now buy orange and ripe banana. You have to choose between the orange or the ripe banana. So $1,000 doesn't feel orange, you know, sir. And you're a teacher. And they expect you to come to school and put out. And it's the first I'm seeing so many teachers getting sick. Poor diet. Stress at the job. Poor diet. Because now we have to eat the belly full. When you check it out, diabetes will kill the teacher them. Because all we can afford is rice. Nobody tells us to go buy ground provision. That's $500 a pound for yellow yam. And $350. The cheapest vegetable we can buy at Salalo. $500 a bag. When them cut it up. So we there, so we really need a change. We really, I've never had it so hard. I've never cursed government. Over the years in my life, I've never cursed the government. I've never felt so hard. You have a master's and the money just disappear and give you a job. They're going to pay you the return of 2 payments. August and December.
Disgusting.
And they expect us to feel good. They expect us to want to teach. Listen, sir, if me find a way tomorrow morning to leave, I gone like the wind. You can't meet your bills on a monthly basis. I tell you the God truth. You can't meet your bills. Right now, me there, so, sir. I mean, I know how me manage. That's $25,000 a month to tax this year. To me, go work. I'm going to live 10 minutes away from my workplace. 10 minutes away. You don't know how the other people them will live an hour drive.
Right.
10 minutes. Every time I taxi come pick me up, a $500 one way, that's enough. So, me tell you, anything you can do.
Yeah.
But something have to go on.
Well, put out the work, man. Don't worry yourself. You know. Continue to tune in.
We never know more than suffer in Jamaica. God knows. And me tell anybody now we are suffer.
All right. You will do. Keep in touch with me, you know? And I could keep the conversation going on. More than the conversation, we have to take some action. But I'm going to grab this other call, but thanks again.
All right, you're welcome.
Well, good night. Welcome to Reach Rattigan.
All right, good night, everyone on the panel. Everybody, good night. Okay. When I listen to this lady, and what she's talking about the condition, yes, we all know, but this lady talking brings it home clearer. It's real. And when I think about the people who voted for Andrew Holness, I'm wondering to myself, what were they like before Andrew took office? As to when the process going on, he's in office before, and then when he takes up office, that they could be able to vote for him, experiencing that prosperity that others are not getting. Something is really wrong. And this is why I know that it's a lie. The PNP won the election. The presidential Juliet Holness at the electoral office says a lot. She was there on a particular assignment, I believe. And this is why the outcome is that they are saying the election was even. No, it's not. She's a fixer, and she knows what to do and how to do it. And the election, it was won by the PNP for real. This tells you the lie, straight up, the lie, blatant lie. Blatant lie. The election was not even. She went there and do some fixing. Some people experiencing prosperity, more so the ones who followed behind Andrew, and the others are not having that prosperity. No. What were their lives before? As to now, that others are not experiencing that prosperity. That's my take on it.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks. Oh boy. It's mash up there right now, but I'm still out of the midnight program, folks. I'm not doing midnight program. I
Marathi.
like. Yes, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah. Look, for the very reasons that we're protesting right now, I hear it ringing true to these people. When is that global diaspora meeting supposed to occur in Jamaica?
June.
And I would submit that in June, if sufficient people can make it here, in coordination with the protests in Washington, we should get placards that brings out everything these people are talking about and protest down here, right? Because you have to draw attention to what's going on. And you can't listen to all the naysayers and the people saying, oh my God, you mashing up the brand. You're doing this, you're doing that. That's false pride them talking about. That's a bunch of falsehoods. People suffering, right? The people are suffering outright. People, look, I've been hearing this on the street when I go out on the street. People stopping me while we're walking, Miyasuki, and telling us all this stuff, right? We go inside a building and you sit down and people talking. We're standing outside at the gate. Man come around the corner with his bicycle talking loud. I think him talking to somebody on the phone. Him talking to himself. People having mental issues because they're melting down under this kind of pressure. And what do these people want to talk about? Oh, we have $4.5 billion in the reserve. Oh, our GDP is looking good. But who's taking care of the people? There's no people orientation. The people sucking salt through a straw. The roads are washed out, mashing up people's car. People keep repairing their vehicle. The bridges are gone. No replacement. But they promise the future is going to happen. The hospitals are sham. Cornwall Regional is the worst example of all. How comes you couldn't project accurately the fixing of a regional hospital like Cornwall? People sleeping on the floor, sleeping in corners, right? All this nonsense is going on while these people are wasting what? $43 million? So Pina can go over to Africa and campaign for a job that was never promised to her, right? Collecting up to 99,000 US on the backside. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with these people? You go into office to make the lives of Jamaicans better. And instead of doing that, the lives of the people are getting worse. But you can't see because you're so mirrored in this mess, mismanagement, and misappropriation of funds. So I ask again, where's the funding that the Vice President of the United States gave to the Prime Minister on 2 occasions? Where's the funding that the Foreign Minister of the UK brought to Jamaica and handed off to them? Where are all these things? And to what end? Where are the sports federations and their application of sports within communities to ease the pressure on our youth as a minimum? Parents can get out there and support it and make some noise and get their pressure eased as well. But then what? Instead, we have them fighting over leadership. And we have scheming and lying and cheating going on. Right? We can't keep this up. If Babsy gave $4 million to JFF, then JFF need to account for every penny of that money. We don't have the money to waste. We don't have money to stone dog. And this is what's going on. People are not accountable. There's absolutely no transparency. So until you can protest, get transparency, you get accountability, then we expect that FID, the Auditor General, the DPP, the rest of them going to do their jobs and enforce the law. You got to break this logjam somehow. You got to start taking care of people. Their health. People's health is at a premium. Why? Because of the mental anguish and the stresses. It can't keep us going on. And then you say, hush, don't say anything. Or if people go protest, you want to bust their heads and kick them or whatever. You got to make change, right? You must make change.
All right.
But, you know, it is what it is. And we can't just turn our backs. We got to respond.
I tell you right now, it's like the headspace just to feel right, you know, after hearing all of them. I mean, it's an emotional show. And folks, family, I didn't plan to be here 7 hours and counting. I was planning to be 8. But, you know, issues drive the show and interest. And there are more than 2,000 devices still logged on to the program after 7 hours. We got up to a high of 2,900 and something. And we've been maintaining 2,100 or so on a steady basis. And I just want to thank all of you. We're not leaving it, but I just want to thank all of you who stayed the course with us, because these are some significant issues that we're talking about. But more so than talking, we have to do something. And that's why our little corner of the diaspora, we're taking on the issue. We're not listening to those people who, you know, they're cowards, first thing. Second, a lot of them, they're hypocrites. Third, a lot of them, they're ignorant. And fourth, some of them just don't know anything. And just don't know anything. But in our space in the diaspora, we are going to do something. We don't care about what the other people say. Let them do whatever they want to do. If they just criticize, that's fine, no problem. But we are going to bring international attention to everything that's going on in Jamaica. That lady that spoke tonight, you know, she touched all of us. She wasn't the first. She won't be the last. But she touched us deep, 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 deep. And so I'm asking people to make the contributions to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. I don't think I could have made a better plea for the support of the foundation than this lady did. By the way, we're going to start something for our sisters and brothers in Jamaica like this. We're going to start something for her next week. I'll talk to the radio station. We'll get the thing up, then we'll go from there. And it's not just for her, but you know, this had to start someplace. And I'm glad it started with her tonight. So I turn off the phone because I just want to go around and just get everybody's opinion on what's going on. And those of you who are still tuning, don't leave yet. We're not finished yet. We're 7 hours and change going into this thing. And we still have some more things to talk about before we wind up. But I have to wind up pretty soon because just not in the excuse right now. But I'll be on at midnight. Don't forget that. Michelle, the floor is yours.
I guess I'm just going to reiterate what you already said and what Herb said and what so many callers said. That lady who called in, she really gave us a feel in the gut of what she's going through. You could feel it through her voice and through the phone line. But you know what she said, one of the things that she said really stayed with me. She said that Paul Bogle and Nanny, those are the two names she mentioned, fought and died. Paul Bogle died for these freedoms that we are taking, we did take for granted. And now, evidently, we're at a stage where substantial losses have taken place. But yet, it's not too late. Today, I was talking with some friends about what's going on in Haiti. And my comment to the group was, you know, Haiti couldn't have gone to this stage if the people of Haiti, those in the diaspora and those in the country, took a stand against the corruption. Corruption is where got Haiti to where it is today. And if we, as Jamaicans, don't seriously decide whether or not we're going to fight for a nation, we will lose our country the way that Haiti has, in the same manner that Haiti has gone. And there are enough of us that just won't let that happen. We love our country. We have been taken advantage of because of our love for country, because we continue to give and give and give. Well, now it's time to fight. We have to fight for our nation. We love our country. We have to fight. Unfortunately, you know, like I said, 40 years ago, and the years have flown by. I remember we were among the leading nations in the world when it came to literacy. Our school system that was designed by people who are still alive today. Professor Errol Miller was instrumental in um, what a lot of us benefited from, free education to the university level. My siblings benefited from that. Those things have long gone, and now the teachers, we had excellent teachers. Most of them have left, and there are still some good ones in Jamaica, but teachers have been replaced, as we heard from that caller today. And people who are not even qualified. Had conversations with teachers who can't speak. Come on, yes, you speak patois, but if you are teaching in an institution of learning, you must be able to handle the English language. How else are you going to teach the children? So we have, and the nurses are gone, the doctors are gone. So those of us who are abroad, we want to come back and help to rebuild our nation. We don't think that we're being welcomed back to do so. But there is hope. You know, the situation is dire, but there is hope. And if we join hands and hearts, we can make a difference and we can turn things around. So
Right.
we have to keep the faith.
Right. Ishmael, we'll wind up. We'll wind up now. So, do you have any closing remarks?
Yeah. Sometimes as people, it takes, you know, things like this for us to truly understand our value and for us to understand the difference between a servant and a ruler. And up until we understand the difference and the fact that we are in fact owners in our own right, and collectively we are the set of people that decides who we want to rule us, whether it is that we want to participate in an electoral process or not. When it is that if we truly understand that we are the bosses and we decide who we want to run our company, and that company being Jamaica. And it is that at this point in time, whether we like it or not, we have chosen to have this Prime Minister run our company called Jamaica. So it is incumbent upon us to save our company. So having said that, more often than not, you know, more of these things will continue to happen because people are now, you know, one by one waking up to the reality that it is not working out at all, and it's becoming worse. And we will understand that internationally, you know, things aren't necessarily roses. You know, that is why we put in place leaders for contingencies like world recessions and for contingencies like international trade halts, if you may. And if it is that we don't have proper leadership at the helm, the marginalized and the people that, you know, don't know how to fight for their own rights, they will be left or tossed aside. And they make up more than 60% of any country is made up of the regular man like myself. I say that to say, until we decide to unlearn what we call background politics or backyard politics, saying politics not enough for me, and understand that you are an owner, and up until you decide to change the CEO of your company, nothing will change in your company. That is my final word.
My turn.
I wonder if Jamaicans know that the current finance minister's mother was a teacher. She was the country's first children's advocate. Her name is Mrs. Mary Clark. We need to ask the finance minister, his mother was a teacher. Why are you treating the teachers like this? Why have you put a stranglehold on the teachers and threatening them of their economic what should I say, property, which is their money, their livelihood. So you can create the 300% increase for yourselves and for others. Teachers are moving in droves. Just last night I got the news, one of Jamaica's brilliant teachers and principal, Dr. Uncle, who has transformed the Jonathan Grant High, which was a failing school under the NEI standards. He's migrating. That man has transformed a school that was low rated to now a very good school. So now it's testament that we are losing another brilliant educator to overseas. I have intimated, I have spoken to a vice principal. I will not name the vice principal. And I showed her the remuneration of a principal of a school in Georgia. Our principals down here are still, even though they have been better off, but many of them are still ignorant that they are still being underpaid for the amount of work that they are doing. A principal in Georgia is getting $24 million on average, Jamaican equivalent. Many of the principals here are just getting $11, $12 million. That is half. That is half. So in essence, if many of them don't understand, now you're going to understand that you're still being disrespected by your government. Right? So this divide and rule that was created in the teaching, in the education sector, and for the likes of me, I don't understand how can you have a JTA president being a principal of a school when the principals have their own association called the Principals Association, just like on the police force, you have the Jamaica Police Federation, which is run by the rank and file members. And there's another aspect of the Police Federation, which is the Police Officers Association, which are run by those in the khaki suits. But yet, in the Teachers Association, we have a principal who is representing the teachers. And the principals have their Principals Association. That I have a problem with, because I believe the Teachers Association should be run by a teacher, at least a senior teacher. Right? And we wonder why the teachers are getting the bad stick. No offense to the principals who are JTA presidents, but the Jamaica Teachers Association, the rank and file, should be pushing hard. God bless the few presidents who are pushing hard, like Lasagna Harris, and the other one. He has also migrated. Oh gosh, I don't remember his name right now. Oh, Mr. Owen Speed. Right? Our country, as I said before, and I said it in the previous program, there is a nefarious and sinister plot of densifying the nation. When you dumb down a nation, when you do not educate a nation, you can control them. When you have a highly educated populace, you cannot control them. This is what is going on in the system. This is what is going on in the country called Jamaica. They want you to be so dense that you will forever be beholden to them, so they can buy your votes. They can manipulate you. Because when they manipulate you, you cannot think for yourself. You would lack the critical thinking skills to ask the hard questions. Right? This is what is going on. And that is why I said, that's why the government has not moved further to have the diaspora voting. Because many in the diaspora are highly educated at the various universities, who are highly educated lawyers, doctors, etc. because they know they cannot twist you up. They cannot, because you're going to ask them the hard questions. Right? This country is in a serious crisis. As I said before, the little local government election has repudiated the Prime Minister to say that you are crossing the line. And you also need to, before the general elections, you need to reveal who are the illicit six. You need to reveal your statutory thing to the Integrity Commission for it to be signed off. So it could be made public, because you are a public servant. You represent us. You are a public figure. And the whole SSL matter, which is now gone up in the air, and I don't think anybody is going to really get being brought to book. Or the only person who they're going to say they have brought to book is the little lady who got caught the other day. Right? This is a sad state of affairs in this country. And people in this country, I am still flabbergasted that when the whole reclassification thing went about, this country never locked down. It never locked down. They have allowed this divide and conquer to really divide this country. This country is going down in a state that we are going to mirror our brothers and sisters in Haiti. We are on that trajectory. We are close to reaching that place. We are close to reaching that nadir. It is so germane. When will our people open their eyes? I don't know. The lady who has spoken and who has brought us, some of us, to tears. This is what I've been saying this for the past few times when I've been on Mr. Rattigan's show. And I'm glad that the people are coming out and talking them truth. Because maybe some people think that I am just here for sensationalization. And I'm glad that the people are talking now. The gentleman who is a teacher has said it before, and he has concretized what I have stated. Right? The other lady who is a teacher, she said the same thing. I hope you all are waking up, people. And that is why it is now. I hope this will galvanize you in the diaspora to come out in the thousands and protest. We don't need to protest. Right? We as a people, I said it before, the descendants of house slaves and field slaves and indentured laborers are the ones who are oppressing us in this country. Some of them who have benefited from Michael Manley's status of the Children's Act, no bastard, no barney. Some of them are bastard picking in a parliament right now who are oppressed the people. Bastard, dirty foot bastard picnic if I never feel the white man, Michael Manley, where people of demonize. Get an education, yet they are depriving others of getting an education by what they are doing. The pilfering of the billions of dollars that they have gotten from international donors cannot be accounted for. At 3 government ministries, and first in Jamaica's history, the office of the Prime Minister. That has put the office of the Prime Minister into great disrepute now. First in our history of this country, the office of the Prime Minister was named as a ministry that has monies that are unaccounted for. And you have so many agencies that are packed up under the office of the Prime Minister, which includes NHT, And we are hearing that there's some scandal with NHT now with millions of dollars missing. And Hart, which has been moved from the Ministry of Education into the office of the Prime Minister. And it is alleged that Hart is a big cash cow too. So take sleep, Mark, there.
Another story with that.
Good.
So because we have run up against time. But Dervin, thank you. Is Isat around? Isat, where are you? Don't hear from Isat. Herb.
All right.
We are run up against time. Here to do this deal, but we have to
No.
with the time. Yeah, go ahead, Herb.
Brett. Okay. All right. You know, the challenge of poverty and destitution in Haiti, in Jamaica, and other Caribbean regions is very significant. You know, there are strategies, however, that can be employed to buffer the impact of these effects on the region. The most important one that I've always preached and continue to preach is that there is strength in unity when people come together and have community-based organizations formed. For the benefit of the kids, I speak about those sports-oriented organizations at community level. The role that our basketball association, our netball association, our football association, or the federation, those roles that they play are important to the community. And when they get mired down in scandal, when they get tied up in fighting each other over the money, which is usually the case, then the people suffer, the kids suffer. But community-based organizations, we should be looking out there at organizations termed community development committees that work hand in hand with the SDC, right? When you find yourself standing alone, like the Lone Ranger, right? You better go find Tonto or Tontos somewhere to come together and help each other. Form local community groups, cooperative or self-help organizations. When you get together in a group like that, it's not one person thinking. It's different people sharing their knowledge, advocating for their rights, and pooling their resources. Networking, you hear that term all the time. It's you having connections between different communities, non-governmental organizations, and government agencies. Again, collective action is more effective than one person's isolated effort. You have to look at education and skill development, adult education. You got to promote literacy, numeracy, vocational training programs, empower individuals with practical skills that enhance employability. So if you got somebody who's retired in the neighborhood and they are a tradesperson in a particular skill, then they can come out and organize a training program to teach people in the community how to do carpentry and masonry, right? How to be a farmer, do little farming, grow your own food, so you don't have to go out and buy somebody else's food. When you have small farmers growing food in the community and you all come together on a weekend, then you run what is called a farmer's market. Each of you planting something different. Collectively, you have a big produce section where people come out and they'll buy from you, right? You have to teach people how to manage their money. You have to look at the budget. Are they budgeting properly? Right? I know a lot of people say, well, I don't have enough money to even run a budget. But you're spending the money. You get it in your left hand and gone out at the right hand. Financial management, savings, and even a little bit of investment, whether it's a partner or whatever, right? And you get your partner draw, right? You have to advocate for different things as a group. I hear somebody say, well, 3 people buying a house. Yeah, it's happening in the US. Somebody in Washington, D.C. come in, they're making $75,000 a year to start, and they can't afford to live by themselves. So they have to go find 2 other people, partner up, right? It's happening not just in Jamaica. I'm telling you, folks, it's all over. I remember when I got the last hard dough bread loaf in Maryland, it cost me $8 US dollars. If I translate that, that's around probably about 1,200 Jamaican dollars, right? There are other things we have to look at. It's people's mental health and their basic health, right? Organize health fairs, right? I know it's been done in different communities. But people need to know what the numbers are, what the blood pressure is, what the blood sugar is, right? They need to take a blood test. They need to get their eyes checked. Organize these things because you have certain doctors who will volunteer support it. Dentists volunteer support it. Eye doctors volunteer to support it. You have dietitians who will tell you what you can grow and what you can eat and what you can go to the market and get that is nutritious to you. Don't have to be KFC, right? And this act alone will stem the tide of malnutrition and kids unable to learn because they didn't eat right. We need to work smarter, not harder. Women especially, you're the backbone of the family and you're empowered to carry the load. And the only thing I can encourage you is when the wheeling mount men them come around, run them. Because all I'm going to do is add to your burden, right? You have women in the decision-making process, but you have to know how to research. You have to find out if you do X, what is the Y result, right? X don't always equal Y. So you have to research, you have to read. I mean, you go by the local library or you ask somebody you think is smarter than you and let them help you with the answer, right? You can start your own little small business and you can, nurture it. You work with your CDC, you work with the SDC, and it's supposed to bring together everybody in the community. There are programs out there that you can request funding, like from the American Friends of Jamaica, which that program opens up every year during November. It closes the end of the first week in February. And they will give you the amounts of money you need to get your program started and get it going. You have other programs with the FIFA Foundation, right? FIBA is the basketball foundation. You can write to these people and get help in organizing for sports development in your community to get classrooms, to get instructors, get officials, the whole 9 yards. Why Jamaica don't have a football stadium in every parish when everybody else in the world is doing it and bringing in football fields, bringing in soccer mom programs, which lead to mentoring our kids, will lead to feeding programs and stuff like that. I don't know. That means the national federations in the respective sports not doing the job. because they're supposed to be using sports, according to the UN, for the growth and the development of communities. Now, you have different programs, cash programs, the biggest one being the money your cousin, your aunt, your uncle, your mother, your father sent from the US. Use that money wisely, invest it wisely, right? You have a lot of usage you can put that money to, especially if collectively you're acting as a group within the community. That poor woman was crying tonight, crying out to us, but I don't know if she's ever done any collective action within her community. And we know it works. We've seen it work in different countries. St. Lucia, Guyana, all these other places I've been to, it works. So we have to make sure we have tried everything before we turn to desperation, right? It's the mental illness that we see because of the gunshots, because of all the other issues with violence in the community. People are suffering from PTSD, right? And when they suffer from that, even our security forces suffer from it. You need to seek help. You need to report it to your chain of command, right? And in the community, you need to go see a pastor or somebody in authority, especially the electoral office. Find where your JP is, find out where your politician, whether it's by council member or your MP, and ask for help. They have a $20 million fund that they get to be able to give you the kind of assistance you need, right? You need to look at your natural resources. You need to look at the land erosion and all these other issues that come with global warming, that come with problems within the community. You're not alone. People are out there doing the same thing you're doing. They're working together and they're helping each other. The disaster preparedness is big time. Why? Because when the skies get dark and that storm is coming in, if you're not ready for it, and the same flood that washed away people's cars and whatever last week might be washing through your house this week. So you have to know, you have to listen, you have to follow the emergency training that's going on and ensure that you comply with instructions, because that's the only way the cooperation pays off. People helping each other, doing different things to ensure that you can survive. It's all about survival, right? There are other fund issues like USAID and other places out there that may have programs that are active that you inquire into and find out if you can get funding for your project. Because if there's a vehicle out there that is doing this, it should be easy for you to get a hold of that project manager and get on that program for funding. And you know, folks, again, you pray and you keep praying because prayers do help. Thank you.
All right, Herb. Isat, I think Isat is missing in action. He's not coming up. But let me just say in the 3 minutes left, let me just thank all of the guests for a terrific program today. Heart-wrenching, but still terrific. Isat, Herb, Andre, Irvin, Ishmael, Rashana, Keelan, Michelle Bowen, and Michelle Neal. It's been an education for me tonight. And it's also an emotional program. I mean, that lady that spoke, and it wasn't just that like I said, she went deeper than the other people. But the other people made they made their arguments as to why Jamaica is in such a terrible state. We heard from teachers, we heard from all kinds of people. And that's the purpose of this program, is to get feedback from all of you, because we don't know it all. We learn when you call in or when you go in the chat and you start explaining things to us. And we take our cues from you. We don't take our cues from any government. We don't take any cues from any diaspora organization. We have our own little corner, our own little space that we occupy. We're going to make something out of it. We're not waiting for people to make fancy speeches and cling champagne glasses and carry on. We're rolling up our sleeves. And we're committed to helping the people of Jamaica. But MD said they couldn't hear me. All right. So again, I want to thank all of you coming on and making this the show that turned out to be. And hopefully Michelle, my representative, will walk away tonight and start making the necessary arrangements to answer the questions, because we need answers to the questions. Otherwise, we don't need a rep who is going to tell us that, I don't know, because our representative job is to know that the whole are accountable. I'm sure she's up to the task. And I look forward to hearing answers to the questions we posed to her tonight. Again, I want to thank all of you. It's been a wonderful show. It's been a long show. Michelle B, thank you, because I know I've imposed on your time more than I asked. And thank you for staying the course with us. Of course, Dervin, continue to battle and deal with the struggle. You're going to be successful. We're all going to be successful. Herb, thank you, because you could have been sleeping now, man. You could have been doing so many things at the time. Isat disappeared on us, so I'll talk to him later. And Ishmael, yeah.
I'm going to eat them chicken.
Yeah, you saw him. He was advertising. He had the box of chicken. Folks,
Yeah.
I'll see you in 1 hour. Reggae Global Radio. And tonight, until then, take care.
Everybody, good night. Thank you.
Good night. Night, night.